won't find her outside. She's mysterious. You won't find her in the kitchen. She hasn't cooked in years. You'll find her here.
Get wrecked! No, that hitbox is cheap. It's cheap. Oh, I hate this character.
On day 4 of a gaming bender, with no time to sleep, or move, or shower. She is sedentary. She is stale. She is gamer.
You.
Essence of e-sport. Eau de toilette.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Our players started out as underdogs.
The young Mongolian squad is rewriting esports history.
They're up in the series. Mongols close to throwing another knockout blow. 2 kills away.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy. Etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender, captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
As the group stage goes on, the pressure mounts. Today, 2 more teams will find their way into the playoffs, and 4 others will be sent back defeated. When you realize you are just 1 step away from reaching your goal, pride begins to settle in. But pride comes before a fall, and Counter-Strike does not forgive mistakes. Welcome to Day 3.
And welcome to Counter-Strike here at the Esports World Cup, where we've got a full slate of games once again. And I've got 2 fine gentlemen joining me here on the desk. We got Moses and Dinko back for another morning. How we doing today, fellas?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm feeling fresh. I'm feeling frisky. You feeling fresh, Dinko?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to today. I think this is a game that gets you out of bed. You know, Tyloo versus LimVision. It's a game we've all been waiting for. We see it once every event, it feels like, no matter where it is in the world. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope that LimVision play better than the last time we got to cast this.
Do you know how pissed off I'd be if I was on one of these teams and I flew all the way around the world just to play the team that I play in all my regional tournaments? I'd be like, what are we doing here, boys?
It's just constant.
Why have we done this?
It happens every time. It happens to North American teams. It happens to South American teams, and now it happens to the Chinese teams. It's just, for some reason, it just happens to the developing Counter-Strike regions.
Fate is funny like that, but both these teams could have controlled their fate if they got wins in the first round. Didn't manage to do that, so they do wind up in this position. Before we get too deep into the match itself, we do have some stuff to talk about beforehand. We got the prize pool here for the Esports World Cup. It is a whole lot of gameplay. We got 32 teams coming on in, battling their way through for their share of $2 million. That is a large number, and for either of these orgs, it would be a huge boost. It would also be a massive lift to their VRS stake. That's the other thing. These big prize pools lead to huge VRS jumps.
Yeah, lots to play for, and you know that's the other thing is like you're playing against a team from your own region in a tournament that has so many VRS points available, which is so frustrating.
Yeah, it's a lot more pride that goes into this one too now all of a sudden because the consequences are there. So yeah, it's sick having the prize pool like this. I mean, it's just massive.
What would you do with $2 million, Jason?
I'd run a Counter-Strike tournament.
No, you wouldn't.
For all of it?
I swear to God, I would.
You wouldn't have enough left. after all the Magic
Not a
cards.
big one with $2 million, but, you know, a hefty, a decent one, you know?
Would it be like a weird format one? What would you do with it?
Give
a dream format you always want to play?
It would be in North America. I really have nothing beyond that. I think I'd probably come up with a really cool format. I'd probably outsource that one to Yanko and Chad. They're kind of the format people of the operation. I'm more of the brains and the brawn. I think also I'd want to do like a 16 team, like a group stage GSL, like really party with it, you know?
Okay, someone give Jason $2 million. I want to watch this tournament. But in the meantime,
if they're going around, I'll take some too.
If that pitch didn't get you, I don't know what will, really.
I mean, really, clearly well thought out, detail-oriented. That's our Moses. Moving on into the brackets that we've got here, because we do have 4 of them to be specific. We have gotten through quite a bit of play at this point. We've already started qualifying teams through into the playoffs, into the round of 16. We've also been eliminating some teams. We've been crushing some keys. Luminosity and M80 no longer with us. Gamer Legion and G2 already through to the playoffs. And you can see the decider matches that'll be taking place today. Will they make the playoffs? Will they be out of the Esports World Cup? It's all to be decided.
There's a weird name down there, isn't there? That Team
there
Spirit.
Is.
Yeah, just chilling.
GG How's pretty weird too.
GG How is kind of, it's literally a weird name, yeah. Like, I don't know. Team Spirit, this is going to be really interesting. Like, I don't want to say that they're going to get upset by Big, but man, I just feel like once they drop down, I feel like there's a world.
I mean, look, they went to overtime against the Luminosity team, right? I don't think we can have any expectations for Spirit right now.
It feels the most insane thing to say out loud, but I'm like, but it's there. But the Nuggets are there.
Something is rotten in the state of Denmark, or at least the state of Spirit. Falcons through to playoffs. FaZe as well. That was a very exciting game at the end there. FaZe looking strong in a way that feels very much ahead of schedule.
Yeah, they looked really good. I think that game was actually disappointing. I think we expected a lot more from Legacy. They didn't really show up. FaZe definitely did. And I think we got to see a little bit more out of the new guys, but also Twists in great form as well.
Popping off on that second map. Yeah, I was struck by how just like kind of locked in they all seemed as individuals when I was like watching them up on stage, when you could see them inside the server in different moments. No one's having like lapses in focus or attention. Everyone's making good decisions. So yeah, Twists and FaZe, they're in a really good position right now. And this is a kind of run that can get you fired up heading into the playoffs.
It certainly can. If we look at that lower bracket as well, K27, one of our LCQ teams, waiting still with a chance to make it good, and BB team taking on NIP as well to find the winner of which is going to play Astralis. I think Astralis and Legacy both pretty dangerous contenders to come out of those decider matches.
Yeah, they definitely should.
They're going to be the favorite in both of those, absolutely. Astralis, I think, is a little bit more danger of maybe dropping out as well, depending on how that matchup goes. So, scary times for those teams with their backs against the wall. Group C, Vitality, 100 Thieves. Paravision is going to take a loss early on in the tournament to Vitality. Bait is going to be one of the qualification matches. Foot Mao's the other one. That's going to be kind of a fun match to watch, I think.
It was cool to see the French fans turn up strong for Vitality as well, right? Even though we're not quite on the biggest stage we're going to have just yet, but if they make it to next week, that place is going to rip when Vitality takes the stage.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's going to pop off. So I mean, they look like they should be having no issues, kind of marching towards their own qualification, and a very big event for them considering it's going to be a little bit of time. I think we talked about this with the fact that Apex is going to be dropping out, Mezzi's going to be dropping out for the birth of their children. It's going to be a while before we see the full Vitality lineup again. So kind of an important event for them to get what they can while they have the lineup in action.
You're also going to have 2 guys who are new fathers when they come back, trying to navigate that change. I imagine
Mezzi's been doing a little bit at least. He's
got some reps.
He already knows how it's done.
Can teach Apex. Yeah. But the other thing is like the stand-in they've got as well. JL, obviously same situation. I've loved all the memes coming out.
Wait, look, you know, he really wanted to get in the right headspace to replace these guys, so he went out there and he followed in their footsteps.
Yeah.
Hey man, baby carriers are expensive these days. Sometimes you got to go chase down an extra paycheck with a kid on the way.
True. Very true. Na'Vi, Mongols, that's for qualification into playoffs. 9Z Furia. Can we talk about Hwaso Peak, man?
We can talk about Hwaso Peak. What you got?
He's kind of a revelation. I mean, if we look at when 9Z was first making their mark internationally, 2 or so years ago, he was a guy. He was a good guy, but he was just kind of one of the guys. Now he is the man.
Now he is the one on the team.
Yeah, I think this team was obviously the team that popped off at the Cologne Major. I think when you look at this team overall, I think Luchov was the player that was really exciting back at that event. So 9Z have a lot of talented individuals, and it feels like it's going to be a form-based thing with this team, like who is in good form coming into the event. They have a lot of options, a lot of depth inside of the squad, and I'm looking forward to seeing if they can continue their form, because the story about 9Z is always, they have a good run at some point during the year, and then they disappear for a very long time, and you have to wait and see them again. But with the Cologne performance, they got so many VRS points. They flew up and they're actually coming to bigger events more consistently.
Yeah, it's cool to see him. Tough test against Furia. I think Furia should be able to just spank him, though. Like,
I mean, we've seen that as a Cologne playoff rematch.
Yeah, that's true.
Could be a heater. Could be a little bit of revenge coming in for 9C, perhaps, or we see Furia in the form that we kind of expect from them, claw sharp, ready to make into playoffs. Either way, I think it's going to be a treat, but that's not the one that we need to focus on right now. Instead, we need to go back and look at the past, because here's how we get you up to speed with our STC Rewind. And we are watching their STC Rewind here. Gamer Legion taking on GG How. Punch their ticket on in. I've got to say, watching that matchup, I was wondering where the GG How was, the toppled spirit.
Yeah, it was strange. It's kind of disappointing to see that fall flat. It's got to be disappointing for them too, where you feel like that's a moment. But sometimes it works out that way, because when you get that draw as GG How, like, you get so focused on just that spirit game, being that it's coming up, being that it's such a big team and a big name. You focus so much on that you kind of let some of the other stuff slip by the wayside.
I mean, also the GG How team has a couple of players that are just classic, fire yourself up for the big opponent, that you get super motivated, fired up, and you pull off upsets. We've seen that back in the day with like the Bad News Eagles. That would be a team that would pull off incredible wins in crucial games against some of the best squads in the world, FaZe Clan most famously, but they would also drop the ball and like fall off pretty quickly. And I think that's the problem, is like they need some massive team in front of them to kind of rise to the occasion, and I think you're just going to get really inconsistent results for GG How.
This one turned into a real series between Big and G2. I mean, the final map, not so much, but Big made a run of it on the Ancient.
Yeah, Big was making it really interesting, weren't they? I think the unfortunate thing is they kind of stole that one map away, but outside of that, the other two maps they just kind of got deleted on, which is really tough. Here as well, FaZe just came into this and just hit a different level. Like, I actually was so surprised at how much better FaZe looked than Legacy yesterday, because I'm kind of getting excited about this Legacy team, but I was very surprised at how well the young guys, their young riflers, played for FaZe, and how well Twist has these guys playing. So super impressive series from them.
Yeah,
super impressive indeed.
I think also is the fact they came back into this map as well. Like, they started really slow, and they were able to stay in it. I was getting a little bit worried about the Mirage. It didn't look great, but yeah, I mean, Jacob's shots were just unreal. I think Art is still probably thinking about them right now.
Yeah, maybe.
Haunting him perhaps, but it is super encouraging if you're a FaZe fan, and who isn't, right? What a storied organization here in Counter-Strike. It is awesome to see things working as they were supposed to, and new pieces fitting in beautifully, looking very strong, making Cash their home map, it seems like right now. I gotta say, looking back on the last couple of days, I just love how much cash we've gotten. Everybody's really diving into it. Everybody seems to be working into the map pool. We're not seeing anybody, do the classic first round ban, the new map. Everyone seems to be getting their hands dirty on cash.
It's got the benefit that like a lot of the scene has like fond memories of playing it in the past, so it's an easy one to bring back into your pool. But I think just in general, it's a map that most teams just aren't going to dislike playing. Like, there's nothing like super tricky about it. There's nothing that makes the gameplay a little like way too different that it's outside the box. So I think most teams are going to be adopting it, and it certainly makes for interesting conversation now, as you mentioned, that FaZe is establishing so much success on it and showing that it's a map they want to go to. Going to make for some very interesting vetoes once we get into the playoffs against the better teams as well, where we haven't seen as much cash played against among some of those top squads.
And the question is whether they'll want to challenge FaZe on it, right? Because they're undefeated, I believe now 6 in a row for FaZe on that map. We've got our schedule for today as we turn our attention forward. Tyloo taking on Lin Vision starts us off, then Foot versus Mouse in the middle for a promotion game, and K27 mibr.los down there in the lower bracket to wrap up the day. Let's get into it. Let's get into this first one here, gentlemen. It is the quintessential domestic rivalry, a fated duel between these two teams that never can quite escape each other. Lin Vision taking on Tyloo, and it is, of course, our Crunchyroll storyline of the day as well, right?
Beautiful.
Because these
two
two teams have played each other so dang many times. And Freya let us know in the green room, it's actually perfectly even on the map split right now.
All time, it's 38-38 between these two teams.
What beautiful.
That's
we're about to change that.
We're about to get 39 for someone.
Anything more anime than, two fated rivals that just can't quite ever get the full advantage on the other, that are constantly trading series, going back and forth? It's been Tyloo recently, but the last one was Lin Vision. They took it over the line. They play themselves in regional events. They play in China all the time against each other. You'd imagine they practice against each other. There's good friends between the rosters. But here and now, it's elimination. One of these teams is going to have their key crushed after today, and so they have to do it to them. They have to take their countrymen and triumph.
They've been in this situation before too. This was the awesome major elimination game between one of these two teams as well. I think was it Lin Vision that won that? I think if I remember correctly. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They played 4 times this year. This will be their 5th one. Yeah, it's one of those things hard to tell. Like you want to go by like what you're seeing in recent memory, which is Tyloo winning a bunch of these series, but again, regional matchup that's played so much. It's just a coin toss.
It is, but I think recently, as you mentioned, Tyloo have been winning the important ones, right? The Cologne major win was pretty one-sided. And the difference is Jam Young, again, I always talk about it with Tyloo. There's no one on the other side that's like Jam Young. He just is the best player in their country in China. So he was the big difference the last time they played in Cologne that we got to see. Obviously, they played in China at the SE Power event. But I think for the big events in terms of Cologne, I mean, that's the one you really take stock in the result. And Jam Young showed up to a level that Lin Vision couldn't match. And I expect that to happen again today.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't really know what to expect out of the Counter-Strike today. Let's just be real. Like, this isn't going to be the best game of Counter-Strike that we see today. These two teams are not playing at their best. Both of them are going through a lot of issues. Both of them have players with inexperience trying to figure things out. So, especially Tyloo with some newish addition of Zero coming in and still trying to get some experience. So, it's not going to be the cleanest thing in the world. And it does feel like Jam Young is that X factor that can change the way this is played. But the conversation we always have about Tyloo is like, we just don't know if we're going to get him. Like, these teams are so inconsistent that it's hard to pinpoint what exactly we're going to see today.
I will say, at least in this particular matchup, I feel like G generally has a more consistent appearance. He can run very hot and cold. We see it. He takes over some maps, then he disappears for entire maps. Expecting that we'll get good G today up against Lin Vision. So I think the onus is on Lin Vision to show that they can elevate, right? Because Tyloo at least did make the move to bring in Zero, to make some changes, to recognize that they needed to try and raise that ceiling, to elevate. Lin Vision's been pretty stagnant for a while now. They haven't really wanted to shift things up. I think they were lured in by how well they did at that Austin major way back when, but it's been, in Counter-Strike terms, ages.
Yeah, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, it's hard with the Chinese scene as well. It's like I don't know what to say in terms of where they can go. But yeah, we haven't really seen them kind of adapt a whole lot and trying to change too much. Everyone on this team has been in the team for at least a year, so you kind of know what you've got at this point. But yeah, we'll come in and see what they've got today. I don't know what to tell you. These two teams just really struggle to find success at the moment.
They do internationally. I mean, look, the last time Lin Vision went to find a new player, it was Call Me Sue, if I'm not mistaken. Had to go to North America, grab some Fragadelphias.
Yep, that was the last one. That was 1 year and 5 months ago. Starry was 2 months prior to that, and then Amelia's been on the team for 3 years, Zaka for 7 years, and Westmelon 9 years.
It's always fun to see a player get imported who's competing in North America.
9 years.
9 years on a team is crazy.
In that jersey, 9 years and 2 months.
That's a Rain. That's a Crims.
I hope they give him a watch when he gets to a decade. You know, something for his decade of service.
10 months to go.
You know?
I think Crims got shown the door.
He did, didn't he?
Rain did the same thing. 10 years is not a good line in Counter-Strike, is what I've learned.
Well, to be fair, it's esports. We've never seen anyone last that long in a single team before.
It is
Might be
true.
bad luck.
Yeah, I guess so. You know, you have to change the laundry every once in a while. I don't know how that works exactly, but they'll be looking to show that they deserve to stick around this time around, right? That's the thing that Lin Vision want to prove.
Yeah, but I'm kind of hoping that I want to see. We kind of touched on it. I want to see G have another good game because I'm just looking through his stats because it feels like it's been a while for me. Haven't seen like G kind of pop off or at least cast it or something.
Sure.
He's had a pretty good run of form recently. The first game he played.
It's so up and down. That looks like a roller coaster.
Well, there's a lot of green here. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a good stretch right before leading into this. So, like, I would like to see him just have a great game because, again, we talk about it all the time. Oppers having a good game makes the map so much easier for everyone else. So you want to see the rest of Tyloo get activated, get G having a good game, get him rolling.
It could be dangerous indeed. To find out how Lin Vision might deal with that, we caught up with Call Me Sue.
It's Call Me Sue, and if you don't mind, before we talk about Tyloo, I'd like to go back to the Mouse game because it looked very promising in the first half, 6-6, you go into the T side, you win the pistol, then not much happens after that. What were the issues you faced on that T side?
The details of clearing angles and our communication was kind of messed, I think, and then especially I think it was Zelix hiding car, and we were asking about is there anyone who could hide in car, but some person said no, so we didn't clear, so that was unfortunately. And then I think our economy broke after that round, so it was very tough after that. Yeah.
No secret that you played Tyloo a hell of a lot. What are you most prepared for when you face a team so many times? How does that affect your preparation for them?
to be honest, we actually did not do that much of preparation. The main goal here is to complete our play our own stuff out. So let's see who's gonna have better stuff for this match. Yeah.
Is there anything new you're throwing into the mix? Can you give us any ideas of what we should expect from Linvision?
We're confident of taking this win because last time we found their how do you say it, their mistakes or their players' behavior, their habits of playing this game. So we'll find a breakthrough. Then I think we will take the win.
Now, when I say you guys have played a lot, the numbers don't lie. I was looking at your head-to-heads. 38 map wins all time for Tyloo. 38 map wins all time for Linvision in that head-to-head. So does this decide who is the best team between you two?
Yeah, we'll see. We spent a lot of time camping here, so an extra week than them. So I think we're better.
Thank you so much for your time. As always, cool, monsieur. Let's see if that extra week of boot camp makes that little bit of difference in this head-to-head.
One extra week, and it's been almost exactly 1 month since their last meeting. So the question is, I guess, if Linvision have figured out the tendencies of Tyloo, have Tyloo changed those?
I think you kind of have to change some things when you play so often. It's like, because I think you have to be a little bit more on the fly. You can't just play the same way every single time and know exactly what you're going to do. So I think when you listen to teams talk about it, when they play the same team over and over again, it gets more difficult because you have to start thinking, oh, he's going to know I'm going to do this. And you second guess a couple
It's kind of like what you were kind of headed towards, is it just makes you break out of the textbook of Counter-Strike more, because if you play like the typical game, obviously you've faced off, 38, you've played so many times, like, you're going to, they're going to know exactly what you do. So you get a sense of like what a footstep means, what a sound means, what a piece of utility means. And in that sense, when you hear those little triggers and those cues and you start to understand, that's when you kind of break out of the textbook, because you're like, oh, last time we played, this was my reaction. Now I can do something a little bit different. So there's an extra layer of mind games always when two teams play each other that have faced off this much.
We have the veto coming through here. Nuke is the change-up, if I'm not mistaken. They haven't played that since February, because they have played just about every map against each other. No cash, so we're not getting anything too fresh. Although I will note that it got left to the second round, so I guess we'll see that in the future for these teams.
Yeah, potentially.
But right now, we've got the Nuke, we got the Inferno, we got the Ancient. Any strong thoughts on this map pool?
No, not really. I think a lot of the times again, these like regional matchups of regional rivals, like some of these things just kind of go out the window too. Like they just find their comfort zone of where they feel good playing off against these teams, and it's not about a strength or an advantage. It's just about being in a situation where you know the kind of game that's going to be played.
I think the coming into the series, I expect Tyloo to be the better team in the occasion, but I'm expecting a very close game. I think Linvision is going to really push them, but maybe a small edge to Tyloo for me in this one.
I would probably lean it towards Tyloo as well, but but still, it's kind of a coin toss here. But I mean, Tyloo with Jamyoung, I think that's going to give it the nod. I'm just going to, I feel like G's got to have a good performance here against this team. Seeing him kind of struggle at various points against some of the European competition, this is one that's got to have so much comfort for you as an opper. They did win Nuke when they played it back in February. It was an overtime win as well, so super close. And as you mentioned, that's a long time. So if we're ever going to get anything where a team comes in and something has been changed that's unexpected, it's going to be here on this map that they haven't played in a long time.
Will be indeed. For me, I'm looking at both teams to clean up a bit of the mess. She was talking about it in the interview. Their comms can get very chaotic, but these squads have been together long enough that those are issues that you'd hope would be dispelled.
Hopefully they're clearing corners today. He said that was a little lackluster as well.
That is tough. Always clear your corners, and I think we're going to turn a new corner in this rivalry one way or another, because it won't be 38-38. After this, one team has to be ahead in the series. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Mike.
We really do have to scrape the bottom of the barrel of the storylines in this game, don't we? Like, we're just going to put it up. 38-38. Yeah, that's what is exciting with Tyloo Linvision as usual. But you know what's also exciting about this is the fact the elimination's on the line, right? It's all to play for. Let's try and stay here in Paris at the event, at the Esports World Cup. And we've got G backing off behind the CT vent. Zero climbing up on top of the hut.
Ooh, they're coming at him. It's a nice little setup for this door once it breaks open. Molotov in towards Mini. Here's the utility. Dooley's up on top, have the first.
And first kill for Zero, not bad at all. He's going to try and get a second. Couldn't quite pick it up. G out from CT vent. No problem for him. Isaiah also going to come through. The boss slipped down. Best case scenario here is obviously a bomb plant. Get that extra cash here for the second round. You've lost the round itself, but Zaka trying to slip away with one, and he's actually managed to do it.
Found it.
Yeah, he's managed to pull it off.
Yeah, a little isolated from the rep player. Surely no chance of the clutch, and indeed he will go down. G getting started early with a triple kill in this pistol. 1-0 for Tyloo. That was weird. I wasn't sure. I thought it didn't feel like LinVision actually hit the bomb site. It was the plan to always. We didn't get to see it. Did they just get killed going down the vent, or were they trying to stream out?
I think the vent became.
I don't know if the vent dive was the intention,
I think
or
the
if
vent
it was,
dive became the sort of, that's the best.
This is all I've got.
Yeah. I think it was just a poor take to the site.
Yeah, it just never felt like any strength to that. No one ever streamed out. That mini hit coming in way disconnected, way late as well. So pistol and a 1-round advantage and a weapon advantage over to Tyloo and a second round bye. Galil on Starry, upgraded pistols, MAC-10 thrown into the mix as well for LinVision.
Yeah, the bomb plant can make a massive difference here. Keeps LinVision competitive in the second round. The wheel for Starry, that's what we're going to keep eyes on the most. Sending him outside. Smoke's deployed. Mercury's over towards Secret, having a little look out with a flash, doesn't spot anybody.
Yeah, nicely done for LinVision, hunkering down, staying away from that vision. Now they're going to start moving again. Looks like they want to come towards contact, close towards Mini. Hosea is about to get a ton of attention towards him. G sliding over towards the locker windows, and now they try and make their way towards Secret, but it's just the one smoke. A lot of time and a lot of resources to have one player in Secret at the moment. Two in lobby. This feels like, I guess they're going to fake the upper hit and try and rush down Secret super quick, take G's eyes away from Locker so they can cross safely and find an advantage in the lower bomb site. Let's see how much Tyloo bites on this. Didn't spot it. They crossed.
And managed to get down, but Mercury in a good spot to detect this early on. Coming at him, he manages the one. He's able to fall back as well. And he's already got Jamyoung down in the site with him. And Zero coming in right behind two. There's chance for a double, but he didn't manage to pick it up. The bomb's going to fly up the vent because of that. Mosaic coming in next. I think they're going to be ready for him to be so quick to the door. You've got G at Heaven coming up in a little bit, but that bomb plant is denied. And I think now LinVision realize this round has fallen apart. The wheels are off. Komisu having to fight his way out of this, and the MAC-10's got 2 kills. Can he get this? Oh my god, what is happening? The time is the problem, but Komisu with all the kills.
Yeah, just right at the end, just clotheslining everyone with the MAC-10. So it gets a little sloppy for Tyloo, but they do take that victory. They lose a lot in the process. It actually puts a weird decision, though, for LinVision. Do you call a timeout here and talk it over? Do you burn one? Because you might want to buy up around that. You have an M4 with armor. You can buy up Tech 9s in armor. And you've got the economy at a breaking point already, but LinVision's going to pump the brakes and they're going to play it conservative. So saving on those pistols. They don't upgrade anything else. Too early, I think, for them to want to risk the entire economy. So we'll see what Komisu can do with the M4. All 5 out towards red box in the outer yard. Spotted by Mercury and G at a range.
Flash goes over Mercury. Watching the cross of a couple of players here. It's going to be an easy double for Mercury. Mosaic also chiming in. This round falls flat, as you would expect. So it's going to be a 3-0 start here for Tyloo on Nuke. And we'll get into the real rounds now.
Yeah, and then we'll see what LinVision, what kind of an idea with the guns they're going to come in with, how aggressive they want to be. AK-47 is going to be brought out next. That's a great round for Tyloo as well. After losing 4 in the previous victory, you're able to keep all 5 alive this time. So build up a little money and make some of it back that you lost previously. Lovely peek. We've seen a lot of emphasis. Tyloo having 2 players outside in these first 3 rounds. She's been playing Locker quite a bit to spot for that cross. He'll maintain that position when the AWP comes out later. And here we are live into round 4. First gun round of this opening half.
Oh, good shot from Komisu. That's Mercury, who is taken out immediately. Vanti siding with LinVision could be a follow-up, and it will be. So Amelia catching Zero and made a bit of an ambitious peek there.
That's too easy for LinVision. That's way too easy to give away those kills. You're on Tyloo, you're already in a position where you have to save. This is where you try and find a way in this round to group all 3 players up, maybe at the lower bomb site, and just see if you can get lucky. One found here from Mosea, so he's trimmed it down. If he can get another one, it's even all of a sudden, but Kalmisu, another clean headshot.
Kalmisu looking pretty sharp to kick things off today. And G 1v3 just looks too difficult for him. He's out of position. Kalmisu gets the information on him, so they know where he is. They know where he's likely going to be coming from. Once they make the decision on where to go, they're going to send the bomb actually down to B.
Yeah, there's smoke mini as well, so G at the moment is operating thinking that the upper bomb site, but obviously with no information. He's just got to play the entire map. Bomb planted. And does G want to go for it? Does he want to fight for this 1v2? And the decision is no. He'll save the M4, drop it over to a teammate in the next round. He'll be able to afford the AWP. So Lin Vision get their first round on the board, and it's not by really doing anything at all. Just kind of peeking into angles. Kalmisu picks one off, making the cross towards Secret early on. Then the fight into the upper bomb site. I believe there's Amelia who just took a quick jiggle, found a player out in the open. Very easy opening kills.
Yeah, I have to say, Kalmisu. Great shots coming out of him today. Mac 10 into a couple of nice ones here.
Yeah, the Mac 10 sequence was pretty sweet.
All right, Coach Shoking talking to the admin.
There's that lovely shot from Kalmisu, but that one
was
Zero.
Felt like bad positioning on the CT side.
It's one of those things where I think he's like Zero's doing a similar kind of idea, right? Like taking like a little bit of a half peek into the HUD and just kind of seeing if he can catch someone on a timing. It's just the timing I think worked perfectly the other direction. Well, that little conversation with the admin has led to a tech pause, so we'll have a little break in the action as we get things figured out on the stage before we get back into it. 3-1, Tyloo over Lin Vision in the early going of this elimination series here at the Esports World Cup. Over on the other stream, we've got Machine and Sponge, Chad and Alex taking you through NIP taking on Betboom. And a full slate of games for the day. 3 here on the B stream, 3 on the A stream as well.
I think the game here, second game on the B stream is going to be very good as well.
Yeah, that's one you should put in your phone as like a little alarm, like set it, you know, come back for that one. That's going to be a fun game.
That's Malos versus Foot.
Yeah.
M80 going out, it's a bit disappointed, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, yes. Disappointing while not being entirely unexpected. It's been a while, I think, since we could feel like the excitement in the of the M80 squad. They've been having a rough go of it.
I think Lake was saying that feels like they're playing better Counter-Strike, so but not just quite at the level you need to be at here.
I feel like, yeah, but you know, I think I heard M80 saying that going into the Budapest major as well, where they also kind of struggled. So it's kind of like, yeah, I get that. You feel that as a player all the time, right? Like when you're practicing, when you're working hard and boot camping, you always feel like you're improving, and it's not always seen on the outside. But you know, at a certain point, that can't be the thing you're clinging on to. So yeah, some things to figure out in the M80 camp after another disappointing event elimination.
Yeah, the results are the important part, obviously.
Falcons are through to the playoffs, so they're following up the major win with a nice playoff appearance.
Got a lot of days off as well. So
yeah, they're chilling.
I'm sure they're going to be doing quite a bit of media.
That or going home. I think it's like 5 days off.
Yeah. but I am sure they're going to get a lot of media here.
Of course,
yes. At the Esports World Cup. Seeing some Falcons fans over there beside them.
Yeah, they had the crowd forming when they were playing their games over on the other setup. And these two teams obviously trying to grind themselves through the Asian region. All the VRS points available here at this event with the prize pool the way it is. Mongols currently #1 over in Asia. Tyloo #2. Lin Vision #3. They're back by about 130 points. So this could be a nice win for them today if they want to try and leapfrog Tyloo on the standings.
Well, it's never nice to have a tech issue this long. Well, I don't see anybody working at anything.
No, but it's early in the game though too, so at least we have that going for us. You know, it's not like the late stage and then all of a sudden the entire action gets ruined. Still recoverable, and still both teams can bounce back and get into it.
I think when you're coming out of China, I think there's always more pressure as well on a team that's playing for Tyloo, right? the fact that you are the biggest organization in your country, you're traditionally been the best team out of there for many years and the most competitive, and you know, you're going up against Linvision at the biggest event, prize pool wise, and it's you gotta beat them at this one. Like that's the expectation.
Oh yeah, I mean this has got to be one they circled on the calendar in terms of the event. So yeah, when you get this matchup at the event, it just gets exponentially bigger. What other games we got going on today on the A stream? I only really knew the schedule for our stream. I want to check out the other ones. Let's see. All right, Bait Vitality's coming up a little bit later. That one feels like Vitality should be able to kind of breeze through it. Bait, although Bait has some interesting... They got some fraggers on that team. That could get weird. K27 MIBR, and then Paravision 100 Thieves is the other last game of the day over on the A stream as well. So it could be... I want to see that. I want to see how 100 Thieves is doing. I was so happy to see them qualify through. I was so happy to see them actually kind of make it. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think they'll do well against P-Vision later on today as well.
I mean, it's kind of an interesting one where both of these teams are actually going to be at. 100 Thieves is like the new team kind of trying to build up and grind up, and then Paravision as a team that had some success and then kind of lost their mojo and are now trying to kind of find it again. So, and then Flit rejoining that roster or joining that roster to meet up with James is really interesting as well. So I think there's some cool reasons to keep your eye on that match as well.
I'm not quite sure what is the issue, but as soon as we get that information, we'll pass it over to you. It doesn't look like, you know, there's admins really working at like switching a PC out or anything, so not quite sure what it might be.
They've been Johnny on the spot all event long for the 2 days that we've been here. So
yeah,
you know,
all event long.
Yeah, all event long. All,
seven weeks
of it,
something like that.
Yeah. Oh, he's having a day.
Not what you like to see.
No, but I mean, you know, as a player at this point, I think, you know, if I'm on that stage right now during this tech pause, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, like, again, we talked about in the pre-show, they haven't played Nuke against this team since like February. It's been a minute, so you just start kind of like running through like what's going on in Nuke, what you might have seen. Have you looked into anything?
I'll tell you, I'd be thinking about everything.
Cheeseburgers?
Just cheeseburgers, going for a walk, what I might do later today. My brain would start getting distracted after a few seconds, I think.
What are you going to do later today?
Probably hang out with you, Jason.
Okay, that sounds fun. Sounds like a good time.
Watch the rest of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, tune into Foot Mouse.
All right, we are coming back into the action now. Tyloo, Linvision will continue.
3-1 if you are just joining us, and if you forgot where we were at going into that little tech pause, Linvision just won their first round. Nice and easy with a couple of clean opening kills and able to just outlast Tyloo. So we head into round 5 with their first round on the board. G's got his AWP out for the first time on the CT side. And the defense has plenty to work with in terms of utility. 2 kits in play as well. Time Tyloo not putting anyone outside towards garage. Everyone's a little bit more conservative, lean back towards the bomb site, centralized, expecting more of a hit. And they would be correct. It looks exactly like Linvision is going to do an upper exec. A little bit of utility thrown outside just to keep him honest, but this is coming to the upper bomb site.
Just waiting for that time to go, that time to strike. Zero, waiting inside of the site. Utility coming off the T-roof. They're going to start flying in now. Molotov to force Zero away from the CT vent into the main smoke. Actually blinded for a second, but he gets his vision back just in time. He'll still take a kill, but gets traded. And so G doesn't feel comfortable with no rifle support inside of the site. He has to actually back off towards heaven and re-peek now, but it's not going the way of Tyloo at the moment.
Yeah, what a kind of a weird hit. I don't think Tyloo really was convinced that it was coming to this upper bomb site until just a few seconds ago. Whole execute, and they only ever saw one player attacking into the bomb site. G never spotted anything from up in heaven, so an awkward retake scenario. And Tyloo has to give this a good thought. It's a 4-on-4, but you lose everything and you got no money behind him. Good fight win from Mercury.
Call me Sue. Good headshot. Starry also getting one here in the site. Jamyoung has just jumped into the site on top of the silos and has actually tapped that defuse. We've got a kill from Mercury coming through on towards Komisu, and that defuse is started. So Tyloo pull off the retake. I like it for Jamyoung, sort of a superhero retake attempt. Time is definitely the issue though. Jamyoung doesn't have the kit, so good that he had enough time to get it. His teammate actually had a kit available.
Yeah, went and picked it up, but they knew the time was going to be all good. So 4-1, nice recovery for Tyloo. Felt weird there for a moment, like they hadn't really kind of clicked in that the attack was coming. A weird one, a slow one. That was really the only commitment from Amelia. Everything else, everyone's far back in lobby still at that point, so a little strange to read. But Mercury gets the retake started and helps clean it up at the end of the day as well. 4-1. And still money for the Lin Vision side because their first round was so clean, they can buy right back and try again.
Push in towards the ramp room. You got Jamyoung ready to come through with this AK. And
he knows they're already in, right?
Yeah. Well, he definitely knows now.
Yeah, but they were like elephant stopping close to the wall. I didn't get the feeling that he like realized they were all the way deep. I was kind of surprised, but yeah, doesn't commit himself. And now Mosea has some pressure. 3 players attacking into him.
Yeah, just waiting behind the site, but it's just about choosing your time wisely. Utility isn't going to force him into the open.
It's going to help him.
It does actually. They're not checking. He spotted them heading towards the control room. He knows, okay, I'm about to be scaled up here on the double doors, so needs to position himself with some cover to that. Sees the shadow against the wall. Starry at the same time taking Mercury down towards Secret, but it forces Lin Vision just to pause for a second.
Mosea's got to be so confused right now. Okay, in the open. He didn't know what to do, where to go. Didn't know why he wasn't getting more pressure applied to him. And the flank coming down Secret. Jamyoung might be the only way to recover this round for Tyloo. Man disadvantage at the moment, and they want nothing to do with that fight, nothing to do with the retake. They're going to bail out. So Lin Vision scrapes together round number 2. And this is what I meant when I talked about when you get teams like this that have played against each other, you're going to see them break out of the textbook so much. I mean, a straight-up ramp rush. There's no defender home, so you get ramp room for free, and then you just get a waltz down in the lower bomb site. Some of these rounds are going to feel very strange just because these teams are going to make decisions that you don't normally see just to kind of subvert the expectations. Four to 2.
I think both round wins are just, well, last round wasn't a win. I mean, the last couple of rounds for Lin Vision have been very strangely timed.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, it just feels like the play should be coming through now, but it doesn't. They just kind of hang back for a second.
This one's also, because they never encounter anything and they don't know what's going on, they kind of throw out that smoke, and you can see they don't fully trust the safety of an open bomb site, which they're correct to assume. It's just an unusual route with that smoke being dropped, going through the windows, wrapping around a control door. Just felt strange at that slow pace. Another tech pause up on the stage. We're going to give it a beat and a sip of water.
Yeah, got to stay hydrated. Open a new one.
Yeah,
it really is staying hydrated.
I know, you're just cracking them.
Dude, you better hope there's not many more tech pods you're going to be needing to run off.
I was going to say, that's a bold time to do it. Trying to be a consistent thing here. Good to see them fighting back into it and not Tyloo just kind of lighten up the server. His first 3 rounds after the pistol, even, you know, you made that point. You made the point about the kind of the weird hits. I think even if you go back to the pistol was kind of like an oddly timed hit as well. I don't know. It hasn't been the cleanest game, but 2 rounds on the board, still fighting back into it. Not too shabby.
I'm looking forward to getting this game going. It feels like we're still just beginning the match.
We're at the start. We're at like so the feeling each other out kind of a phase.
Stop, start, tech issues, unfortunately, but timeout for Tyloo. Out of the tech issue into the timeout.
All right, so talking things over, and it makes sense too. Money's going to start dwindling there. Zero has $0 in the bank. G and Mercury bought down to pretty much nothing. Same with Mosea. So they're kind of like, this is our last buy. If we get wiped out, if we lose a round, if we lose all these weapons, we can't invest. So they want this one to be absolutely perfect. And I actually think, from a bigger strategic sense, I think Tyloo's kind of won the tactical game early on in these 4-round wins that they have, but the 2 rounds that Linvision have got have just been by like kind of like, well, the 2 entries that were just easy, but then like a ramp rush that gives you such an advantage. It's kind of like a cheese call that you make out of spawn, and they get a win off of it. I think Tyloo's been clearly the better team at moving around the map. And we go live into round 7.
And G's got the AWP out. We were talking so much about G at the start of this. Interested to see how he's going to get going. It's a quicker play here from Linvision. Already out into the side, much faster out of the timeout, and it's worked out very well here for Linvision.
A classic call. CT timeout, and the T side cranks up the pacing. As Tyloo's trying to figure out exactly what they want to do with the conversation during the timeout, Linvision ruins everything they planned for. So another man down retake they'll have to consider and potentially give up. And they will.
Yeah, they have to give it up. Yeah, and it's a great call. I mean, we see it all the time. You know, you come out of a long timeout, tech issue into a timeout, and Linvision just keep it simple and rush the upper bomb site.
Yeah, and really just not a whole lot of defense there, not a whole lot of resistance. I mean, you're getting pretty wide out hut before you're encountering anyone. So good job from Linvision trading their way in, even losing the opening engagement to Mosaic. And a 3rd round now as they are on the verge of tying things up. And it's Tyloo, after just spending that time out, they're going to have a decision to make in terms of their money. Jamyoung can drop an M4, so I think we're just going to see him buy again. They're not out of the fight quite yet, and that might catch Linvision off guard.
Let's see what Tyloo can do now. Obviously, the 2 players they lost don't have enough money to rebuy, so they're on pistols.
And Jamyoung didn't drop anything.
Oh, dude, they're doing it again. I love it. They're going for an A-rush again. Straight out, Emilia this time, taking down both players again. I mean, they had the low weapons, so
but
it makes it so easy.
Yeah, and the round's over already. You're going to have to back off and save again. So Linvision ties things up at 4. And then we'll see what Tyloo wants to bring into the fight in the next round.
The timing of the hits isn't weird anymore. it's just,
no, these ones look a lot nicer, don't they?
Yeah. It's just like, let's pop out.
Yep. I mean, it's great for Linvision, too. It's establishing success at the upper bomb site. That's going to be a pain point for Tyloo they have to consider on the back of their minds. Might be an extra player shifting there or starting there that opens up other avenues on the map. So maybe Linvision, off the back of these 2 kind of successes at the upper bomb site, can actually flesh out this game plan a little bit now, moving forward into the final 4 rounds of the half.
I think it's fantastic as well that it works out for Linvision that the 2 players they killed in the last round don't have enough money to even get an SMG in play, and then they also are defending the A side again.
Yeah.
They don't change it up, Tyloo, which is, in hindsight, I'm sure for them is a massive error, and could have anticipated perhaps a back-to-back hit towards the site, but that's just worked out very quickly. At least because you have saved 3 players in back-to-back rounds, those players who didn't have money now have a buy. So we're going to have a full buy again here for Tyloo, and they can see if they can get back to winning ways. Otherwise, Linvision taking the lead.
Ooh, gap in that smoke wall outside, so G can gather all the information on the cross. He knows nobody's moving over towards Secret. It's just Starry out there playing behind red box for the moment. Westmelon coming and joining up with him. 3 players in the lobby at the moment. Defense is doubled up in ramp. 1 player in the upper bomb site. 1 player in mini garage. And you have G-Zop over in lockers that can go up to heaven, play the air conditioning vent.
Hosea, first and second kill, sharp shooting. Westmelon and Starry both dead. He's gonna not anticipate the 3rd, but still get the kill. That is ridiculous. He's come away with that. Hosea should have been traded out absolutely from that position. And that's the round dead.
Yeah, round dead, and you can't hunt down this AWP either if you're Tyloo, which is kind of a bummer, but you're going to be more than pleased to get alive with 4 players, to get out of this round with 4 players and a win. Still nurse that lead. regain it 5-4 as Zacher's just going to save the AWP. And entirely shut down on that hit. Mosea, just a rock inside Mini.
And nades are there to break the smokes.
Yeah, when there's a gap in it, you don't really need to.
Exactly. A bit of a disastrous round there from Limvision. At least they've got plenty of money. So full buy will be coming back in for the next couple of rounds here. Wouldn't say it's a strong T side from Limvision, but 4 rounds already, and I'd say you probably end up winning at least one more in the half, and you'll be happy with that on nuke.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't think you're at a place where you already have enough rounds to be okay with it. But looking to add a few more down the stretch. Once again, most of the bodies for Limvision over in the lobby. Door gets broken open. But this time it looks like they almost want to lean towards ramp room. It's going to be Jamyoung there to defend. He's had a quiet game, not a whole lot sent in his direction. 2-2.
Jamyoung, we're just waiting on top of the ramp right now, and Call Me Sue is about to come through the side of the smoke. He's going to pop on the screen real soon. Jamyoung realizes that, can't stick around, has to drop down and get a little bit of cover, so Gia will retreat into the bottom of hell. Trying some wall bangs along the way, but not getting any clean contact fights.
Yeah, but Limvision isn't actually utilizing ramp. They've taken it over. They've scared Tyloo enough. They forced a double rotation downstairs. Jamyoung, who backed off, and a second player, Musea, who joined up with them, now readdressing towards lobby. They're going to hit into this upper bomb site. At the moment, it's only defended by 1, and now G's up, and this could be the deciding factor. Good win from Starry.
Yeah, Starry, no problem with that. First 1-0, taking a couple. Jamyoung on the other, and G will chime in with the AWP. So Limvision's T-side comes to a grinding halt. It'll be a bomb plant attempt here from Zacher, and it's going to be denied up from Heaven. So Mercury comes forward to the rafters, and Tyloo can start giving a couple of high fives out again.
Oh man, I actually think Limvision, I thought that was kind of a cool idea. I think they got everything they wanted in that round. When they look back at it, it's going to be really unfortunate. They got the exact rotation they wanted. They forced Jamyoung down off of ramp room. They put a lot of pressure on Tyloo's defense. But man, G picked the perfect moment to rotate into, and Zero able to get 2 kills in the upper bomb site is just something that can't happen in that scenario if you're Limvision. That gave himself all the advantages and couldn't take the dub. 6-4 into this first time out from Limvision. 2 more chances for them to gather what rounds they can. And plenty of money on this T side, so they'll buy all the AK-47s and all the utility and load back in. G's 8-2. We've been wanting to see a good game out of him. His AWP has been influential. Mosea 10-8. Good performances from the Tyloo side.
Well, Zacher. Quick boost. Look at this aggression from Tyloo. It's not great, though. I know Jamyoung's there. He had to wait for Zero to take next contact, and Emilio was completely tunnel visioned on expecting Jamyoung's peak next, but that hot push at least pulls it back here for Tyloo.
Well, they have lobby control now, Tyloo, so they're very happy about that. Tons of information. They have control of the staging area for that upper bomb site. They can drop one down. You can see Zero's going to move over towards Secret because they feel the Secret cross is coming.
Starry, head shown. Mercury's got that pick. Good trade again from Zacher. So just keeping this one tip for tap, blow for blow. As the head outside, Jamyoung cuts down Westmel as he tries to make his way to the garage. So that does steal away the advantage again here for Tyloo.
That's a very nice shot. Thins him out as they make the cross. However, Call Me Sue is going to push up towards Heaven. Bomb is on the back of Zacher with the AWP. He's in big garage. That's a lot of long angles for the AWP. Very dangerous position for this to be in. And Call Me Sue's going to take his time. 30 seconds on the clock. Can't win the fight, and now Zacher's got to make his move.
And then walks into the open, into the crosshair of G. So, yeah, starts a little awkward there for Tyloo, but able to find the solutions. Now, last round of the first half coming up. It's been a tough half for both teams. You know, back and forth. A little patch of form in the middle there for LinVision, but a lot of tech issues too.
Yeah, a little hiccup for Tyloo's defense in that stretch, right? 4 out of 5 rounds, 3 in a row that were won. A lot of them towards the upper bomb site. Just got a couple easy ones and able to win a low buy as well. So Tyloo's recovering nicely though with 3 in a row of their own, looking to close out the half on a streak. Great chance to do it too. Galil, Mac-10, Tech-9, Deagle, and AK-47. Some pistols mixed into this weak buy.
Here's Jamyoung out to the open. He's taken one. Just a single kill from the ramp room player. There's no support coming in from the hell position, so it's all down to the rotation at the B side. There's 2 players lower already, but one of the most important is Mercury. He's already playing from behind the site, in behind the silo. He's going to peek out straight away and catch Amelia. Snappy, quick kill onto Amelia. Looked for a second, just couldn't get it. Realized he had to stand and fight in the open. Mazea will wait to control him. In the meantime, G's taking a kill elsewhere, but Mazea, you almost guarantee a kill there, you feel like, from his position, but he couldn't get it done, and so 2v2, bomb goes down, and LinVision fighting for this last round of the half.
Oh, they're going to push through the smoke as they break it, though. Low HP as well on Zacher, so he's going to work himself into the corner, and now they're doubled up, a vertical stack against the 2 Tyloo players.
Yeah, oh my gosh, though, that setup was broken instantly. As soon as Zero opens the doors, and now they have the information as to where Starry is. He spotted both players. It doesn't matter. G comes in and cleans him up. And a strong finish to the half here from Tyloo.
Yeah, 4 rounds in a row. Really well done on the recovery from Tyloo to make a statement closing out the half. Really lovely stuff, and G did have that performance that we wanted to see out of him. Super influential and active with the AWP. 11 kills, 2 deaths across the half. Mazea chiming in with 10 frags of his own. No one in LinVision in double digits quite yet, but they're going to switch over to the defensive side now, and they get the easier side of Nuke to manage. Last time these 2 teams played this, it was a 16-12 win in overtime for Tyloo. Pistol round set to begin now in the second half. Dualies on Amelia. Smoke as well. That's all that LinVision has picked up for this pistol round. On the T side, it's 4 players with Glock and armor. Smoke Molotov in the hands of Mercury.
LinVision's pistol was a strange upper hit. Tyloo going towards ramp. Omisu just gonna wait with that USP. He's gonna drop down lower.
He's already got a teammate shifting as well. Smoke Molotov for Tyloo so they can block off some of these choke points.
Omisu, USP in hand.
All 5 defenders are here.
Yeah, they're oh my, might not need anyone else other than Call Me Sue, because those first 2 headshots are so clean. Westmelon gets 2 of his own, and Jamyoung's dead. So you think that you're Tyloo, you're going into a low bomb site, you might get past the ramp room door? No, everybody's rotated for LinVision, and Call Me Sue nails the first 2 headshots.
Yeah, that's actually a sick double kill. Call Me Sue puts him down. I don't even think Tyloo realized how stacked that lower bomb site was. LinVision way overreacted to that ramp rush with all 5 players downstairs. A bit hard on it. But Tyloo might not have that information. 3-round lead. And LinVision with all the weapons in the world. Tyloo without a bomb plant, gonna sit back. On just Glocks with no armor. So a great chance for LinVision to build up some economy early and establish themselves for this half.
Yeah, start to close that gap immediately as well. Right, Tyloo. I think it's playing out kind of the way we expected. Tyloo just about having the edge in the game, but very close.
Well, you know, I don't know how much you'd want to give like LinVision credit to this, but if you would want to talk about, you know, some of the win conditions we had for Tyloo with G and Jamyoung, you can at least say LinVision has done a good job of keeping at least one of those quiet on the map, right? Jamyoung, they didn't really head in his direction too much in the first half, so that's part of the reason why he's a little bit lower on the scoreboard, but you're kind of keeping him cold and not letting him be influential, not letting him have impact in the map quite yet is very nice for LinVision. Maybe that changes here in the second half because he could dictate a little bit more on the T side.
Well, these are the kind of kills you love. Nice and easy. Just melting at your hand. That's what I smell with 3. Zach to close it out. And 2 rounds, the gap now. But Tyloo going to start investing.
Yeah, going to buy up right away. AK-47s come out. Galil on Mercury. Plenty of utility. Tyloo begin their T-side campaign here on Nuke with a 2-round lead and 5 rounds away from a map victory.
Oh, that's an aggressive play, and it's stylish from Zacher, and I love that he's still going. With the smoke break, gets Mosea, and then moves in to take the position.
That's a disaster for Tyloo. That's your one lobby player. That's the one guy you have meant to watch for these pushes and keep information in lobby. He's dead in 10 seconds, and now they're already executing a push. Lin Vision might have just checkmated Tyloo in this first gun round so quick. So the way back in for Tyloo is this play towards the lower bomb site if they can get in clean. But if Mercury somehow finds a timing to jump up on Silo and find... There we go. There we go. He's found Call Me Sue. That might make things a little bit weird for the defense.
Westmelon gonna turn around his back towards Chi, looking for a second, and Zero is going to find that headshot. So 3v2. 40 seconds left on the clock. Lim Vision holding the advantage and standing upon it. And I think Tyloo, it didn't look like a most winnable situation even when that bomb goes down, but they at least get the bomb plant because it looked like it could have been utter disaster from the beginning of the round.
Yeah, finding a bomb plant in there is a nice little victory that you probably didn't expect to have. But either way, Lin Vision's climbing up the scoreboard. Now just closed the gap to just 1 round. So not feeling too good in the Tyloo camp at the moment. Most players right around 3,500, so we'll see them drop into a half-buy. Zacher's op really starting to heat up inside the server as well. And if he's going to keep making plays like this and keep sticking around and reading the map really, really well, it's going to be a nightmare. So good first look for Lin Vision on the CT side. Hero AK on Mosea, surrounded by armored Tech 9s.
Getting ready to pop. Utility's already gone outside. No one gonna play with it. Tyloo's turn to show us if they've got an upper bust in their back pocket.
All gonna be on Amelia. They're gonna come out the hut right at him. Streaming through whenever the go sign is given. Here it is. First kill is his. Transfers over for a second. And that's most of the danger gone. Add in 1 more kill for Amelia. And yeah, this round is done. Lin Vision's gonna handle the contact, the upper hit, without any problems.
Yeah, this looks flat so far. Tyloo's T-side not looking great at the moment. Doesn't look like it's going to get all... It doesn't look like you're going to see many improvements because you're coming into this, you still got a bit of a weak buy. You'll have AKs, you'll have a little bit of utility. You'll have to have a Galil, but I'm not feeling too good about this start from Tyloo. Not seeing anything that makes you too excited.
Just the 1 gun round. Let's see what they've got in this second one. But certainly, Lin Vision off to a heater to start the CT side, and they start building up into some critical mass. And every round you lose starts to feel worse and worse. The 2 players for Tyloo in lobby, looking for pushes hut, looking for pushes towards ramp room. No utility, no wall sent outside, nobody pressuring the yard quite yet. There's the utility, but once again, doesn't look like anyone is going to be trying to use it to cross over towards Secret. Closest player is Mercury, and he's very, very far back. Now going to start stepping forward, but the rest of Tyloo is lining up to attack into Zacher's op at ramp room. The timing on that slide to just pull Zacher away. And now he realizes his mistake.
Yes, and now his teammates getting ready for a fight, but Zacher is so paranoid now. He hears the drop, they're really close to him. Sticks around, gets the one, anticipating a play from Zero coming out, but Zacher is stuck. He needs his teammates, and they are delivering for him. They've come in with the rifle. Westmelon, look at that assist, and Zacher stopping them in their tracks. That is a gun round that has gone to for Tyler.
Heck. We saw Call Me Sue in the interview saying like sometimes the communication has been a little bit off recently. It almost felt like it was there. I don't think Zacher really realized that he had a teammate in that support of him.
Yeah.
He was very, very paranoid. I think of someone wrapping around him for a little bit. Didn't know which side to watch, but they get the job done. Another limp round from Tyloo that yields no results whatsoever, and Lin Vision have regained the lead by 1, 9-8. So timeout from Tyloo, and we'll see what the adjustments are. Again, another round with just Tech 9s and upgraded pistols. Westmelon does such a good job for Zacher there, holding onto that left side. Eventually, Zacher gets it when he gets his first kill, realizes he's got a teammate backing him up so he can be focused. Round 18, but it feels like Tyloo's running out of time.
I mean, they've thrown all these outside smokes like every round and never really tried to get behind them. So when you do that, you're not really setting the precedent that it's even possible for a player to be that. Let's see what they decide to do. So the outside smokes and clearly either an upper hit or a ramp light.
It's looking like upper all day with just the way they're lined up in lobby. Smoke towards Squeak Door might delay this, might make them call it off. Same exact position the last time we saw them attack into Amelia. He got a double kill from here. This time he's got to give up the angle.
Well, Call Me Sue picks up that first headshot. It's going to be Zacher with another one. Just shutting them down as they try and run towards him. 1 minute left on the clock and the round is dead again. So Gia try and get out with his Tech 9, but he's stopped by Westmel, and that's back-to-back rounds. We haven't lost a player for Lin Vision. It's feeling like it's smooth sailing to the end now.
Yeah, this T-side feels like it has nothing to it. Feels like it has absolutely zero. Jiwoo ended the first half 10-2. He's now 12-8. Gone very cold. Jam Young ended the first half, I believe, with 5 kills, still on 5. Not even getting a whole lot of production out of your players on the Tyloo side. Lin Vision's just eating you up, and Zacher's off is still just drilling shots. Tyloo fading away with a whimper. Another buy to see what they can do. They try again in round 19. Mercury going to start moving a little bit earlier than previously around these smokes, starting to get a little bit closer, more aggressive, a faster pace to this play.
There's the drop down. Quick kill for Mercury and Westmel, blow for blow, but Tyloo need to get into the site. And Star is denying that. Amelia not getting his kill on the hut, which actually does open up the opportunity finally for Tyloo to get in, but good utility. Makes that bomb plant impossible to stick, and now they have to delay it and try and position it again, but yeah, that's a free kill that's gone to the wayside there. Starry definitely should have had that.
That's the one, but he's going to flash him. He's going to go through this smoke. Here he comes. Starry going to drop right in. No.
Oh. Well, I missed a couple of chances now.
Yeah, now you can't go. You don't have a flash to activate anything, and you're not going to want to risk the AWP, so Lin Vision going to have to back off. AK-47 picked up just to see if he can grab a quick kill, but I don't think you're going for this unless you get it right now.
It's also important. If they do damage... Oh my god, that was... What is that? Such a bright star with that kind of play coming up from the heavens. That is a beautiful play out of Starry. They can't even believe what has just happened. That round was dead in the water, and the shining light of Starry comes over the top.
He got the kill that he went for earlier that he just missed. Did Tyloo just fall asleep at the wheel? What a crazy triple kill to grab.
Dude, he committed to the spray as well.
He was 2 players inside the bomb site. Neither of them could fire back. Neither of them could get the read. And the transfer over to the third advance is something special. Nicely done from Starry. And Lin Vision just can do no wrong.
That's insane. I don't even know what you can do now. I think that you can't come back at this point. Surely that's the round just completely breaks you. Lin Vision, look at the grab map point here on Nuke. This is their map pick. The second half. A mixture of a weak T side from Tyloo and a strong defense, but Mosaic fighting forward here for Tyloo. He's actually got them into a decent position, but Starry is still alive. They move into the lobby. Oh, the timing. Starry gets dinked. G's trying to finish him off. Kokomi Su's come to protect him, and Lim Vision just have players everywhere, Lord, and Starry gets a kill. That is mental.
Mercury's left in a 1v3. Tyloo cannot get a grip on this game. They have no idea where Lin Vision is swarming from. That's the last one. Another retake. Another gut-wrenching round loss for Tyloo, and it's all smiles and laughter on the Lin Vision side.
Yeah, the vibes are on an all-time high right now for Lin Vision. That kind of play from Starry happened at that point of the game as well. Just fires you up, gives you enough to see down the line. And it's got to be a feeling right now within Lin Vision that they can't lose around. Like, there's just no situation is unwinnable.
I mean, the fact that he gets that one tap on that replay is actually quite dirty. That's actually quite unreasonable.
Yeah, I came into the game today and I was like, Lin Vision, it doesn't feel like they have someone that can get to the level of Jamyong. Jamyong's done nothing. He's 5-11, and Starry, that was amazing. But there's so many players on Lin Vision who have had multiple beautiful moments.
Yeah, they're having some isolated individual moments, which is really cool to see. The 12-8, and we talked, this is why you want the tech pause early. Now imagine if you're Tyloo, this is the worst tech pause.
Oh, yeah.
You got to sit there after that clutch from Starry, after the 1v3, after losing that retake, staring at an 8-12 scoreline during a tech pause. This is the worst.
Yeah, and for Lin Vision, you just want to get in, get the round, get out of here.
All right, we're going to get a Tyloo timeout as the tech pause concludes. They call the tactical to talk things over. They need a round win here to continue fighting to try and force overtime. Lin Vision looking to take this opening map in the series. And Tyloo's got to rattle off 4 in a row in a half where they haven't yet won a single round in this half. The offense has had no production.
Yeah, this is deflating for Tyloo. Down elimination day for one of these squads at EWC. Up next in the series, Inferno. Tyloo's map pick, a chance to try and recover it. Does not feel like they're going to be able to recover this, not at all. This T-side has been shockingly bad.
Look at the confidence that Zakir has as well after the half that he's played, some of the shots he's hit. Not afraid of anything. Mosaic holding a very tight angle due to all the aggression he's faced off against. Defensive smoke. Meant to hide the fact that they pushed a rifle in towards Squeak Door. And Tyloo starts their cross behind this wall. G Mercury and Zero all moving towards Secret with the bomb.
Oh, good tap from Westmelon onto Mosaic. Step one here for Lin Vision to try and round this out. Smokes have faded outside. No one from Lin Vision is going to make the mistake of handing over a free kill to equalize the player count. They stay hidden.
Yeah, but okay, there's the little jiggle from Call Me Sue. So he spotted the information outside. I was saying it almost feels like they're too passive, given too much room. You're going to want to keep track on this scaling and where they're moving back to. Lin Vision in great positions at the moment. Tyloo slides into Big Garage, but still no clear sight forward to the bomb site. 35 seconds on the clock, and that's going to be an issue for Tyloo. They don't have the time to walk and wrap all the way around like this.
The quick one from Amelia, turning around, catching Zero as well. So Amelia cleaning up, and Lin Vision gonna walk away with Nuke. It is actually a dominant showing in the end. That second half was brilliant on the CT side, full of confidence. Tyloo with nothing on that T side. It's equally disappointing from Tyloo and impressive from Lin Vision.
Yeah, I mean, really cool to see that CT side. Anytime you could just lock it down like that and rattle off 9 in a row to close out a game, you've played a very good half of Counter-Strike. Add in the moments from Call Me Sue, from Starry, and the rounds they had, the AWPing from Zakir. Great game from Lin Vision. What's
Great
up, Mike?
game indeed.
Great game.
Dominant defense. Dominant defense. I mean, there was one round where it's looking like Tyloo was finally going to do something, and then Starry just says no.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was insane.
That was like, I mean, look, it's an awesome clutch from Starry. I don't want to take anything away from that. My takeaway watching that in the moment was like, this is Tyloo so checked out of this game. Like, how you weren't ready for, like, that's a dry peak. There's no utility. Like, how you're not ready and prepared for that. You have to know it's coming.
And how's he at 3? That's the other part. It's like, he should get traded out as well.
And I mean, and down the stretch, I think we just saw more of that creep into Tyloo. That last round is really ugly as well. 2 players creeping outside with the bomb, 2 players secret, going like 2 different ideas being enacted by the team. So I think Tyloo just got knocked out of that map at some point in that second half.
They absolutely did. And I mean, whatever they're going to talk about in this break, they need a bit of a wake-up call, a little bit of a slap to the face, perhaps, because that's just what they received. But let's say more nice things about LinVision, right?
Okay.
Because this is a LinVision team that was looking, maybe they get away with some things. Maybe there's some moments that Tyloo could have punished a bit more effectively, but that defense was still rock solid. And when you talk about the players over on the LinVision side, the pieces that you want to have firing, you're hitting everything. Call Me Sue's having a great game. Zacker's having a great game. Starry's having a great game.
What I liked was seeing some of the plans they had, because we heard in the interview before the match went live of him saying, oh, we've been here boot camping, we had like a week longer of a boot camp here than them, so we think that's given us an edge. And I think you could see it was cool seeing some of the plans that they clearly probably put in during this boot camp, like the aggressive play from Zacher towards Door, which is mixed in, some of the lobby crunches they had, some of the reactions, kind of the ramp push on the CT side into that fast flank. They prepared a couple things specifically to bring out against Tyloo, and it worked to great effect. So at the very least, you're sitting here as LinVision, and you're feeling really good that this boot camp actually yielded results for you.
It's one of those eternal problems, right, for every geographically challenged team, is just how do you keep the practice consistent, how do you keep your lessons consistent, and spending more time boot camping here in Europe goes a long way.
Well, and you also, I mean, there's always the conversation of like, oh yeah, we're going to go over to these European events, we're going to boot camp, we get to the event, we get to play some officials against the best teams, and then you're coming and play the official against a regional opponent as well. But yeah, I mean, being able to work that in is awesome for LinVision. And let's be real, with the conversation we had in the pre-show, both these teams need those extra boot camps. Both these teams are on a trajectory where they're on like the downward trajectory from where we expected them to be. They haven't made the progress from some of the bright spots we saw last year.
I think it is interesting, you know, when you talk about this particular rivalry, this particular head-to-head, that it, I mean, look, we now have one map, it's a full series, we'll go through that series, but this definitely did ring true with Sue's words in the interview that LinVision feel like they've got a pretty good tendency read on Tyloo right now.
Yeah, they do, but you know, I think we hear that a lot from players.
We do.
You know, like I mean, it's not that it's not true, it's that it's just a lot harder to like take advantage of it sometimes inside the server than it might seem. Like it seems like it should be something easy. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe you have some. I think more than anything, it just seems like confidence based off this boot camp that they had, that they're playing better together, right? They're focused more on what they want to do. They're all on the same page at various moments. LinVision had their own moments of scrappiness in that game, but yeah, I think they just got to be happy that they're all kind of playing within the same kind of idea on LinVision.
Yeah, I think for LinVision, they came in with a more positive attitude today. I think Call Me Sue just gives better interviews in that respect. Like I remember Emilia was always like doom and gloom about his team, and every time I would go into it, I'm like, oh great, I don't feel good about LinVision. But Call Me Sue actually comes out with some positivity and confidence, and I like that. And it really showed today. Like Call Me Sue was sick. You're laughing at my...
No, I was laughing at the shot again. They just pop it up.
Okay.
It's like,
I was going to say, Emilia does great interviews for different reasons, but it was good to hear from Call Me Sue today. They actually get that information out of them, you know, that we can actually look at and understand a little bit more about this team.
I think that final round typified some of what we saw from that half. You've already brought it up a little bit here, Jason, but it's just that moment where Tyloo stall out and you're like, okay, they're waiting for a response?
Yeah.
They've been waiting too long. Yeah. They are out of ideas.
Sleep of the wheel, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, especially after losing already 8 rounds straight at that point, like you're just like not even really mentally in that round in any significant way. But I mean, we can use that to talk about Tyloo a little bit, because unfortunately, like the thing with Tyloo is the conversation just hasn't changed in so long. We said this the other day when we covered them too, where it always just feels like the conversation inevitably comes back to Jam Young needing to have good games, needing to have an average game to get them something and a great game to get them to win. You know what I mean? Like, and
bad news in this one.
You just see the result. Like there's nothing on the T side. Like there's not an option past Jam Young if you want to get production and rounds on the board right now. And when he has a game like that, it is just like, unfortunately, like it does just feel like that is just Tyloo loses. Like there's not a recovery possible.
Yeah.
You even had G having a really good first half.
You did indeed. He was going toe-to-toe with Zacher very nicely. I mean, that was one of the things we wanted to highlight. Yeah. That's one of the things you think should be able to lift Tyloo over the top, but when they don't have that Jam Young floor.
I think as well, Tyloo's T side was terrible. So I just wonder, you know, from the coaching side, like you've got Joe King, he's kind of new to coaching, like over the last years or 2 years or so. So I just worry about the in-game leader. That's the problem. Like, I don't know who is going to be trying to build a proper system for Tyloo and finding answers. At least for LinVision, a big talking point we've had around this team is just how long they've been together, how much they understand each other, and I think that just makes it a lot easier to have like a proper T sides and maybe some adaptability when it comes to like mid-rounding and finding solutions. So I just felt like there was absolutely none of that for Tyloo on this T side.
And I know. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that to the T side, I think this is a team that's been, you know, with how long they've been together, 4 of these players have been together, they're in that mode as a team where I think they're probably also feeling to a certain extent like they've tried so many things.
Sure.
Like, and your T sides can look ugly because you're trying to fix, you're trying to find ideas, trying to latch onto something that works, and at this point, I don't think they have an idea. They don't have anything clean. They don't have any direction they can point themselves in that's been working. So, yeah, you start to, sometimes you look a little disorganized. You get worse because you are trying to find that solution and nothing's clicking in any sense. Yeah, this is a team that just feels like they're just kind of knocked off their game and don't really have an identity they can cling on to and latch on.
The problem is it's felt like that for months, right?
Yeah.
And at some point you have to look at Mercury, you have to look at Soking and say, something's got to change. We got to find some solutions. Sure. We got to find some answers. We got to dig deep, maybe get even more radical with it. And whatever the solution might be, maybe they'll just bounce back into map 2. We'll find out after this break.
What a horrible death for Dilla. He can't believe it.
I don't quite understand that either.
Because you never played mid and you had no info?
I just don't know why you're not considering that at all. If you take water, what's the response from the T's? Take mid.
It's just Sorty here. Good luck, have fun. Shush was perfectly positioned to deal with that.
They look completely lost. Again, you bang on for highlighting the move. Oof. Byron fully blind, takes down Kaspersky. It is the save. But just not ready for that. And I guess because they did it relatively quietly, they missed the molly towards the hole.
No, but you're right to be raising eyebrows considering you started no one mid and you're loud about Con. You know it's possible that there are mid T's can hear you charging Con.
You're not seeing anybody water either.
No one's shooting you back.
They're either outside B or they're
above us.
Yeah, so blindsided there.
On your map pick as well, lacking polish.
But that's it. The last time they played this was at the Major with Flamus.
Right.
It was against Aurora.
Terrorists win.
This was in that quarterfinal, and they got blown out, right? They were the ones who picked Nuke, and then Aurora picked Nubis, and it was just 2 maps that were uninspiring. Especially after the group stage run they had and the type of teams that they were beating and the Counter-Strike they were showing. Might be the team let's just make some broad assumptions. Imagine they get eliminated here. This could be the team that has the biggest downward slide in VRS of the season if this is the type of Counter-Strike they're going to offer. I think fortunately for them, they are in a good position with events, but early A pressure.
I'm curious to see if Siren gets away with this jiggle smoke defense. As you know, just throws it out. Keeping the pressure on A. Just going through their flow chart to get things started. CT's running a night on smokes. In fact, that's the last of them.
All right, well placed nade. Need to apply some pressure somewhere if you want this boost to actually be able to find a frag. It looks like they're aware not to rotate heavily through mid. They're going to try pressure the extremity of A main.
Oh no, it's in trouble. Yeah, gets run down. Flash from Boomage connecting, Siren profiting, and there's Magna Jez will proactively swing on through. They're bringing the fight, and that's what you want to see. The CT side set up to collect.
This should be a conversion. Look where the bomb is. 2v5, massive number advantage, no bomb. They have some space, you could say, but 30 seconds, this one is looking extremely unwinnable.
I didn't know about that one, Dilladez. That is...
dirty.
Yeah.
Well, this round is a bit more convincing. And just to return to the point I was saying about the events, right? Maybe BetBoom are going to look a little bit rough to start the season, but then you've got plenty of events for them, right? You've got FPG3, you've got EPL, you've got PGL Masters. They're in Beijing as well. So this is what the good major performance can get you. And it's going to get you the return to the tournaments. But at some of them, you are going to need to pick up a few wins to keep yourself at least afloat. A 1 round gap. money not on the line for NIP. They did very well in that stretch of 4 to keep alive a lot of bodies. With the 1900 loss, they should be looking pretty good for another buy into the next. So let's see if they can convert that and avoid that. They keep missing that molly.
I'm curious to see this down T-side AWP do something. Oh, wow. Snappy, not expecting Siren to be ahead of the Flames. That is a destructive start. Very aggressive pathing. Boom getting tagged up heavily through the mid window. But immediate, like 5v3. NIP very hamstrung to try and find something in round 8.
Just Snappy slumped in his chair.
Yeah, understandably. Proactive Siren needs to 2. Feels like Boom's a dead man. At least he gets the info safely. You'll be happy with that. Temple smoke.
Yeah, postures for the, I want to say A split. It's just A through mid. It's not a split.
You'd need to find MagnaJez and Siren without a casualty, which doesn't seem realistic.
Heaven's your biggest worry right now, if you note. Obviously, they could be in main, but this angle.
You ready? And okay, Siren finding Note, but other than that, you will get the bomb down in a 2-on-3. Maybe this one is still up for debate. Shush pushing through. Knows there's 2! And he gets them both. Oh, and Zorti just on the unscope as he crosses back.
Counter-strike timing is Zorti's going to give it a go.
Okay, that's the first. A head-to-head duel, a quick scope can hit. Kaspersky, oh, he ain't scared. He ain't scared at all. Clinical on that headshot in the one-on-one.
It's a 3v5 right there.
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
Where did it all go wrong?
I didn't mind the fact that they gave up the space and played towards Heaven. It's a strong angle. It's Shush getting the 2 kills in A main that's the difference maker for me. The fact that he wasn't ready for Boomage to be across the line.
Just flicked into it.
So that's the frag that makes the difference. And as mentioned, NIP's money wasn't going to be ropey. BB Team's is.
That flash is going to catch him. Kaspersky gets a free flash, boom, and a missed shot from Zorti that's just unforgivable. He slumps in his chair, shake of the head.
He's had some absolute mares with the AWP. Don't forget about the FaZe game.
Of course not.
They're Bowen getting that massive clutch to get FaZe across the line, and now they're already locked in for playoffs.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to this match between Tyloo and Linvision, and it's Linvision who struck first and struck so decisively, not dropping around in the second half, looking so very good on the defense, looking like a much more complete team right now.
Yeah, they are, which are kind of, I guess, surprising a little bit coming into this. Because I expected them to look a little bit more shaky, especially the way that started. There were a few awkward T rounds at the beginning, but man, they really did kind of lock into things, and I hope they bring that confidence forward, because if they come out looking like that on Inferno, they're going to blow them out of the water. They're going to get through this series really, really quickly.
Now, my question and my worry is the fact that a lot of their success, I felt like on the CT side, came from their proactive play. Like Zachary had a lot of cool openings of the offs, they had good lobby crunches. You can't really do the same thing as much on Inferno. You can definitely like get aggressive down banana, go for your all picks down mid, but there's very few opening moves like that.
Like there's super aggressive ones, but yeah, there's a lot of positions you can play early on to just try and grab the pick. Yeah, I think that's what Tyloo had to have had a conversation about. Like, number one priority has got to be Jamyang, get him activated. Number two has got to be talking about Zaka and the AWP and how you're going to negate him, because if he's going to be on fire the way he was on Nuke, every corner you turn here on Inferno is going to be an issue. So utility's going to have to be on point. And then you have to kind of look down the list and say, and then we just need killing. We need fragging. We need people actually taking players out inside the server, because we got none of that on Nuke.
Yeah, it's I think for Linvision, it took a while for the T side to coordinate. I think at the start of the game, it was a little weird, like a lot of timings were off, but then they figured it out, and things just sort of came together, so maybe they just started a bit slow. I have a feeling Tyloo is going to be much better here on Inferno.
I do too.
But I still think just with the way Linvision were playing, they definitely look like a more well-oiled machine.
They do. There's definitely still some margin for error, as we see often with these two teams, but a little bit of chaos Counter-Strike. Who can say no to that? Certainly not me. I'll leave you guys to it.
Thank you, Mike. Have a good one. Yeah, well, Tyloo going to be starting on the T side. They have 0 T rounds today that they put on the board on Nuke.
Win the pistol, and your woes are over, Jason.
So you have some immediate pressure on the production and the results that your attack is going to be able to give you here on Inferno.
It would be insane if they actually ended up not winning any T rounds today. But let's see how it goes down here. I'm feeling like the T-Side Inferno is going to be much better. Interestingly enough, you know, it feels like a broken record when we talk about Jamyang for Tyloo, but we have to, especially on Inferno. I feel like his role is so important as well on T-Side, you know, being involved in a lot of banana fights. So I want to see a little bit more out of Jamyang. Actually, I want to see a lot more out of Jamyang. He did nothing in that first map and looked like a shadow of himself. If they're going to be competitive, he's got to show up, especially here on Inferno.
Well, the last time these two teams played each other, Linvision did take Inferno. It was a victory 13-10. That was about a month ago to the day, just about. So we'll load it up again, but this time, however, elimination is on the line for Tyloo. A loss here on Inferno. Linvision will win 2-0 and send Tyloo packing as they move on for another chance at qualification in the EWC.
Don't forget about that 38-38 head-to-head.
The 39-38 now, actually.
Oh, yeah, exactly. There was a map play. There we go.
39-38 right now for Linvision. Tyloo going to try and tie that up at 39, and then someone's going to get the 40. So it's just going to be a great Friday afternoon.
A whole lot of Counter-Strike.
It is Friday, right?
I don't know.
It is Friday.
It's day 2 or 3. Day 1 or 3. Yeah. Days blend into one when you're here at the Esports World Cup. There's a lot of games going on. Zero, he's taking Zachary down. So opening kill coming through here for Tyloo. And actually, Emilia continues to push. He doesn't actually get the trade, so Homisu is trying to block B alone. He's definitely alone, but that rotation is arriving. The push down middle is wild from Starry, and that screams confidence.
Oh, he's got a... Oh, no, the jump across. That screams crazy. However, he's got the information. They're going to have to go back to the B bomb site now. They wanted to see if they could fall back because this smoke has ruined their timing. But now they'll just have to plant behind it, wait for it to fade. Westmelon and Homisu to defend.
Just waiting in the side. Westmelon up on top of the coffins, has a little look over the top, and Westmelon's health dropped very low. We've got Homisu waiting at the back in new box. Here's Emilia coming out with a headshot. Mercury going to be taken away and all shut down in the end. It's going to be Linvision finding the pistol round. So Tyloo continue to have no T rounds, and they even got the opening there.
And I was just about to comment, that's not a good look for Tyloo at the end in that B bomb site where you're kind of in a position where this is your final play. This is the only option you have left, and everyone's kind of in the bomb site. Nobody's really trying to make anything happen. They're hoping that Linvision is going to peek into them with the mistakes. But again, this is a good pistol round too to show what we talked about as well. And you mentioned it also, the proactive CT side. This is Linvision taking all the initiative in that round and all those fights, and Tyloo's still kind of sitting back on their heels.
Westmelon jump spotting. Let's see if there's any presence inside of Banana because Kolmisu has utility at the ready. Start deploying it now. Down Banana, Molotov, and HE grenade ready to go. Here's Westmelon out into the open. Zero going to be chopped up, and here comes the attack around the corner towards Westmelon. Peeking around top Banana. It's an absolute shutdown. That force spike goes absolutely nowhere. It's a great look early on here from LinVision.
Yeah, it worked perfectly, exactly as designed, exactly as set up. That 1-2 punch just eliminates Tyloo. They get nothing done. Not even really any clean fights in return whatsoever. Really nice job in Banana for LinVision. 2-0 and back to unarmored Glocks for Tyloo. Ooh.
That's real now. Well, P250 and a Deagle, look at that.
That's true.
Makes it look a little prettier.
Yeah, it does. You can always afford a P250.
You definitely can.
Zero, my man.
Maybe not wanting to see your all-pro spending the big bucks on the D, but, you know, someone else.
You know what? At this point, if you're Tyloo, after 9-round losses on your T side of Nuke, and
you know you're going to get loss bonus,
you just say, I don't care, someone get me a frag. Someone shoot someone in the head.
Yeah, that's fair enough. 2 MP9s and 3 M4s for LinVision. So a chance to make some extra cash on those SMGs as well. There's G gone. Deagle does nothing. Doesn't get a chance for it. P250 does nothing. And now the MP9's time to make some moolah.
All right, well, looks like LinVision is picking up right where they left off in the opening map of the series. Now going to go into this first gun round. Still 2 MP9s in play, so a chance to propel those into upgraded AK-47s, really build up a bank. Nightmare scenario for Tyloo. They've had 1 kill in 3 rounds, so the economy is like literally just about as strong as you could possibly have it. And they'll have to start grinding that away pretty much immediately. LinVision chucks the SMGs away. They don't want to play the bonus round. They upgrade to M4s immediately. Off out in Zacher's hands as well. So Kolmisu going to be the lone defender at this B bomb site. Typical Banana utility being spent. As Tyloo gains control, they're going to flash themselves through this half-wall smoke, it looks like. Indeed, up over the top, they see it's clear. Kind of negates the half-wall smokes and kind of negates the stockpile that Kolmisu has. Tyloo might be saying, maybe we can take a risk here. Indicates that there's only 1 defender. Maybe we want to bully him a little bit. Happy with that Banana control, now backing off to put some attention towards middle, but that's where the exact trap that LinVision is looking for. It's exactly what they're set up for in this round. Tyloo actually call a Halls pop, so get 3 players towards the end. It's going to be an issue for your defenders, Amelia and Zacher. That AWP is going to have a problem. No one's watching for this.
Off they go. Zacher to remove Zero. Good kill for Mercury. Gonna go for a second, but Zacher's picked that up. Tried to flick onto the balcony. Couldn't quite connect it. Now Story stepping through the smoke. Jam Young's ready, and Mazaya's taking a headshot on Westmelon, trying to play through utility. But ends up being a 2v1. It's a tough retake here for Kolmisu. He's got some util, but he doesn't have the most important piece. If he had a smoke on this retake, you can sort of cut away some of that distance. You can cut off one of the angles.
No information is really the problem. The other problem is the missed Molotov that is kind of in his way. Doubled up in pit as the 2 defenders.
Oh my gosh.
He's got 1.
Oh, surely you don't expect the second player to be in pit though, but he's in a position where he has to come out of the angle. The defuse can just be stuck. He keeps his head down. You've got to go. Jamyung runs into it and will deny the defuse from happening. Kolmisu does a decent job at trying to win that 1v2.
Yeah, I bet a good clutch for Jamyung, and it's nice to see him on the board and saying his name early on in this game. It's just the 1 kill, but a very, very important round to help them secure. Zacher actually does an incredible job, all things considered, with the AWP in that situation. Doesn't get enough support to hold on to the bomb site. But a nice round from Tyloo and a good adjustment into the Halls pop. 3-1 timeout taken from LinVision's CT side. Remember, they upgraded those MP9s as well. So they have to spend a lot of cash buying in the previous round, and now this one. The money already for LinVision isn't looking the prettiest, where at one point it was just so strong. Still an open play, still plenty of kits, plenty of utility for the defense. Tyloo out of a victory, playing with 2 Galils and a MAC-10.
Oh, at least they won a T round. Let's see if they can make more happen as they go out through Banana. It's going to be Mazea in front of the attack. Zacher, oh, it's a tough position to be caught in here. Komisu and Westmelon taking the initial kill as Jamyoung burns away. Westmelon sticks around. He doesn't want to run away just yet. He wants to go for more, and it's worked out. Goes behind the smoke. Mercury dead. Utility goes up, flash forward, and Starry the next. But he's not going to put himself in harm's way. He actually backs off and plays this one a little bit more disciplined because he knows he's got the help of Zacher, and they maintain the 3v2.
And now it's Amelia on the other side of the map. You can see him working himself into a position to be able to cut off the rotation back, to have that information. Now, this can get pre-fired. He's got to be careful. G's coming now. There's the peak. Good job staying alive. It's the #1 priority for Amelia. Keep them funneled. Keep them pushed towards the B-bomb site where your teammates are.
Zacher is in limbo about where to rotate. Does he need to go over towards A and help? But Amelia tells him it's all quiet. They're not continuing to push, so he stays committed to that B site. And it looks like that is going to be the right call, because here come the final 2 players of Tyloo up through Banana. Zacher's AWP checking close, getting ever closer now, and 0 gone. G up next, and Zacher gets both. No problem whatsoever. Back to a comfortable round victory for Limvision.
Yeah, he's looking sharp today. Lovely shooting with the AWP. Nice and easy. Line him up, knock him down, and Tyloo kind of out of funds here. Mazea, Mercury around 2,400. Everyone else in the mid to upper 3,000s, but nothing that's going to make you feel like you can put together a great vibe. And Limvision's doing a really good job in the early stages here on Inferno, having multiple people at the point of attack. Lovely 3-person setup. The second time we've seen Tyloo's Banana attack just get absolutely decimated by the defense at the top. So Hero AK-47 is dropped over to Jamyoung. A little bit of danger, just at least one tool to try and take some of the weapons away and keep the money honest. Much like Nuke, Tyloo still laboring to get started and get into this map.
Yeah, it could be another tough following round for Tyloo, though, if they lose this. Really seeing them, have a great buy here, but not looking pretty in the next either. Very strong CT lead already built up for Limvision. Westmelon jump on the top of the car, have a little look over the whispers of smoke.
They're coming at him. Oh, now he spotted it. He's got a teammate still behind sandbags as well.
Got another smoke just to delay them.
And Tyloo's just going to have to sit behind it. They can't create any opportunities for themselves right now. And without them being spread around the map, this is really the only point that they can do anything. You don't go through that. Lynn, this is too much. You crazy.
Oh, I don't know what to
You
say.
found that one funny? I'm going to tickle you a little bit.
It's just why? Why has he done that? But you've got a weapon now to work with Tyloo. Let's see if you can win the round because of that.
I feel like a jerk saying this, but that's one of those moments where I'm like, I hope you guys lose this round.
Yeah.
Like on some level, it's like, whatever. Zacher with the AWP. Of course he's going to hit the shot. Nails the leg as Mazea jumps in. Amelia tucks himself into the corner inside the bomb site. They ain't losing this round. No stress.
Yeah, you can make those plays if you want when the rest of your teammates are doing that, I suppose. Amelia coming through to go and pick himself up a triple kill on the close, and that rifle being dropped does nothing, so you're all good. You can understand why they're so confident to make any play.
Yeah, I mean, he wants it for me. They don't want to be playing blind on the map, but I think with, knowing it's a low econ round, it just feels like why even give the weapon? Why even give them the chance to make... We've just seen it occur enough times over history that... and it's a little insane. But it all works out fine. 5-1, Lin Vision playing very well at the moment. Let's see if Tyloo once again going to try and take banana control. It is Jamyoung and Mosea to lead the way, G and Mercury in support. And even the 5th player in Zero coming over as well. So finally they've got it.
I'm just going to run on up. Call me Sue. Hides here in the oranges. Smoke's going to be up in his face. They hop into the site. We're going to plant the bomb in just a second here, but Call me Sue ready to go. There's Westmelon who's fallen down. Jamyoung to take the frag. And the bomb plant is coming through for Tyloo. They fought their way into it, but Call me Sue is hidden inside of the smoke. He's still here waiting to be a deadly surprise for Tyloo. There's Jamyoung, 2nd kill off it up, and of course he gets a chance for the 3rd, but he just couldn't finish off Zero. But he's given his team a real opportunity to win this round now. Zero, no HP, moves forward but dies. Zaka wins the banana fight, and it's all on G. They desperately need this round. G throws out the Molotov. There's going to be plenty of time to rest and just let that burn out before they get on the defuse. It's a nice try from G, but in the end, it is going to be a Lin Vision round win, and it's Call me Sue with the hero play there.
I love that he did that. I think that's actually the smartest play and only play he could have made at that point. When he's forced out the timing of that hit, it's actually forced to be faster than they expect because of the Molotov that they themselves throw, but they were so on the back foot, and all he could do was hide and just bait, and I think that's a perfect decision to make. Saves the round. Call me Sue. Devastating kills into the back of the bomb site in the post plant.
I think Lin Vision should be very happy with the improvements they're seeing in their game. And yeah, you can't take the smile off Emilia's face. This is a team you play all the time. This is a team that has beaten you more recently at the bigger events. Obviously, you at the last tournament get to beat them, but you're seeing that it's consistent progress from Lin Vision. If you have back-to-back tournaments now where you're handling business against Tyloo.
They feel in this series against Tyloo like they've just found an edge in terms of like they feel so much more confident and proactive in terms of working problems on the map, where Tyloo hits an issue with one of their tactics and it feels like it's shut down. I feel like Lin Vision has a little bit more problem solving going on right now. Especially when you start rattling off wins and streaks like this. 9 in a row on Nuke to close it out. Now 6-1 run on your CT sides today.
Jamyoung just clearing out top banana. Rotation coming over. Starry and Zaka looking to back up the defenses.
They're over-rotating because they felt like Tyloo, without a whole lot of success in this half so far, was going to jump on that kill.
Yeah, well, they haven't. They've stayed slow, and they're trying to make another play. You've got Mercury. He's going to try and scale up behind the smoke. Not going to be spotted. There was a 2nd smoke there protecting him. Here comes another nade, though. Oh, Mercury, close. But he makes it into the archway. But you got to be aware. No. Starry! There we go. He has his knife out, and he's ended up going down. So Jamyoung's turn. Clearing out first oranges. Call me Sue. No hero play this time. And Tyloo have figured it out. They finally get a round win again.
Well, they've been trying to get something like that going throughout this entire half, right? Just being able to take banana. So this time, Jamyoung just marches up solo and finds his isolated fight. Drills a headshot, and that's the advantage that Tyloo really wanted to work with. Took him 8 rounds to get there. It's going to be 6-2. Zocker's going to try and take some guns away right at the end. Yeah, set up the perch up with the AWP. No one can evacuate this way. And the lead is cut to 4. Let's see if, I mean, there's no reason to think Tyloo's going to go away from that banana control because they've still been going at it right now. I'm interested to see if Lin Vision changed things up. They've been playing that aggressive defense at sandbags, at the spawn choke point, right around the corner. They've been doing really, really well with it. Do they want to adapt it and change it now that Jamyoung has just kind of marched up and deleted you? Round 9 up in the hands of Zocker still. All AKs, 4 players at the T-ramp for Tyloo. And it is a little bit of switch up in this B defense. Similar to last round, Call Me Sue's going to play it solo.
Now 4 players just waiting on the A side here for Lin Vision, and Komisu is a reliable solo player.
Yeah, but this is they did this before. This is how he's been playing this solo, is like smoking this half wall. And both times he's done it, Tyloo's stepped in front of it. Like, they had someone in front of this smoke at the start, and the first time this happened, the first round, Tyloo was in front of it as well. So you kind of see that there's no one playing sandbags, despite the fact that they want to show that presence with the half wall smoke. So I don't think it's nearly as intimidating as Komisu would like it to be. Would have loved some sound cues on that Molotov.
35 seconds left. Komisu in the start of the smoke goes into the open, tries to spray away. And will be Zero and Jam Young just carving up the defenses this time. Feels like finally Tyloo have settled into the game.
I think they got a benefit in these past couple rounds of having Komisu. Like, I think if you're Linvision, it's worked so well. I don't know why you feel like you need to do solo to stack up. I guess you're trying to jump ahead of Tyloo switching up their tactics.
You might just be playing yourself now.
But considering how well you've done taking players down, killing players in Banana, the fact that Tyloo has been able to just kind of walk up this round with no harassment, no presence whatsoever, they're loving that. That's exactly what they want. I think Linvision's kind of done everything they can to make the path easier in this round and in the previous for Tyloo. But you're right. Finally, we do start seeing the offense putting some rounds on the board where they couldn't do it on Nuke. A goose egg on the T side there. Now up to 3 here on Inferno. And they've put the money in a pretty precarious position for the Linvision side. This investment is going to take some dropped weapons in this round. And then you've got a couple players just out of funds moving forward.
Amelia just jiggling in the apartments. I get some contact now. A lot of players coming this way, so holding onto the utility. Took a second to drop it, eventually does. Block it with a smoke as well. Just trying to fend them off early. Tyloo not showing any signs of commitment, you know, not going straight in towards this A side. They showed some pressure in the hallways. Actually, towards bottom Banana at the moment.
See what Zero could do from this position. Is he just going to be a fake, take some attention? Utility being spent trying to show up brackets in mid-take, but I don't think Linvision is fooled by it. And certainly not now. Zacher's clearing brackets in middle, so that's going to force the rotation from Starry, and over at this B-bomb site, Westmelon's fallen early.
.30 seconds, that's all that's left here. Jam Young, great shot. Starry gone. Komisu once again hiding inside of the smoke. We've seen around earlier where he did some special things, but this time going to be caught, spotted, and taken down by Mazea. So ends up having to be a safe call. Linvision CT side starting to fall apart, and Tyloo starting to feel really comfortable now.
Oh, I mean, at this point, they're just letting him execute on the B-bomb site. They're letting him march up the whole way. I was wondering if they were going to switch things up. I didn't think it would be a switch up to this degree. But all the space and freedom in the world to get that staging area, and Tyloo's just loving life walking up and executing on B. Easy first kill to get Westmelon. That's a fight or die situation. And where previously they were having so many issues breaking through the crossfires, the stacks, the multiple players, these past 3 rounds, they've just been finding isolated fights with no chance of a Linvision trade.
Zacher. Have a look down in towards Banana. There's a chance for him on the opening. Couldn't get it. I mean, this is exactly what you want. You want to get your Opera in a round like this, getting chances like that. Just hasn't been able to connect it.
Look how much space they took so quickly off that op shot as well, realizing it's not over at this A-bomb site.
Yeah, realizing that they've got one more chances of collapsing upon the defense here. Again, they're given so much room. Emilia, though, snatches it away. AK-47 bomb down as well. Inside of the apartments is disaster striking for Tyloo. Call me Sue on the double deeks at the end. And that had to be a Tyloo win.
There you go. What a good swing from Emilia over in Halls. They sense that hit closing in. Everyone's rotating over. LinVision feels what's about to come. And they're not prepared up in Halls whatsoever for that piece of aggression, the defensive smoke. That round played perfectly from LinVision, and they snatched it away and stopped Tyloo's momentum.
Jamyoung already up banana. On the other side of the half wall is Westmelon. He's going to start retreating, just get a little bit of utility off his teammate. Imagine LinVision will be wanting to challenge a little bit more for the banana control here. You see a completely different setup, just try and stop them from executing straight into the site. Westmelon went for the peek around the corner. Not catching a good enough timing, but he goes again, this time with a flash, and it works out for a 1-for-1, but it's the lineup for Call Me Sue and Starry that you absolutely love to see for LinVision. It's crushed Tyloo. Ooh, nice shot from G through the wall.
All right, you're going to be prepared for Starry over here at Sandbags. Good shot from Emilia. Off is out. Nicely done from G.
He can win this.
3 kills for the map. 2 of them in this round. Now a plant, and this 1 versus 4 is very doable.
This could be brilliant from G. Started with a wallbang kill. And now he gets himself into new box. They've got utility, that's the problem. They've got plenty of it as well. They can molly him out, they can force him into the open. They aren't using it just yet. Time will start to tick on that fuse. There's the util, forces G to take the fight. He's got the one, he's got behind cover. G can do this, and no, so close, but Emilia snatches it away from him. They so desperately needed a 5th round win. G nearly does it, but not enough. LinVision up 8-4.
Doing a really, really good job in that 2v1, LinVision. Not giving away too many free kills, making sure Emilia's swinging to close the gap once that first shot comes in. Nice attempt from G. Falls by the wayside. 8-4 the score at half. As we switch sides, it's going to be LinVision's offense now facing off against Tyloo, switching into the defensive side. This is, I still think in this map, it kind of goes back to Nuke. I still think we have LinVision looking like the better team, feeling like the better team, playing significantly better Counter-Strike outside of this one stretch where they kind of went away from that B defense that worked so well. Tyloo able to scrape some rounds on the board because of that, but what worries me the most for Tyloo moving into the second half is 4 kills on Mosaic, 4 kills on G, 2 kills on Mercury. You can kind of hide some of that when Jamyoung is having 10 frags and getting you opening kills in Banana. You're getting into the B bomb site from time to time. But on the CT side, they're going to have to stand up against these really, really sharp LinVision players.
Pistol round win. Such an important play for Tyloo here to obviously find success in this pistol. Got dual Berettas on 3 people and USP. So a good chance for Tyloo to do something special. They have to. With this setup, Jamyoung's already inside of the B site. We've got a trap lay with some utility. G can fire those flashes out from CT spawn.
Very passive right now from LinVision. So Mercury and Zero in pit and on the balcony. LinVision heading in this direction. And G's starting to piece it together. The map's very quiet, so he's just going to cheat himself into CT spawn, watch for the arch cross, but not really a significant defender in any way. It's all going to fall on Mercury and Zero, and the dualies they hold.
Zero. Oh my god, that timing as he looks away, they just appear on his screen and the kills come forward. At least Starry able to chop through Mercury on this defense as well, and that does put LinVision in a much better spot. They've got the pit, they've got the site, and they've got the apartments. You have every position you want for this post plant.
Very cool tactically, Emilia going rap side like that, because I don't think you get that move from Mercury, or Zero, excuse me, if he doesn't make that play. Once he's nervous about the rap side, that's when he starts to buckle that setup.
Coming back in, you're giving it a go, you're giving it a look, but you've got no kit. You're not finding any kills either. It's a really strong pistol in the end there from Linvision. 9-4 up.
That's beautifully done. Yeah, we're seeing it now. You know, when you're listening to that interview and you hear him say, you know, we had that extra week at the boot camp, you're kind of wondering, are we going to see it inside the server? These guys have been shaky and up and down, and now it's starting to really sink in that they've put some work in. I'm liking this out of Linvision, and for Tyloo, man, this has been a very bad day at Counter-Strike for them. Unfortunately, falling on an elimination day. They're not out of it just yet, but going to have to wake up in round 15, the next one, when guns come out.
He's like, guys, there's a lot of players around the corner right now with USPs.
Why didn't he fight?
Amelia he actually just died. Oh no. My, no. USPs are doing way too much, and then they just come streaming into death. But it was exciting for a second, Jason. Usually those rounds aren't.
Yeah, and I got a little spice to it. Why didn't he fight?
Don't know.
Who's scared of USPs?
And he's like, these kills are too easy. In fact, I'm gonna chill in the corner, and
I don't want them. Well, hey, kind of cool. They had a couple players sit back on pistols and not really invest. I think like Westmelon had like $1,000 in the bank still for Linvision. So even though they take some loss, they had the cash to recoup it. 10-4. Guns are out. G has the AWP. M4's in the hands of Mosaic Mercury and Zero. Jamyoung on the MP9, but must-win round it feels for Tyloo. Otherwise, this map comes to a crashing halt.
Damn. All right. Well, nade stack on Westmelon's worked out, but Emilia's just thrown himself forward and got the trade instantly. Could get a second. Okay. He wasn't willing to fight in the last round, but now he is.
Yeah. I like it. That's a really sharp shot.
12-3 for Amelia.
Jamyoung's the last defender at this B bomb site with 9 HP. What are you supposed to do in that position? I think we're seeing G and Zero start to shift towards the B bomb site. They'd like to make it while the smoke is up so they can group up and just gamble stack together. Try and preserve this M4 and AWP if it goes south.
Tyloo again, owned. If they lose this round, surely it all just comes crashing down around them. Smoke in for the CT cross, one for the coffins. You'll see Jamyoung and Zero start to move a little bit closer to it. Amelia still clearing the site, being tentative.
They don't want to give the sound cues to let them know when it's time to break the smoke. It comes now. And Linvision's negated the damage.
Yeah, now he's cleared the site, he can call for the bomb to come in safely, realizing no one's going to peek out and deny the bomb plant. And that plant is through. So Linvision, with the site, have won the round. So that's 11-4. Tyloo have to go and save. Don't have the weapons to really go for this low percentage retake.
No, I mean, they need to have the op, and especially without a whole lot of utility to make it happen. That's the only thing that makes sense. Tough round for him. Good shooting from Amelia and really good initiative and assertiveness swinging into that fight over at the B bomb site. Disgusting shot. 11-4. And Linvision 2 rounds away from eliminating Tyloo from the Esports World Cup.
Well, going into the timeout, obviously having to take every step they possibly can to try and get into the game again, Tyloo, but does feel so far from reality at this point.
I think the hard thing is, like, I came into today not fully knowing what to expect out of this matchup, but I didn't expect Linvision to look so significantly better from a strategic aspect and like a tactical aspect, you know? And again, that's just to beat the dead horse of going back to the boot camp thing of they've clearly done some work. And it's at least elevated them to look like they're levels above their countrymen, their rivals in the region, right? I don't know. I can't imagine it. I don't know if it'll be anything significant against international competition, but against Tyloo, it's looking like it's given them a leg up in a big way. And Call Me Sue looking more like a prophet, coming saying in that he knows they're the better team, he believes they're the better team, and that they were going to take the win today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to give you a lot of confidence to see the progression right in front of you. A lot of motivation as well, because I think for Linvision, And Vibe was just so disappointing at the last few events we got to see from them.
Oh, dude, in Cologne, when I talked to them, I was like, oh, it doesn't feel like you guys are interested in this tournament at all. Like, you know, I feel like them and Tyloo have been kind of trading that vibe that I get from the teams over the past year.
Exactly. So it's been great to see Linvision go away, do the hard work, and actually feel, okay, we're actually seeing some obvious progress in our game, and that's just going to motivate you, inspire you, and make you feel like you can do some damage at tournaments like this. But 11-4 up at the moment. And they're looking to try and hit this A site with a couple players through the apartments, but they're still in limbo. They can still go either way, and that's the luxury of having so much time left in the round as well. Comes down to this fight in the bedroom, though. A G shot will miss. Force the A defense further back. Can now scale up closer to the A site.
Starry's up next. They already jiggled a shot out of the AWP. G blinded again, is going to have to back even further away. This isn't going to be a finish at the A bomb site. It might feel that way. They want to split in towards CT spawn. Smoke up at the moment. Call Me Sue going to step in. Mercury dedicates himself to Library. The opening they needed. B defense is falling back. Tyloo have no idea what's going on this map.
Oh, they're completely lost, and they're getting absolutely shredded. Just crunching them now on the T side. Linvision basically walking anywhere they want. And surprising Tyloo, because that gap was open the whole time. But Tyloo realized they started to drop back, but they're already getting fought from CT spawn.
They just thought it was a dedicated A hit that whole time. That's actually sick the way Linvision made that feel. You know, it's nice they're having a win like this, and as you mentioned, nice to see them kind of building some momentum and some confidence, because they're going to need it. They're going to face off against the losing team of Vitality taking on Bait, and both of those is going to be tough opposition. Bait, a ton of skill across that roster. Vitality is Vitality. So it's good right now that you're getting your licks in so that hopefully you can be a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident in these philosophies and ideas that you instituted in the boot camp.
Terrorists win.
8 chances for Linvision to close out this series and eliminate Tyloo.
Really liked Emilia's game today. On his T side is fun to watch him up through Banana.
Yeah, he has been playing a pretty frisky game, hasn't he? Sharp shooting, aggressive. I like it.
Well, last round here for Tyloo at the Esports World Cup. Unless they can start turning this around. Jam Young for the nade. He's sent down into Banana. There's the spam away. Emilia back to his usual tricks, his usual antics up through Banana, and that's exactly what he's been doing all half long.
Will they expect a third?
Have to wait and see. I mean, he's still being pretty cautious about his take. And he's been very methodical in clearing the site, has Emilia. He's going over the top. He's actually clearing it perfectly. Emilia has destroyed them in this final round.
Dude, what happened in these past like 4 rounds? Emilia just got possessed. He's just a freak. Sorry, that's an immediate shot onto 0. It's closing time. G in a 1 versus 4. Nowhere for this clutch to go.
And Star runs through Speedway. Unfortunately, it is GG. And Tyloo are going to be knocked out of the Esports World Cup. That is a fantastic showing today from Linvision, showing that their hard work has paid off and putting a gap between them and Tyloo.
I'm not going to say that's the best I've ever seen Linvision look, but I can't remember the last time they looked that
Probably
good.
Austin
They
Maker
played
that last
well.
year, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually an excellent series from them, and really, I mean, they're throwing the gauntlet down to Tyloo to basically say, look, we've made the improvements, we've made the strides, we've just taken 4 steps forward and then showed you inside the server, so now it's your turn. You won't have any competition in the region. You better step up your game.
They better indeed. I don't know that I expected that to be quite such a big gap today. I thought we were going to have an absolute barn burner derby. Instead, it's a slaughter. And especially on that Inferno as well, you were hoping that maybe Tyloo could get some bounce back off of a rough nuke, especially the second half. Not at all. Tyloo, nowhere to be found.
No, it was a very slow start as well. And I mean, again, it's like Jam Young picked it up maybe halfway through that opening half to get them some rounds on the T side, to get them at a point where they have something to work with. But man, they just didn't have anything in the tank today. The offenses were weak. 4 rounds total on your T sides across 2 maps as well. So no fragging production really to speak of. Yeah, it was a bummer, and I think that's why, you know, we talk about a Linvision being great all we want, but Tyloo, certainly this is a very bad day at Counter-Strike.
Very bad, and one that you're going to have to go back and think real hard about, because it isn't there just the kind of loss that you can write off as saying, well, we had a bad day, okay, this got away from us, we made one mistake. across the board, comprehensively an issue. So a lot of work to be done there for Tyloo. We'll hope to see better from them in the next one, but this is going to be them exiting. They will be getting their key crushed here at the Esports World Cup, and it will be Linvision moving on. Let's say some nice things about Linvision, right? Because I think there were a lot to do. Yeah. Amelia, most recently on the mind, just dominating Banana towards the end of that map.
That was a lot of fun to watch him close out that game. Like, something happened in that half where he just kind of decided he was done with it, but that was really fun watching that kind of attitude from Amelia. We don't get to see it that often. I don't think he ever gets to, like, build into that, you know? Like, I think that might be something where after, like, 3 rounds of just destroying people, he was like, all right, I got the, I'm just going to keep going.
No one can stop me. I'm literally just taking every fight. Banana winning every fight.
Yeah.
Apart from against USPs, apparently. But
I thought Zakr was another good one that we'd want to point out. The Alper, he was awesome on Duke. He was good on Inferno as well. He had a really good day at Counter-Strike, playing super well.
Yeah, I had a lot of positives, so much. I think Call Me Sue's, you know, that play inside the smoke in the early stages of the game as well. No, on Inferno, on the CT side.
Oh, yeah, hiding
on
the bait
B
switch,
side.
yeah.
I actually think the game was kind of on at that point. I felt like Tyloo still had a chance of maybe getting into it, and then that kind of run just bridged.
That play from Sue stopped their 4-round run. That was the one that closed it down. So, yeah, he prevented them from getting any more momentum and bringing anything more in that first half.
I thought it was interesting you brought up the Zakr point. Obviously, great series in general, but that's another one of these conversations we have when we make the comparison between these two teams, as G and Zakr at times have traded off the title of best AWPer in the region, and today, at least, it was no contest. Zakr clearly head and above, probably the strongest pound-for-pound player in the server.
Yeah, there's that angle to it, and also, but you know, you got the good half out of G on your CT nuke, and I think that was the sad thing for me, was G gave you a lot in that opening half, and you let it slip by having such a poor offense when you switch sides, which is unfortunate. But yeah, Zakr clearly the better AWPer today, and I think you know, if this team is going to keep playing like this and looking like there's so much more of like a system and an idea and a plan within Linvision, I think Zakr is going to continue propelling himself above G, unless Tyloo can like recover and fix whatever this was.
Yeah.
Zakr's going to have a lot of fun being the more dominant AWPer.
And I think for Linvision in general, right, the conversation that Call Me Sue was having in the intro interview, where he was saying, you know, yesterday maybe we had a little too much chaos in the comm, we're not clearing our corners, we're not checking our details, didn't really come up today, or at least in this final map. There was that USP round where maybe you see a little bit of it, but they recover. So the chaotic moment's not getting away from them. That's where this team thrives, right? Is when they can take space, when they can cause the chaos, when they can play a little bit more independently, and provided the communication's flowing in those moments for you to put the late round together, this team's so dangerous.
I think their mid-rounding was really cool, like the way they were constructing rounds and taking their time, and especially that round where they're going up, making it feel like it's an A play and then splitting the B bomb site. Like, that is so well played from Linvision, and those rounds can't happen if your comms aren't on point. And I think they were very methodical too. They were really clearing corners. Amelia was coming in, finds that third player in first oranges.
Yeah.
They weren't making many stupid decisions. I think that one push from Westmelon through the smoke gave me a chuckle, but I think they earned it. I think they earned that kind of play.
Look, let's be real though. If you're Linvision, I think the one thing you'd want to maybe earmark and, you know, amidst all the celebration, all the happiness, say that you need to talk about and have a conversation is the more passive setups at the B bomb site here on Inferno. Like, they dominated for 8 rounds, and then they started playing a passive Call Me Sue solo, playing deeper in the bomb site, not playing Banana, and they got destroyed. They got annihilated in those rounds. Like, it wasn't even close. And then once they went back to being aggressive and standing up in Banana, they shut them down again. So I think that conversation of how you want to play those Call Me Sue solo rounds when you want a 4th player over at A, that's where I think Linvision probably has an area that they can have a combo in this Inferno game.
It does feel like the proactivity is where this team shines the most. I'm going to be very curious for the next matchup, because you set the stage. It's either Vitality or Bait. Either way, this is going to be a much clearer contest because, well, for the moment, I don't know that Tyloo was posing too much of a challenge.
No, but look, this is why I said, like, Linvision, like, enjoy this right now, because like it is going to be very hard to pull this off and look this good against Vitality. But what at least this does something for you in a match like that against a Vitality or against a Bait, because they're going to be disruptive. They're not going to let you have this clean of a game. You're not going to be able to execute your plans as much, but at least you have confidence those plans work. So when you step into them as a Linvision player, you're actually ready to try and execute it at 100%. You're not questioning it. You're not second guessing it. You know it's worked already. So now you truly get to test it, even if we know it's going to be more challenged.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is like, this will work against Tyloo, but will this style, will these things, this level you're playing at work against a better team? I think we got to see that perfectly with Legacy, who looked incredible on Cash, went against MIP, and then went against FaZe, and they looked weak. So I think that's an example where your opponent can make you look very good.
Sure.
Yeah.
that is going to be the reality of it, right? But they've earned their way out of the bottom. They're not getting eliminated right now, right? So they get another chance to swing, and that'll be a chance as well to make your way into playoffs. You just need to win one more series. Maybe it's a much tougher competition, but let's be real. The opportunity is now there. The opportunity is now very present to actually realize on that. And for Lin Vision, making it into the round of 16, making it into that top 16 would be a massive victory for a team that's been floundering.
Oh yeah, I mean that would be, we talk about it all the time, is like sometimes those tournament runs for teams that have been struggling and working hard and trying to turn the corner, you get one good tournament run, the confidence comes in, and then that can change things. So yeah, Lin Vision would obviously love to have this event be that kind of talisman for them.
And all you need is that one. All you need is that one. So and love.
All you need is love.
That's what we're here in Paris. Well,
we'll do. There's something setting up on the stage behind us. We'll take a look at that. It did a little bit. I was trying to think about how I could shoehorn in more lyrics, and I was like, well, that's all I've got right now.
The Windows XP shutdown song just came up.
All right. Well, while I reboot my brain, let's reboot back looking at, I don't know where I'm going with this. We're going to the interview. We've got an exit interview with Jam Young.
You tried, Mike. You really, really tried. Appreciate it. Unfortunately for Tyloo, this is the end of the line here at EWC. I just want to start off with what happened on the T side of Nuke, that first map.
怎么样？首先第一个问题就想问你，当时 Nuke 的那张图，就图1的时候，你们打 T 的时候，当时主要问题发生在哪里呢？能不能跟我们讲解一下
？Nuke。我觉得 Nuke 可能我们一上来发的指令不是特别的好吧，然后在中期交流上也没有特别的迅速跟有效吧，然后就是被对面守住。
I'll say definitely from the outside our strategy was a little bit flawed, and I'll say definitely during the mid game our communications wasn't on point. It wasn't quick enough to respond to some of the movements that LVG was making. So, and I would say that it's definitely not our best map.
Tyloo and Lin Vision, you obviously play against them a lot. What was the biggest difference that you guys encountered this time around?
那 LVG 也相信是对你们来说是非常熟悉的一个对手了，你们也交手过非常多次。那能不能大概也说一下这次跟他们对决？ 主要他们调整了哪些东西？有哪些不同呢？让你们有点意想不到。
其实他们没有太多让我们想不到的东西吧。我们只是在他们中期的制造成残局之后呢，我们的对残局的处理上就是不够他们的快吧。然后他们也始终能掌握到我们大概的一个动向，知道我们进攻的一个方向，能拿到很多信息，然后我们又处理的慢，所以说就是他们总是会快我们一步。
I'll say overall there wasn't any particularly surprising strategies that they whipped out. It's more like the fact that whenever the moment we start losing members or they start losing members, I think they adjusted to it much faster than we did. So it was more of a adaptability issue. We felt that definitely. A lot of rounds. Once we had a member lost, they immediately capitalized on it while we didn't reinforce fast enough. And when we were on the offensive, they had a because they were also very familiar with our strategy, so they had a very good idea of what we were gonna do and where we're gonna attack, and it definitely made things a lot harder for us.
Final question. Of course, this is only the beginning of the second half of the season. We've got you guys at Fisher. We've got you guys at ESL Pro League. What happens now? Do you guys go back home? Is there a boot camp? What's next for the team?
那这场比赛打完之后，后面也会有其他的比赛但是你们就说紧跟着后面几周，你们打算做些什么事情？准备集训，还是可能休息一段时间，还是也要回去复盘，然后直接就开始训练了呢？
我们应该会回去休息一段时间吧，因为我们在下个月初有 IEM 北京的预选赛，然后接下来就会在我们国内苏州打 Fisher Playground， 所以说我们应该会回去休息一段时间，然后找一下问题，然后在比赛前一起再训练一下，然后变得更强。
Well, we're gonna take a small break after we go back to China. After that, we have the IEM Beijing qualifiers and another tournament in Suzhou as well. So definitely a lot of matches happening in China, and we're gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna start preparing for our next tournaments.
Thank you guys so much for your insight. It's Lin Vision to be progressing here, sadly, at the expense of Tyloo.
I said on the horizon, I said on that IMBA Beijing closed qualifier. That's going to be hugely important for the organization, right? Getting a spot in that event would be massive. Hometown crowd going to be hopefully a big lift if they can do it.
Yeah, and just, I mean, any more chances you get to compete in those events and make it into the playoffs of those events and gain more points and gain more games against Vitality. That's what we want.
That's what we want. That's what everybody wants.
They just came out and said they're not going to Beijing, so I take it all back.
Yeah, that will be challenging to play them there. You'll play them another time.
That's your chance.
We can only dream about those things. But, I mean, look, I think a pretty sobering interview from Jam Young. Maybe tried to put a brave face on it of saying, you know, we didn't adapt to their man advantages as quickly as we perhaps could have. It is hard to adapt when Amelia kills 3 people and then you've lost a bomb site.
Yeah, it was happening so quick. It was like, yeah, the round's done. How many times did we feel like the round was just over in the first fight? Like, it was just happening so often.
It happened a few times for him, didn't it? Yeah, it was just such a rough day. I don't know, yeah. Like, on some level, it's like you should feel crushed because it wasn't like that. That's the kind of emotion that you sort of want to see because it feels like that's the kind of emotion that's going to make them go back and fix this. Like, you don't want to experience that ever again. I just don't know what the path is for Tyloo. We went over it, you know, in the pre-match. These teams have been together so long. I don't know where you go. We had the conversation about the coach, Mercury, how are you going to figure out calling? But Tyloo's still scrambling and just kind of floundering, trying to find a solution, and they just haven't looked like a team in quite some time. They still don't have it.
No, I think it's very fair. I think this is the kind of loss as well, or when you get absolutely dismantled by a domestic rival, it's the kind of thing that can motivate change in the future. But right now, we're going to look at something else being changed because it is time for Tyloo's key to be crushed. Lin Vision will have the privilege of doing that in the press.
Sad? Oh,
respectful. There we go. A nice handoff.
The gloves really does make the whole thing, doesn't it? The white gloves.
It really does.
It brings it all together.
No, the ceremonial.
Oh, hand behind his back. He's not.
I was gonna say, not even looking at it, it's cold, man.
No look crush. Yeah,
great form. Great form.
There we are. Nice.
And goodbye, Tyloo's key.
Shattered, crushed, destroyed.
Like their dreams.
Like their dreams of making a run here at the Esports World Cup, but nothing is granted here, and so that key will be earning its place in the base of the trophy, most likely. And Tyloo will be earning themselves a flight back home to get ready for future qualifiers.
What do you think this guy with the white gloves tells his family he does for work? Like, he goes home, I am the ceremonial key crusher man. I think that's pretty cool.
Here's the question. Do you think he works with the hydraulic press in other contexts with the white gloves? He's like doing, you know, heavy CNC work, and then he's got
nothing is ceremonial.
Not with white gloves.
Not with white gloves.
No.
Right? You never know. It's reverence for the machine, reverence for the crushing of the key. And we are reverently going to head into a little break because when we come back, it's Foot versus Mouse, and a spot in the playoffs is on the line.
The EWC is a global event, so we need to reach a global audience.
Ils sont chauds, ils sont là, ils sont prêts, Barney.
Yeah, that is right. And so, with that being said,
with Paris hosting, we're bringing the broadcast in multiple languages, including mime. Mime. People are being taken down. There's an Elam everywhere. Okay, he's down. He's down. He's knocked. Eliminated. Eliminated. Oh, that's a melee weapon. Oh, that is not going to heal in the more. What is? Okay, he has a grenade. And that's a team wipe. That's a team wipe. It's a team wipe. What are we doing? What is happening here? What are we doing? We have to meet the fans where they are and relate to them in ways that they understand. Okay, another one down, another one knocked, and he's been hit. He's been, wait, is he okay? All right, oh no, wait, hey, I don't, hey, can we get help? Are you all right? Are you okay? Hey, can we get a medic? Where's the medic? Can we please have the medic? Oh gosh, oh gosh. Come on, where's the predictor? Roman, can we please have a medic? Wait. This freaking country, man. No matter how difficult it may be. You've just got to be kidding me with this, man. Like, I feel like he's stepping all over my lines. I'm a serious performer. I went to film school. I've been doing this for like 10 years, all right? This isn't my... Was he making fun of me? And with the finals coming to a close on the STC Arena stage, we are finally going to see some of these points and what the implication means for the club championship rankings. Therefore, oh, okay, I'm sorry, am I boring you? I'm boring you? Speaking of boring, you wear the same clothes every single day, okay? Please be perfect. Yo, you know what? Two can play at this game. This is a rock. Huh? How did you, wait, what the? I don't want to be here anymore. No. I'm not interrupting you. You're interrupting me. Yeah, you're stepping all over all of my lines. I need to get this information out. This is what the people want to hear. This is what they need to know about. What are you doing? Oh yeah, real mature. Go ahead, build your wall like you always do. No, seriously, you think that you're gonna be invited back? That you're ever gonna be hired in esports again? Are you kidding me? It's so unprofessional. I'm done with this. I can't do. Actually, you know what I think? Oh God. Ugh.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Esports World Cup.
A Mao's team with the trophy in the rear view and a Foot squad looking to prove that they can hang with the big dogs, that they're carrying on that momentum from last season and rolling right onwards with xCloud in tow. That's what we've got here, and promotion into the playoffs is on the line in this game. So we had to bring in some big dogs of our own. I got Buckethead, I got All In. But Buckethead, can you bark for me?
Bark, bark.
There we go. Good enough. That's the best we can do. All In, you ready for this one?
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like this is probably going to be one of the best matchups of the day, if not the best.
Absolutely. Could be one of the best of the week, to be quite frank. This is a marquee matchup, and I think this is going to be a really fun heat check on both these squads, right? Mao's, we're starting to feel a little bullish on, but it is just one trophy. We've seen this before where they have that moment, they have that lift. You're thinking Mao's are contenders, and then maybe it goes to miss. So we need to see them build on that, right?
Well, this would definitely be one of the teams that could stop that type of momentum. Foot is an up-and-coming squad that's still adjusting to a roster move. xCloud coming in, I believe 3 officials with him under their wings now, but it's a team at the end of the day that is such a young, passionate core, someone that can come in and upset realistically any team that they come against. And I think that this is the perfect time for Mao's to prove that they are here to stay.
I mean, that Foot squad, xCloud gave an interview to HLTV that's worth a read for sure. He's very bullish on this squad's potential. Players here that he wanted to come play with, an organization that he wanted to be a part of, and such a young team where he wasn't subtle about it. He said that he feels like they can absolutely be a top 5 team here in Counter-Strike, and having seen what they've done in their first year at a tier 1 level, I'm not one to doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they can kind of trade blows with the best of them, and I mean, I feel like they've proved it. They haven't solidified it yet, but again, there's a huge growth for this team that I don't think we're not even halfway to that point, I feel like. So there's still plenty of room and plenty of potential out of the squad.
And they're hoping old man xCloud, I say that tongue firmly in cheek, he is 23 and the old man of this roster now, can do a lot to help elevate the players around him, right? One of the reasons they got this guy in was the communication aspect. They want somebody who can help with the talking, who can help Corbeni with the leadership on it, and also can be a fearless space taker as we know xCloud can.
And that's one of the most important factors of this is kind of the veteran, I guess you could say, perspective that he brings to the team. Although still very young, well, wise beyond his years, he's been in the pro scene for, what, the better part of 4 years now, at least at a high level?
4 or 5, yeah.
Yeah, so definitely someone that can lead these young players that are still new to the Tier 1 scene, you know, being on an academy roster not too long ago, to the highest possible level possible, and they got to go against these guys.
I did think it was funny. He said he's been the oldest guy on like his last 3 teams, which is absurd. Speaking of old guys being young guys, mibr over on the other side, a team well known for its youth movement, who've gone even deeper into that, promoting Zelix from the academy squad, sticking around in his spot and bringing back PR from Gamer Legion, now back in the red. And that has led to some very early success. It was Spinks who had the MVP form and Bounty, but these new young prospects as well, very exciting.
Yeah, and I feel like in this competition specifically, PR hasn't really been put to the test yet. I mean, going 12-12 or
one
Lin Vision, yeah, it's a BO1. And obviously we know the true potential of this player, and he obviously can have more than that against a team like Lin Vision. I think it's just, you know, this is like kind of what you said, the real test for both of these squads at this point to really show what is actually capable of them.
And Zelix too. I'm really excited to see how Zelix can continue to improve himself. I mean, you know, freshly into the scene, freshly into Tier 1 competition. I do think Zelix is a player with a lot of potential that just needs to grow over time. He's already started quite well with his performances on Mouse, so it can only be up from here.
Yeah, it was interesting to see with Zelix. We didn't really know when he was being introduced. He had stood in for them before. He was standing in again at the end. It's like, is this a promotion? Is this a placeholder? Well, whatever he showed in the time that he was there at the end of the season, it was enough to justify it in Cyclone's eyes, to give him that full promotion up, to keep him in the fold here. And I think the question is, how far will that ceiling go, right? How quickly can he hit the ground running at this level? How quickly can he adapt to fill in the gaps alongside his teammates?
I mean, I feel like he's got plenty of people surrounding him that are more than capable of putting him in the right spots to make him a superstar in this kind of scenario. So I don't see it failing, and I feel like this is just going to be a kind of a compounding scenario for him where he can really kind of catapult himself up.
And for Xerxan as well, we haven't talked about it yet, but he's stepped into the leadership role. And as he said in his last interview, you know, he's happy to finally have a team as opposed to a bunch of potential stand-ins with which to do it. One thing that I think we're going to get tested based on that previous interview as well, we're thinking we might see the cash.
I hope so. I hope so, because there were some big words. There's some big words that Xerxan said. The best Mouse team, or it's not best Mouse team, best cash team
best
in the
Mouse
world.
team.
Mouse
They are the best Mouse team in the world.
Probably. It's true.
Although NXT's playing at the same time, I think, so maybe if they get a dub and this Mouse doesn't, we can have a conversation. It's not going to be in the first picks. Decider cash?
Map 3 would be awesome. Awesome. Because I feel like this is a matchup where BO3 all the way through.
Mouse gets the last ban.
No!
Oh,
Why
cowards!
They want boring, dude. They want Mirage. Come on, they had a chance. And the funny thing is, like, Mouse banned it.
They did?
Like,
they're daring somebody to pick it.
All right, so then I feel like I can't take that statement at face value, and he just said it to, like, mislead some people.
Or you can. I don't know. There's layers
what does he
to
have
it.
An official on it.
Right. But I think the layers are, when do you want to break it out? And if you're a Mouse team that's confident that you can beat this Foot team across 3 without needing to show your cash, and you're actually that confident in your cash?
Gigi Hao has brought to our attention that maybe you shouldn't always leave something on the table.
Maybe you always need to leave a little bit more. Maybe.
I mean, it's going to be a really hard sell for Foot, right? Seeing Nuke come out as map 2, it's expected, but that's going to be an absolute Mouse domination. I think that's kind of going to be the de facto this map. We know how it's going. So map 1, a lot of importance is going to be on there. Ancient, Foot's general map pick, something they go to basically whenever they can. Mouse does play it. Not the most expertise on the map itself, but I just, that's such a safe pick for map 3. It just disappointed, honestly. Mirage.
There's two thoughts. The thought is they're saving it for a real marquee matchup. You know, your Vitality's out in the world, or they're not actually that confident on it. They're leaving it through the first rounds, but they don't really want to play it in a decider, which is also very possible, right? That's just the unknown. Anytime you start to get your first actual officials on it, it's going to be a little bit different. There's going to be a proof of concept that you need, rather. Let's look at the Foot side of things. If they were going to start this off well, if they were going to win in this series, what do you need to see?
Oh, you need to see an aggressive stance on Ancient. I mean, I think that at the end of the day that Foot need to use the aggression of the young players and just kind of their capability to have a bit of controlled chaos on their side. If you let Mouse get stuck in their ways, if you let Mouse set up and play the map that they want to play in, I think that's where Foot really falls into deep trouble, because although we still don't know the full extent, Mouse, when they are playing in their system, are a very, very menacing threat.
I mean, yeah, I can see that too. I think the biggest problem I have with Mouse right now is just kind of what we saw with the earlier matchup when it was whoever they played yesterday.
Linvision?
Linvision, thank you.
Linvision.
Yeah.
That one.
That, I think they kind of took it a little too light, and things picked up. I mean, it was a 13-8 at the end of the day, but I think that was a lot closer than it needed to be by a long shot. And I feel if Mouse really just don't get going early, then they're going to stumble into this pattern of giving up way too much control to a team that's strong.
You are never satisfied, but we'll see if they can do a little bit more to make you happy after this one. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Mike. It's very nice to be back. It is day 3 of EWC. And Anthony, I cannot believe that we are gifted the opportunity to have such an exciting matchup on our hands. I mean, just two teams, both fun to watch, both have a lot of question marks, both have something to prove here. Mouse, on one hand, coming off of a trophy, I mean, you have to imagine the expectations for them is to try to run it back, get as deep as you can within this tournament. And meanwhile, Foot, a team that still needs to prove themselves fully on what they're capable on land. We've seen them make finals, we've seen them make deep playoff runs, but we've never seen it fully come to fruition. I think this is the point where the consistency needs to really set in.
Yeah, and I mean, we know Foot have that capable roster. I mean, they matchups against Mouse are pretty common with them at this point. They've played them 8 times. They've won 4 times. There's been a single overtime. And they've always been a pretty consistently close matches at 13-8s, 13-10s, give or take around here or there. But these are 2 evenly matched teams where map 3, I feel like, is a pretty obvious scenario where we are probably going to see it. And if we don't, I would be pretty surprised. But I feel like these last 3 days have been nothing but surprises a lot of times. So, that being said, I don't think any team can just kind of take it easy, coast, and oh, this is our map pick. I think we got this. Even though, obviously, we see Foot are a strong Ancient team, I feel like it should go their way. But if it doesn't, it's going to be concerning.
Well, if it doesn't, I think that kind of spells out doom for them. They're going to have a lot to prove on a map 2 that is new, a map that they're not comfortable with. And as we get to see the head-to-head on the screen, it is time to get into the matchup. It's Foot, it's Mouse, and it's a chance to push further on into the playoffs of EWC 2026. A thing of beauty should be on our hands here, Anthony, and I cannot tell you how excited I am. Mouse starting on the CT side, Foot choose to be the attack.
Well, maybe going in for that early aggression already. Seeing Foot take some strong Jaguar control with no real contention. A lot of Mouse focused more over towards that ramp position. That smoke going to buy them a little space and time. But they do have a single lurk off in mid. And they're just going to kind of play it slow and steady right now. Not kind of rush headlong into it.
Aggressive in the cave. I mean, this is a great setup for them. Mao's not putting any pressure in towards that area. Another smoke goes down, so the T's still will be stopped from pushing out for the time being. As we say all this, though, Krabeni's getting close on the backside of the site, and Xershin's the only one here with the dual Berettas, depending on the timing of the pop. Could easily go in favor of Foot very strongly. Smoke goes down towards short. Dual Berettas only good for 1. Symmetry trades back immediately. And that's an open bomb site. That is a bomb that will be planted, and this is Jugs in a position to maybe stop the rotate, trying to clear him out. Able to get 1 head. That's all he will collect. A 3-on-3, all 3 CTs rotating in through their spawn point. A flash in. X-Flow takes the contact. Good spray onto 1. Trying to get the long-range fight. Not quite able to land the Glock shots all the way. Instead, Georgie trades back, and it all comes down to him. We need 4 in the round to try to pull this off. Clock continues to tick. Both these T's stacked up in the same spot. Not planted for them in the current time being, but all they have to do is play the time. There's no kit. So much damage done on him, and that's a very strong way for Foot to start, and quite a loud way for them to start, too.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get that energy going. I feel like at this point, Mouse is kind of like their nemesis. They're the constant butting of the heads in their general area, and you know, you gotta make sure everyone's hyped up a little bit, bring some energy to the table, like we have to as well, Donnie.
Energy didn't make the main stage. They got disqualified.
Yeah,
they're not disqualified. They got
oh no,
they got beat. Excuse me.
They just lost.
Yeah, no. You say disqualified, it sounds a little bit better, but anyway. We are into the second round. It is a force buy on the side of the CT. Scout and play for Torji. Could be very impactful. Exertion dodging bullets. Put himself in the matrix, not quite getting hit yet. But the site's already been taken, Anthony.
Yeah, Demon are just kind of watching the crosshair, knows that there's most likely still one over towards Cage, but apparently it doesn't matter. Demon gets his head taken off, but Explode at least gets the trade with the Glil. Brings it to a 4-on-4. Things still slowed to a crawl. The bomb not even making up towards site. They're actually abandoning the site, and they're going to maybe rotate off towards A. This was 100% the right and correct read. They're just kind of maybe overplaying their hand, maybe being a little too overcautious, giving enough time for those CTs to walk all the way through main.
Yeah, but Jugs hears it. Jugs knows exactly what's going on. They should explode onto the bomb site at any moment. Although Zelix does make the sound of the lurker not be able to be heard anymore. Hard to hear things when you are dead. Bomb will begin to get planted. It is a player advantage for the side of Mouse. But still, weaponry in favor of the T's, positioning in favor of the T's. They just have to deal with the group up coming up from Cat. Still being very vocal about this push.
No kit.
No kit. That's why they have to go fast. Clearing up towards ramp. Where's he focused, but can't see close. MP9 makes its way up. Smoke goes down to the bomb. Xflow to find the first one. Zelix is able to trade back, and now with the smoke on the bomb.
Oh.
Perfect timing for Xflow to just sit there and wait, His teammate won't even make it necessary, though. Symmetry, very nice job. Hopefully able to still get away with his life. As he turns the corner, I think he will be able to. That's insane. Behind plywood, you can survive a bomb. Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean, you can survive behind a pile of bricks even if the bomb's on the other side, and you know, that's if you're as long as you're on Inferno. Everybody else, you'll die, but if you're right next to the bomb, you'll be good. But what's not good right now is this start for Mouse. I mean, they're getting some kills, they're getting a little momentum, they're making it close at a lot of times here, but then they just have this explosion across the board, and things just crumble before our eyes. Again, that was a force buy, and this time around, it's going to actually be the exact same thing. Nearly a scout, some pistol upgrades here, some 5.7s. We've seen what 5.7s can do on a map like Ancient at close range, and it wouldn't be the first time a CT side has won off a lesser buy.
Well, I do think it's important to note that there was so much economic damage done to foot that round. Mao's only allowing 2 of those players to stay alive. Sure, you lose all your weapons with you, but at the end of the day, just being able to control that is very, very worth it. Red room control very early on from Foot.
Like this.
3 players marched out in. Spinks on an island all by themselves. Torji might catch a timing. Not quite. Scoped up towards Red room. No idea that the T's have already evaded his sightline. Xflow, easy shot. Symmetry in the back line also converts one for himself. 5.7s all that remain for the side of Mouse, and I think it's safe to call it already. Probably not a save. Probably want to go for some more economic damage, but Foot looks strong this round. Foot not going to give up anything. Barely took no damage at all. And it will be time to save.
It's going to be that huge economy boost here for them.
Yes, they needed that after losing so many in the previous round.
This was their make or break, whether that bomb plan got it down or not, and if they lost the round, it would have most likely been somewhere close. You have to make the decision of force buy or save, you know, kind of that gray area position financially, but instead, 5 alives, and it seems like that will remain the case, as it doesn't seem like any of these 5.7s or Scout nowadays might find it. Well, I say that, and maybe towards bottom mid, we might see a little bit of action as PR actually just gets flatlined instead, leaving just 1 alive for Mouse. And it will be a 3-0 start here for Foot. Again, their map pick, and they're making it seem that way.
Definitely would seem that way. A little bit of replay. An easy round for the side of Foot, 100%. Giving that final kill there towards the end. But it is an upgrade into the big green for Torji. Very important to get the op on that player early on. Allow the momentum to swing his way.
Ooh,
fast push.
It's a good speed up, a good change of pace here, which actually did catch the CTs off guard. They're too focused on trying to maintain that mid. They lost all control of this A site. Donut control, smoked off. CT, smoked off and mollied off. And the bomb, yet to make its way there. A minute 20 on the clock, and hell, they may still call this off and just revert back to B, which might actually be a safe call as PR swings and finds one, but it's gonna get traded out nearly just as quick as he got it. And it will be a full rotate now on over to that A side.
Still committing, still trying to push their way in. Flash is over. Spinx low HP, but could still be a nuisance from Donut as long as the op has the push in front of him. Jugs able to find one more for himself, a 3-on-3. No smokes left on this T side, though. Not going to be able to get anything out.
Oh.
They have to play for the flank. Krabeni does very well to convert a kill. Their exertion almost lines 2 up. Damage done on a demon. And
wow.
It all falls apart for Foot in the end. Given way too much time to rotate, Mouse were easily able to concentrate their focus on denying the bomb from making its way over to A. By the time it got there, too little too late.
I like the pace Foot are bringing to this match. I don't like the amount of overthinking they're going into it. Once they have site control, I feel like, you know, there's nothing wrong with sticking around, feeling it out, seeing what's going on, and if there isn't a spot you cleared out yet. But they're waiting 20, 30 seconds. If you're going to play fast like Demon is right now, then play fast and commit to it. And that's exactly what he does. Gets that early pick for a mid. Krabeni finds one, does get traded out, but still a man advantage.
That's what you need on Ancient. You need the fast mid play. You need 100%. To make sure that your Foot is stomped down in there.
Foot?
Ooh, X-Cloud. Very nice as the smoke fades. And that's going to be a free pathway onto the B bomb site. Zelix still close by. Playing back towards long. The bomb is not picked up. Foot trying to clear out the site before they really fully commit. A bomb into there. Symmetry dodges the flash, controls the spray. Takes Zelix down, and Torzi with the op. Gonna be a hard save. You already got people pushing all around you. Loss from the world. This would be huge to be able to bring into the next round because you look at the money. Anthony, I'm no economist, but I do not think that they have a lot.
Is that financial advice?
Ooh, okay.
I wouldn't do that. That's actually really bad.
He can 1-on-1, but there's still a push coming from the backside, which Torzi is now more than ready for.
Uh-oh.
And money on the side of Foot, just as worse. So all this pushing in will make it a little bit awkward, but at least you still get a round on the board. At least you still get to see that number climb a little bit higher.
Yeah. I mean, you're seeing good calls from Foot at the beginning. The first 30 seconds is fully going the way of the T's by a large margin. Mounds need to, I would hopefully call a pause this round or the next, depending on maybe how this one pans out, but something needs to change. A pace that Foot is setting is something that Mouse, they're not being able to react fast enough or even counter anything. They're giving up site control. They're giving up map space. I mean, I'm like what I'm seeing from Foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's still Mouse adjusting to the matchup at hand, seeing how they want to play this. A great push up from Demon once more. Living up to the namesake. Causing havoc, but Torzi able to put a quick end to his life. The Foot don't want to stop here. Foot still being very aggressive. Ooh. A lucky spray, X-Cloud. Connects to the dome piece of Xerxin. Another player down for Mouse. Still 2 on the bomb side, however. Still a way to try to hold out against this. Both long and short are smoked out. And Torzi answers the tracers through the smoke. Bomb is planted, but a 3-on-3 retake. Very doable situation. You have to let Spinx activate in the back line. Krabeni so close, making noise. AK beats the MP9 out. Difference in damage is everything. Zelix still wants to get into this. Zelix still wants to get aggressive, get curious. The kills will have to come in soon. There is a kid on Torzi. But with so little time left, so nothing to do. Symmetry takes down basically everyone that comes in his way. It's 5-1.
I mean, it's Demon time, dude. He's 3-5 right now, but those 3 kills each round, or the initial openings, I'm pretty sure. At least 2 out of those 3 have.
Impactful 3 kills.
Exactly. And it instantly, like I said it right before the round started, and there's the pause, thankfully, for Mouse. But Demon is just doing what he pleases. Gets a pick, gets space, gets control, all off the back of a single flash. There's not really anybody else particularly following up within a reasonable space to get a trade. It's just he makes the space. He gets the kill, and by that time, the way Mouse have been playing, very kind of loose and disjointed, but it's got control.
We'll see a bit of an investment out from Mouse this time around.
It's kind of actually what you said earlier. Don't let Mouse play their game.
Yeah. No, and I think that's exactly what needed to be done. It being on Ancient, of course, does help as well, as this is
a
bit of a playground for Foot. Mouse still a team that does tend to go for Ancient every once in a while. A missed smoke. Unfortunate. Forgot to jump, and that allows Spinks and Zelix to push down. Pistol SMG find the first 2 kills of the round. Foot, a disastrous start for them. Try to flash back in, try to take the space. Gonna need something, but this allows Mouse to just play back, play super passive, wait for a hit to come out towards the site. Use the numbers advantage.
Feel like that's all Mouse have right now are the numbers advantage, so might as well play it well. At the very least, a little bit over a minute on the clock. Again, bomb scooped up, but not really making a notion or motion towards any particular site just yet, which has kind of been the Foot way. Not committing early on and really just slowly grinding this out, and it's paid in spades thus far. But this round, maybe, finally, Mouse can find something under them, get some money going, and again, the money for Foot hasn't been great. The rounds they've won, they've usually had 1-2 alive, and this
is so important.
Flank is perfectly timed.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to clear out, say that it's only 1 here. Benny will lose his life. I mean, this basically forces the hand. Tease over towards A. Symmetry, at least able to take care of the player, boosted up, but the bomb needs to get down. Smoking a Molotov back towards CT. Allows the space to push up. No one in Donut quite yet. So the bomb, uncontested, will be planted. And Demon waits. He wants to look for this. There's 2 CTs lined up. But he can't go for the swing. He has to play for them to come in. Torji, he doesn't need a rifle. He's got a pistol. That does all the work. And only Symmetry, very low on HP. And Nate does decent onto HR, on a PR. HR.
We're calling HR?
Apparently.
What happened?
2 letters, close enough.
It's true. It's true. Abbreviations. Is it abbreviated for something for him? PR?
PR.
Is that his name?
PR.
All right. We'll stick with that. Actually, that's what we got HLTV for.
PR.
Finally, Mouse find around, and again, get that bomb down, but everyone's around 3K, give or take, a couple hundred here or there, and this might be a Tech 9 armor buy, which would actually play perfectly into their playstyle. I mean, given Demon a Tech 9 armor, I couldn't think of a worst case scenario for Mouse right now. They have to string these rounds together sooner rather than later, but instead, it's actually Kerbeni going for the hero rifle play. Can he make it count?
CT's pushing close to him. Seems like Zelix wants to jump up a spray. Labored but secured. Very important opening kill for the T's right now. The AK switched over to the hand of Jugs. They can bounce this rifle around. Allow the pistols to at least find 1 or 2, at least find a bit of a gap. Much forward positioning from Exertion. The other side of the smoke. T's, I mean, they're going to push into this. Surely Xertion at least gets 1 or 2. He lets all 4 pass.
It's perfect, or maybe it's not.
Pass. Only 1.
But he did the damage, and Nade could literally net him 3 kills right now, Donnie. But will they do it? Will they let the old nades fly? Molly comes in over towards default, holds them off just a little bit longer. 40 seconds left on the clock. They continue to take these drug out fights that are somehow coming in the way of Foot, and it's just down to Spig's last alignment, but he's gone unchecked. He's going to be unscathed. He finds himself one. The rest of the players low on HP. Will they swing simultaneously? He misses the molly, but they might walk into it, and somehow Chugs falls it, gets the trade, and on a round where everything looked to go the way of Mouse, it falls flat.
Man, that's a hold your breath type of moment there. I was getting worried. I saw the swing into the Molotov. Low HP on Chugs. It could have been disastrous.
I was holding my breath when all 4 of them walked past the CT.
Yeah, but
only a
you can't blame
kill.
Xerxin for waiting.
No, he played it correctly. It was
too
just
fast.
the spray was, just a little off.
Utility out towards mid, like always. PR. Already down to 17 points of health. Slow pace from Foot. Very good. A different spread than normal. That's a good thing about Foot's T side. They do like to very often change the way that they're laid out throughout the map. Still results in the same end goal. They're going to push towards mid. 2 stationed there. Symmetry, very nice pick onto PR. Low HP player getting a bit aggressive. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sphinx falls and Donut. A gap being made for the T's to try to make headway.
Oh, the timing here for Demon. Might be able to get one, but a good setup here, and Gerbeni just lays it down and puts down the law and says, this is mine. B-site is again going the way of the T's, leaving just Horsey last alive, and obviously he's not going to want to commit to a 1-on-5, so along with Foot getting a 7th round, they finally get a stable income. Who would have thought?
Very good. Next Cloud. They got the money to go for a little bit of a hunt here. See if they can get towards the off.
Oh.
Ducks down. Eventually, surely goes for the kill. There you go.
I was thinking knife for a second.
Oh, no. Far too risky, but Chugs right in the back to get that rifle straight out of the hands. And as the fist bumps go around, it's a very strong start for Foot. Mao's forced to take their 2nd timeout. And you know what? This is the start that Foot needed, right? Like, I don't think that this is necessarily disastrous for Mao's. I mean...
No, 7-5 could still well happen.
Well, also just the way that Ancient is going. Say it is, hypothetically, it continues in this trend and it is a blowout. You got Nuke next. You're still feeling very comfortable in this series. I think
we collectively agreed there's going to be 3 maps anyway.
Yeah, I think the bigger issue is just going to be how much momentum do you let sway into Foot's corner? How much confidence are you allowed to give them? That is a disgusting shot on the replay. And doing a very good job to force the action elsewhere on the map. Take control. Let the CTs know a grouping is somewhere. Have them try to push out into the B back hall. Just spray them down as soon as they come. Gerbeni back in mid. So Zelix plays it smart this time. Doesn't give up the life, instead pushes into Donut, where we do have a stack up on the A bomb site. Only one towards B, Xerxin. IGL putting the rest of his team in a position to defend a different site. Gerbeni opens it up, doesn't let the 5-7 get the better of him.
I mean...
And they should just know it's an open site now.
When you got your IGL dropping 11 and literally tied for top in the server right now, you got to feel like you're playing right and you're playing good. I mean, you're making the right calls, you're making the right plays. You've yet to doubt your decisions. I mean, you've lost 2 rounds, and that's, was down to like a 1-on-1, 1-on-2 only, and decisive wins, Donnie. It's looking strong. And again, it's going to come into play. How much momentum do you really want to give this squad? And Gerbeni with a little bit of a labored spray. But you know what?
It's fine. It's fine.
It's okay. We didn't need that. He didn't.
There's so much money. Gerbeni's got.
It's actually not that much money
before the round's over.
Yeah, but Expo has like 1 point. Like the round's coming to a close soon. Surely this won't come back to bite them.
Expo has 5K for himself. Everything's okay. A funny team kill.
I feel like we've seen a lot of team kills here.
Happens to the best of us, man.
Usually just happens to me.
Happens to the best of us. Coveted doing very good to make sure the angle is cleared there.
Well, you know, he walked into it, to be all completely honest.
Hey, you know, we're still giving high fives out afterwards.
Oh yeah, no, that's 100%. We're all joking about and laughing about it.
8-2. And a buy back out for Mouse. The op in the hands of Torji. But making their way through mid, a flash in allows Sphinx to jiggle just a little bit, but kills did not fall in favor of Mouse. Instead, the player advantage goes in the hands of Foot once more. Completely segregated all these CTs into separate sides of the map. Torji at least does good to stop Coveted from causing more havoc. But now, Mouse need to worry about the rest of the team trying to make entryway onto the B bomb site. All stacked up, all ready to go. xFloud leading the way for his team. Flashed off, trying to spray. PR, just the perfect angle. Cemetery, too quick on the scope. And Demon, I mean, still, it's absolutely disgusting. It leaves it just to the Opper on the side of Mouse. Torji, although leading the way for his team in kills right now, he would need a task too tall to continue it out. 9-2 start from Foot.
Man, this is quite a showing. Quite a showing indeed for both sides, in good ways and bad ways alike. And the fact that Foot have gained that mid control continuously across all rounds, and not even, they gained full control over mid in the first 30 seconds, but usually net the first kill in the first 15 seconds in mid. It is the fact that Mouse have yet to really actually control it. And here we go in a good switch up, a good read.
A rush comes in, Demon and Coveted both spray. Sphinx does fall down before the site can even be protected at all. Zelix, Molotov burns him out. Noise should have been made.
Ooh.
They know that donut is occupied. Torji trying to play around some smokes. One of the front of the cave is about to fade. CT's pushing in from their spawn to make it a bit awkward, but Demon still very good to find two of his own. Now the only two left. Doof to play from the aforementioned spawned area. PR pushed up in the cave. We'll take a bit of a peek. Too many enemies on his screen to try to take them all out. And it's Torzi, spray as you may, spray as you might. It will all come down. It's time to say goodnight. 10-2, Foot. An exclamation point on this series so far. This is a chance to prove yourself, the real proving ground, against a team that just won a trophy. And sure, you're a map pick, but you could not ask for a better start to the series.
And this is kind of what I was afraid of out of this Mouse roster. Is, you know, like Mike said, I'm a hard man to please, but when a roster's only getting 2 rounds, granted this is Foot's map pick, but this is past just, oh, it's their map pick. You expect them to at least probably have a more viable way of playing said map. This is just dominance in every way. This could quite easily be a 12-0, and it would still feel the same, I feel like.
Well, I mean, if you want to look on the bright side for Mouse, it's not a 12-0.
It's not.
I mean,
and Torzi's doing great.
Yeah, Torzi is doing great, but then you look at everyone else on the team.
If you just hyper-focus on that one man, you're good.
Yeah, but
if you read the bigger
you have
picture,
the question of if Torzi wasn't popping off in this current situation, then where do we lie? Because it's not looking too pretty, but a chance to try to come back into the action. A pistol round 1 here could spell at least a foreseeable comeback, but it does all anchor on this point right now. But they could try to put a very explosive end to this first map. But the stack up's in the wrong spot. Only 2 over towards A. Jugs. Very nice headshot to start it off. xFloud's dual Berettas ring out elsewhere. PR does at least trade back, but the player disadvantage as they get onto the site. Quick with Symmetry in the right spot at the right time. Dual Beretta's not quite landing. Eventually does. And Zershin all by himself. The IGL needs to think of his way out of this. And doubling back towards Donut might be the way to do it. There is no one within mid to try to stop that. So space gathered, a bit of breathing room. Room to wiggle your way around, but going straight into red room where 2 CTs are stacked up. Low HP, Zershin finally gets a kill, but immediately traded back by Coveted. 11 rounds out of 14 played.
GG go nuke.
GG go nuke?
That's where we're at. They lost pistol. That was like kind of their potential to get into this. And I mean, kind of like we were saying before, Torzi's doing good. So like it leads you, at least he might have some confidence bringing that op over to Nuke, which is going to be a key piece of where they can kind of fend off this map too. And, you know, hopefully you actually knife your teammates. That's always a little pokey poke.
Well, you know what happens.
Yeah, just having fun, which is good. You can tell they're having fun. It's always fun when you win.
Mouse stuck below the elbow smoke. A very, very aggressive presence from Jugs. Xcloud falls off of a flash. Xertion at least has a bit of control towards Catwalk, but can't quite go anywhere from there. These want to look their way through mid. Foot plays off. You don't want to play the closer angles against the pistols. Don't want to play anything that could potentially just lead to you getting overran. A lot of pressure could be on Jugs soon unless they decide to go towards Catwalk.
Well, it does seem like Catwalk will be the play. Demon, perfect position, perfect weapon for the Zac scenario. Gerbeni going to maybe play a little bit of bait and switch here. Or maybe he's going to hold off towards ramp. But now he's going to about face here. Turney moves one down, but Demon can somehow only find one. It's all trades across the board as everything kind of comes to a close. It is going to be a 2-on-2 retake with a good nade, and Spinks just barely getting out of it. PR swings in, finds one of his own. It's down to just Jugs last alive, and PR finding 3 in the round. And Mal's not dead yet. They're not out of it. It's just a long, grueling mountain to climb.
Well, I mean, that's a great way to get into it. You know, winning the pistol round and then losing the second, especially on the CT side,
hurts.
Very, very damaging towards the economy. So Mouse do have some space to try to worm their way back into the map. Not saying it'll be an easy task by any means, but it is a task nonetheless that could come to fruition. A lot of utility wasted out towards outside B. None of it really landing the mark. Now set play towards B. It's exactly where they want to go. The stack up is here. 4 players close by. Demons 5-7, not quite able to connect. Xcloud only good for 1. The T's, without much resistance at all, have officially stomped their way up the ramp onto the B-bomb site, and it leaves Jugs to save. Take the Deagle, take the armor into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, Xcloud getting at least 1. You know, something you expect a little bit of a stack there to get a little more, but, you know, plenty of rounds still to go, but Mal's building up maybe some confidence, maybe taking a page out of what Foot were doing to them and speeding it up, catching them off guard a little bit, taking that early space, denying access, kind of just going down the checklist of how they can start making this one, at the very least, a competitive scoreline.
On the bright side, that full save, waiting that time, a lot of time to talk out with your team, the expectations of what to come in the next few rounds. Since the force in the previous, early Foot don't reinvest once more. A hectic way onto the bomb site, but easy nonetheless for Mouse.
They are stepping up.
Yeah, that's kind of the point that Mouse was missing in most of this matchup so far, was just no one there as a second frag to Torji. Now Xertion, 11 and 12 PR, at least made their way to almost double digits. Almost a spray through the wall, not quite fully being able to finish off the opposition. Once again, full stack towards B. This time all 5.
Well, it is just USBs this time around. And a Deagle, sorry, on Jugs. But that's really all we're going to see here. And maybe Mouse don't commit to it. The utility's committed thus far, but they're still looking like they're feeling it out just a little bit, committing a little bit of space and a little bit of body to it. The minute on the clock, plenty of time to turn around once they see few, but it is going to be, of course, Torji finds one of his own as the USBs come rolling down ramp. Actually find 2. A little bit chaotic for a split second, and Demon lands a dink, but couldn't quite get the kill. Mouse now have 3 in a row. They've got some money left in the bank here. can't keep losing bodies towards. He still have plenty of money left over to buy this op. 8 gates for the rest. Utility are aplenty. While Foot, on the other hand, coming up a little short in some of the utility.
And one of the key times that the difference in ammo between the A1 and an AK or an A4 comes into play. A4 didn't have enough bullets. Foot was able to get a kill or two with the player that saved it over from the previous. But now we get back into the real action, the real meat and potatoes, the real importance of this matchup. A buy up for both teams. Foot a little bit worse for wear, no op. Forzy, we have to see if that form continues from the first half, because that could definitely be a driving force. And Mouse do fully commit and are able to come back into this.
Kerbeni playing a dangerous game here of who can spam who first, and he's taking a little bit more than he's ever liked to receive. Down to 34 HP. He backpedals, gives up as he's the solo body on B right now. Everyone else kind of hyper-focused and hyper-fixated on that mid-area, playing a 1-3-1 setup. Pretty common, but when you're kind of potentially facing down the barrel of 4 Ts, potentially walking out utility with no utility, actually, it becomes a little more scary because you don't know what you're going to lock it, which is exactly what's going to happen. And they just methodically clear the site.
Yeah, perfect entries onto the site. Timing couldn't have been worse. 4 Foot there to try to go for the peaks, try to clear the site back out. Although, 3v2 all of a sudden. Assumed the save was coming through, and it should still, as the positioning's just not there to go for the retake. Also, no kit in play means that there's no way in hell you can get there in time. But rifle's off the hand of the T's. At least this made it feel a little bit more interesting for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, long term, again, still rounds to play with. They still have a 5-round lead. Hopefully taking away some of these bodies and chip away at that economy. But you did say earlier, it may look like a landslide, but hopefully once those sides flip, the Mals find some comfort on the T side, you know, with that space, the aggression, it definitely plays a little more to their style, where now Foot are kind of backpedaling a little bit. They had that confidence. They had everything going their way, and now Mouse are starting to force Foot to play to their tempo.
Well, timeout taken for Foot. Think about how they want to go around this buy. Drops could go over. Cyclone a bit of time to talk to his team. Very talented mind in himself. But as the timeout comes to an end, it does seem that Foot do commit to the buyback, do allow themselves a bit of space for utility. Again, the timing on the push out onto the side and trying to re-clear back in through short and long, it just did not work in Foot's favor at all. Mouse was in perfect positions for that exact moment. And now they're stuck with 2 MP9s on their side, but don't count it out. Definitely some cheeky positions you can get in there with those. And a lot of aggression in the mid. Demon continues to be an impactful player. 2 down with the SMG over towards mid, and they can see the space. They fall back. You have the player advantage now. Not quite able to upgrade either of the SMGs, but it's fine. It's good. You have a bit of space to work with now. Oh, and look at this. Straight back to the aggression. I'm going to push through A main. Doesn't choose to push anymore. PR gets killed. Over towards the caves. That will send the bomb scrambling back towards the B bomb site. This Demon's cleared out. Demon knows what's up. He'll be able to easily call it over to his teammates as they face utility from above. No commitment yet.
Mal's really, really playing this one slow, waiting for that smoke to fade. And now they get the green light to go ahead and take the site. Xertion leading this charge up, takes the first fight. Symmetry finds the quick kill, maybe a little bit more. Oh, actually, Juke defied it. Oh, that
clean.
That is what happens when you have a solid teammate watching your back. He can just focus on what's in front of him right there, not worry about what else is going on around him, and adjust where needed. I don't think there's really much a single point of damage going across there. And that, we are on to map point 12-6 now. Back to a 6-round lead.
Last time out, taking 4 Maus. Definitely needed here. Again, only 6 rounds. It's not anything that has never happened before. It's not anything that would be unprecedented, but it's definitely something that I don't know if Maus would be comfortable enough in this situation to be able to fully fulfill. You know, they looked good early on. A lot of it came down to the economical control. Demon doing so good to just take that space. Symmetry in the end.
What a solid hold.
3 beautiful shots.
But if you're Maus, are you happy with 6 rounds, really? I mean, granted, it's not your map pick, but are you going like, all right, we could have done better, but it was all right?
I don't think they're thinking about it that way. I think they're just thinking about it as map 1, you know? You'd be happier if you won map 1. If you lose map 1, that's why there's map 2.
And the map 2, they are damn good on as well. And
can't focus on that yet, though. We still got more of this to play, because Torzy wants to open it up. Jug straights back with a swing out from the caves. Not quite able to land the mark. Demon, so aggressive, up an elbow, always able to capitalize on that positioning. And nade goes out to the bomb carrier. Xerxes brought down to 60. Both players fall back. Xcloud gets the spray onto the Opper, and it leaves just the IGL. If there was ever a time to use your brain, it'd be right now. Completely slipped the defenses. This is the opening that is needed. Xcloud going to be very loud about this rotate over.
Oh, don't kill him. Let him go by.
That's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, this is perfect. This is beautiful. You at least have the clear on the player that you know was playing the backside. And he should know that, too. We're pushed up through mid, as plenty of sound was made earlier on. That's exactly what I was talking about. Using the brain, fake over to A, rotate back into B. You're still at the disadvantage. You still have 2 enemies to try to deal with, but at least you're getting more time on that bomb going down.
If he had a single molly or smoke, he'd be in such a better position, but he actually catches the timing, and he might have a backstab. He actually readjusts, turns around, takes position on ramp, lets them tap it once. And this is just a full stick.
He's not going to swing it. It's not planted for him.
He just completely negates the position. He even had a molly picked up. And what a way to lose map 1. Everything was going good. The brain was just churning in the right direction until the last 10 seconds.
He planted for himself. Completely different situation.
Completely different situation, perhaps, but Xerxes trying to outbrain him, trying to fool him, trying to trick him, and all he fooled was himself. As the old adage goes, pros don't fake.
Never.
Except when they do. Nicely done from Foot, though. Commanding map, I think, overall. Complete picture, right? Maus managed to rally a little bit at the end there, but the reality is if we're looking at that as complete picture, that was a stomping.
Yeah, no, I think even with the Maus rally back once they switched over to the T side, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's early on in the round. You're adjusting to the side switch and everything, and Foot, I mean, that's the best way you can open up the series.
Oh, sure.
You're heading into Nuke next. You need this type of confidence on your map pick to try to battle back into map 2 and try to keep this series as short as possible.
I think that last round was a nice typifier for what we expect out of Foot on the CT side, going ballsy out of the cave fight, right? Just throwing bodies into it, saying, you know what, we'll go pound for pound, swing for swing, and then dueling your way into a massive advantage. I mean, the fact that Xerxes even made it close was remarkable.
It's true, and I mean, hats off to him for giving it a good try up until the very end there, but it really, I think, comes down to Kerbeni just making the right calls. Early on, I was a little concerned. It seemed like they were playing a little slow, maybe thinking a little too hard about it. They had site control, then they'd walk away, then they'd go, maybe we go back, and we've seen a round or two go the way of Maus, but then they're like, why are we thinking? Just go. Demon, just go, dude. Just get space and do something. And that's what happened, and that's what stuck. It was just the basics. Win the fights in mid, and we win.
That helps. That is ancient at the end of the day. If you control mid, it is very hard for the other team to do much of anything about it. Really some nice space manipulation as well coming through from Foot, especially in that first half, right? Just a couple rounds where they catch Maus in rotation or they catch them out of place. And, hey, for the individuals as well, sharp, right?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, that's not necessarily the biggest factor to winning, but definitely...
it helps.
Yeah, that's when you have every player on your team firing on all cylinders, and then you have a Maus lineup that really only saw Torzy compete in most of that map. Sure, there was a bit of a comeback from Xerxes and PR towards the end of the game, towards that second half, but it's too late at that point. You're still having a Foot team that's not taking their foot off the pedal, and you have a Mouse team that just started up the car.
Well, we'll see if the car has a little bit more gas in it for the next map, right? That'll be the question that we'll need to answer. But for now, very disappointing for Mouse. Let's be real. Players that we're looking at to light the way. PR, very quiet start to that. Spinks, the MVP of the last tournament, not really having his impact felt at all. Just kind of neutered entirely.
Yeah, and you yelled at me for not being happy enough with Mouse, and here I am, still not happy. But Torzy,
this time they give you reason.
At least I'm happy with him. It gives me a lot of hope for map 2, where he can kind of open himself up a lot more to the Oppo nuke. You got a little more versatility. You can probably control outside, or at least attempt to. But the way Foot's been playing aggressively, I don't know. Maybe outside might be a rocky area for them to try to test with consistently.
94 ADR is crazy.
It's kind of astonishing that they were getting beat down that badly and Torzy was contributing, right? I mean, despite that you're getting your teeth kicked in, that's not a good sign. You do need a little bit more around Torzy to make this a complete picture here.
I mean, I do think that at least opens the door towards the conversation for map 2, past the fact of being nuked. You do have someone that's already online, already firing very sharply. All you just need is a bit of a break, a bit of a mental reset, have other people step up, and I'm sure Mounts will be fine on map 2.
Well, we'll see if they can get that break. We're going to take one ourselves. We'll be right back with Nuke after this.
Avli, I need you to cover the STC arena today.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
Why?
Because I have no interest in doing that.
Come on, we need you over there.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to the beach just really quick, and if the games are still going on by the time I get back, I'll say a couple words.
The beach is 5 hours from here. I wish Avli cared about esports more than anything in the world.
That's a candy bar.
It's worth a shot. Duh! Avli, what are you doing?
I'm here for EWC. I love esports.
More than anything in the world? So you can cover STC Arena?
I'm gonna cover it all.
That's great. Well, let's get you over
I
now.
want a key.
No, you can't have a key. Keys are only for clubs. Yeah, okay. We'll figure out your key.
Great, let's go!
Okay. Avli, I just want to say you're doing a phenomenal job. Everyone's really excited about your work.
I just love esports so much.
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask about getting you a raise because you deserve it.
I don't need a raise. I have my key.
How did you... Can I see that?
Mm-hmm.
Avli, did you take this from somebody?
No. No. No, no,
Okay.
no, no,
Okay.
no, 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 don't do that! We were having such a nice tournament! Why does it matter? We were having such a nice tournament!
Okay, it's your key. It's your key. Probably would have got crushed anyway.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Let's see. Hey man, can you drop me a P250 or a grenade?
Yeah, drop some pistols, bro.
Maybe drop nades and we push long. Man, what are you doing? We need to eco. Don't worry, I've got this. No, guys, please. I'll drop you next round.
Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, or at least your head does. Let's set the stage here. We've got a nuke that's coming up here. For MOUZ, this has been a strong piece. It was a strong piece on their run at Bounty. It's been a good map for them for a while. For Foot, the last time they played it was in Cologne against this MOUZ team, or at least a very similar MOUZ team, and that one ended up at 13-10 in MOUZ's favor.
And it's interesting, right? Because you're looking at this prospect because MOUZ, I mean, in all honesty, fell pretty flat in map 1. I don't think it's kind of hard to see that the game was not working the way they want to. And if this is one of their most comfortable maps, and they're going against a team that doesn't really show their hand on it very often, a team that played it close to them at a major not too long ago, I mean, that kind of spells potential for Foot to try to make this a quick series.
Certainly for MOUZ, they're going to be looking to show a better face early on here, right? Talking to some of the individuals, hoping that they can get something going, maybe in a pistol round, just to put the thoughts of Ancient behind them.
I mean, you have to, unless you're Torzy. Torzy just keep that same thought process of doing the best. And,
doing the best.
I mean, he did by a large margin on the team. I mean, the rest of the team had some resurgent, like Donnie said earlier, but of a marginal and not really much of an impactful way. Now you can kind of carry that energy over, maybe that, hey, we're not done, we're not out. We still got one of our best maps, if not the best maps, to still go. This is it. I still think there's going to be a map 3, though. I'm not fully sold.
I do have one slight issue, though.
Okay.
Would you describe MOUZ as being one of the teams with the strongest mentals? Because that's going to play a factor into this.
Historically, I would not, but this is a new MOUZ. This is a new look. They've got shiny jerseys on, and they have new leadership. Xerxan setting his mark on this team, so maybe, just maybe, they'll have new resolve as well. Cyclone's certainly going to be hoping for that to be the case as he surveys his young team, as he looks over the shoulder of his newest returned son. He's looking at PR, is what I'm saying here, and I think they want to get a lot more out of PR here on Nuke.
And they need to get a lot more out of PR. I mean, again, he had a little bit of a comeback there towards the end, but still well under a positive margin by really any means. At the end of the day, you know, 11-15 with a rating of 0.89, the impact wasn't there. So what kills he did have wasn't quite there.
We'll find out what they can do this time around. We head to Nuke, and Foot will be looking to put this away in 2-0 fashion, move straight into the playoffs, and worry never more. Gentlemen, take us through this map of Counter-Strike.
An explosive map 2, we shall say. We shall see how it decides to pan out because, as our dear friend Mike just said, a chance at playoffs, a chance to go straight to the round of 16. Not worried about that lower bracket at all, but a map that MOUZ comfortable on, efficient on, effective on, and one that they won't just keel over and die. They know how to manipulate this map in the exact way that they want, but maybe Foot manipulates them into the exact play that they want. Symmetry, dual Berettas, touring out early on, still one in the back line, X-Floud, everyone falling to the ground. It's only up to Spinks, a former MVP in himself, but a 1v3, an ace needed as soon as the clock starts ticking already. MOUZ, honestly, decimated.
Dude, I said I have hope for MOUZ, and there will be a map 3, and I do. In my heart of hearts, I think there will be a map 3, but the way I feel
switch
like
up now. You can't switch up.
I can't. There's an asterisk next to everything I say anyway, so I can backpedal whenever I choose to, Donnie. You're not able to control me, okay? I'm my own man with my own thoughts. My thoughts are Kerbeni's just reading them, and he's done such good work. This is a predictable outcome. I feel like map choice-wise when it comes to Nuke, that he's prepped for this, and we saw what leadership brings on map 1. I can't imagine he's just going to let it fall flat.
And I think that that's the most important part about Foot not really playing this map too often. It's something that they will go to if it needs to be done, but there's not a lot to study off of this. And there's nothing to study off of this with a new player on the team.
This leads me to the question, should MOUZ have used Cash?
Hey, hey, we're not the analysts, we're not the coach, we're not the IGLs, we're just here, man.
We're kind of an analyst.
Well, I meant the team analyst. Okay, you know what? Fair point, fair point. Pistols out. It is only 2 upgraded. It should be a bit of a firing range for the CTs, although Kerbeni does take a bit of damage. Symmetry, great control with that spray. And the pistol cleans it out. 2-0, very easy round. Nothing to really go against there. But now you have the real test. Now you have the AKs coming out. Now you have the chance for MOUZ to kind of set the conditioning of how they want this T side to work, how they want the map to flow in their direction. But who on MOUZ is going to step up? Who is going to be the one to be able to put the numbers on the board? Sure, we know that Torji is online today. We don't have to keep repeating that factor. He did all right with other weaponry as well. I mean, the op is obviously is the op. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he could be limited to just that, then you limit one of the key factors of round success from the rounds prior out of it. Do I think, you know, anybody like Spinks or PR can step up? Yeah. Will they? I don't know.
2 CTs out close towards red. Smoke to fade in a moment. I'm not sure if they're going to be too ready for this position. A risky play from Foot early on, but something that could end up in spades. The bomb is there. Delix already finds one, and Krebeni, an AK in his hand. Maybe he gets that kill, but the M4, the dink, it's not going to be enough. Foot now in a disastrous position. In low HP on 2 of the players, but down 2, losing all your control. Jukes drops down as Secret now has to be worried about. The T's do backpedal all the way towards lobby, all the way towards the top of T roof. Round that could still end anywhere.
I mean, you got Demon on SMG. We've seen the plays he can make with that thing. Will he? Xflow in a good position, might have found his way between 2 unless PR finds a timing on the peak here, or he gets backstabbed, and he will. So what maybe little concern I had in the round now slowly starting to dwindle down a little bit.
I mean, surely
here.
Demon doesn't get more than 1, maybe 2 here.
Yeah,
could be very easy. MP9 gonna get tested soon. Bomb goes down, but that's all she wrote. That's the only one, and Jugs, doesn't really matter how good you played previously. This is a tall task. That's a lot of damage onto Spinks, though. And there is a kit in play. Nade goes down, almost brings him out. But look at the HP. 9 on Torji, 15 on Spinks. All he has to do is try to segregate the fights, but I think he makes the correct decision. He falls back. What could have been, if only the HP was known, only there was a way to really tell what was going on.
Bomb easily can get 2 here, which would just devastate what little economy is left for MOUZ as well.
They're smart about it. They'll get out in time. Very important time for MOUZ to stab back. You know, you don't want to lose control of the game early on like you did previously. You want to make sure that early into your T side, you're at least working with something. You're at least working with something that is favorable in any way. Much unlike the first half of Ancient.
That was
some would say unfavorable.
It was very unfavorable.
Yeah, some would say that.
But that was a free round for Foot. They will gladly, you know, take that one on the chin. Might be according to plan because now Symmetry, he's got himself a nice little op. So now that space that has been gained outside might now be negated.
He's bringing out
Big Green.
He goes ramp.
He does. He does.
And that's one of the best parts about Symmetry as a young opper. Very willing to be mobile, very willing to be able to move around, play different parts of the map. And that's something that's so important for Nuke, is to just be able to basically float all the way from ramp, up in heaven, down in lockers. Just be able to play your hand really wherever you want.
Well,
Spinks brought down low already.
They're playing the hand of back to outside we go, and it's going to be a split onto the A side. Xflow getting Might out of position, but might have a good read here on Spinks. If he chooses to walk it, he's going to hold position, but he's going to get flanked from behind. But PR just missed the timing, and Jugs actually from above finds the kill as Zershin swings out towards ramp, but he's very cautious. This might be a wrap towards heaven to get some extra space, but Krebeni, he's in the head. He knows already what you're doing. It's down to Spinks, and Torzi last alive. 2 on 5. Somehow, they're still 5 alive.
That was some insane movement to get out of that position. That was some insane movement to keep yourself alive and keep the 5 players up on your team. Krebeni spots out one more. Playing down towards Hell. Circles back into ramp room. 20 seconds left. You have to imagine the saves coming in. I mean, Spinks is all the way back into T-spawn.
They look comfortable.
Foot?
No, the dead bodies.
Oh, well. I would say Foot also looks quite comfortable. I would say Foot is doing what needs to be done. Early days in Nuke. We know that, but right now I feel like it's a mix of just letting your individuals shine, letting the they do look quite comfy, letting the individuals play the way they want to, take the gunfights that they want to, but also not allowing MOUZ to really breathe. That's kind of the story of this matchup for me, is that MOUZ,
you said it in the very beginning,
has not had a chance to combat against the type of plays that Foot's going for, whether it be aggressive or whether it just be very smart in terms of how they're flowing around the map. Benny doing a great job to lead his team right now, and I mean the entire team doing a great job at shooting the other people.
That's hopefully how it goes. And MOUZ, again, deciding early on a pause is required to gather themselves, which, again, good call before things start slipping further down that slippery slope of failure. And I don't think we're going to see a failure. I think there's going to be some bite back here from MOUZ, whether it's going to be a round or two, hopefully more than that for them.
There needs to be a bite back. This is qualifications for playoffs of what is the biggest prize pool we have in our beautiful little game. And not to mention a $75 million team prize pool that is throughout the entirety of EWC. 2 million designated towards.
I don't know where Foot and MOUZ fall on that overall org leaderboard, though.
That's something that we can look up afterwards, because I know they're not, you know, in the top contention. There are a few teams here that are definitely fighting for that. And you look at the likes of Falcons, you look at the likes of Vitality.
I think even Gladiators were up there.
Well, they're not here, are they?
No.
No,
they're not.
Red control, and Aid blows it open perfectly. Krabeni not able to get the better of it, but at least has information that the T's did have an idea to cross, and now they will, as the raining down of Hellfire is stopped. ER just down towards the vent. Completely slips by Xcloud. That's actually an impeccable timing for him. He will have to be loud to get out of this position, however. None of his teammates in a position to try to break the glass elsewhere to cover the noise. And Krabeni, a good spray to open up the round. Zelix goes. Spinks not able to get any sort of timing on Xcloud. Torgy, position unknown, comes around with the Galil, misses the spray. Oh, wow. That's painful. And then Symmetry more than ready for PR. It's collapsed for MOUZ. It doesn't matter the good map positioning they have.
PR, his position would have been great. He just needed to play distraction. If he broke glass, made some noise, brought the eyes over towards site, would have gave his teammates plenty of space to come down Secret, but instead, Secret makes contact instead of PR. It's a little backwards, a little bit maybe falter, and look at that.
I mean, and it wasn't necessarily even the best buy for MOUZ. I don't think that's the reason why that round was so impactful. It's just the reason that MOUZ got stopped in every place that they had. You know, you think you have a timing.
2 rounds, 0 kills.
You think you have the timing towards U-Haul, towards that bottom of ramp, and just, no. It's completely shut out. Foot are playing so smart right now. They know how MOUZ want to go.
This is what I was saying about the brain of Krabeni right now. He's so ahead of everything. He's reading it perfectly, and he's reacting even better. Xcloud in a great position. He just had to stay alive, and that's what he did. Got the kills, and now Symmetry firing off a shot finds one. Xcloud finds himself one this round at the very least, as he's climbing and scaling that leaderboard. Now 6-1. Krabeni, of course, he's always good for something, if not just the brain. He's good for the guns as well. And finally, Sphinx breaks the floodgates open, and they get a kill.
At least find one in the round. He dances around the arm, but ooh, Nade will send him sky high.
He dislocated his shoulder on landing.
I think he did more than dislocate his shoulder.
Probably, yeah.
I think he died. To be honest with you.
And I mean, we're saying, I was kind of hoping, Torgy kept that same energy from map 1, even though it was a little bit, it was a glimmer of hope, and he currently is being held to a 1-4. Torsion 0-6, and PR still quiet, a 1-5. I
mean, it's still early days, right?
It is.
The fact that Xerxin hasn't found any impact yet, that is troublesome. He's been such a big part in this team and getting, the recent wins that they have, he's been putting up incredible numbers. And there is kind of a question mark about what happens if Xerxin's performance falls off because he's taken up the mantle of IGL. Beautiful timing, almost 2 for Krabeni, but traded back.
Demon, he's so slippery. And I think he's going to go unchecked. Or at least now, I mean, PR is kind of still weary. They are still just concerned about what may be, and rightfully so. Demon lurking around, and you know, he may not have all the kills in the world across these last maps, but it has been the impact. While Expo makes his way up through Secret, and there we go. He springs the trap, finds one as he swings up. Expo finds the other. Torzy at least has a retortment, but it's so mute right now. It's a 2-on-2. What can he do?
It's a 2-on-2, but space taken back towards A. Spinks goes down the vent. Heard the door open. So knows a player is nearby. Not exactly sure where the exact location is. This is perfect for Spinks. This is perfect timing. You're not even going to have to worry about the gunfight. So as I say that, very loud, Symmetry is back down with the op. Molotov goes out. Here's the double doors open. Will he swing into the window? Will he clear it out first? Pulls his knife out. Not going to get away with that here, my friend. And now he leaves it all up to xFloud, the newest player on the team. But someone well wise above his years. That's already the first conversion. A spray through the window, not able to land. Smoke down to the bomb. Molotov towards double.
Oh, no.
No tap on it, no kit. Not going to be stuck. Spink tries to swing. Up top, the spray comes in, and xFloud does not stop. Puts the period on the round. Puts the capitalization in front of Foot. And that's 6-1, my friend. Even when Mouse have things go their way, again, it crumbles down.
It's just so damn good. Every round from this has purpose. Every kill, every death even has purpose. And that's what we're seeing out of Foot, which is the polar opposite of what Mouse are bringing. It is just nothing.
And it's crazy because that's honestly the first mistake I can really remember from a player on Foot right now was just Symmetry walking down with his knife after the smoke goes down, after the bomb gets tapped. That's the first time this entire series I could be like, okay, a player, you know, had a lapse of judgment in the moment, didn't think about the potential positioning of the other players. And still, it rocks up in Foot's favor. Still, xFloud 10-1.
Ooh, that's the sign of an upcoming team that has such great potential is, I screwed up. Something happened. I might have cost us the round. No, it's okay. We have insert a name from this team. We're good.
Spin a wheel.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, like, Demon's Life, he's probably playing an angle where he gets 2 for no reason. It's Kerbenny, he's just him. He does it.
Well, fast push towards A is how Mouse want to go. It is immediately stopped out. Plenty of utility to stop that push. PR on top of main. Has it. Timing does take advantage of it. And xFloud forced to swing around. Doesn't see the drop in front of him. Somehow still readjusts on the angle. I thought a kill onto the player going Secret as well, but not quite. Not quite there in time. Symmetry. That is a miss. That is an angle he has to fall off of. Demon at least able to cover his 6 for a moment. And a 3-on-3 bomb comfortably in ramp room. A chance for Mouse to do a lot of motion here. A chance of Mouse to really go anywhere they like. Symmetry hears the noises coming all around him. Somehow avoids all of it. Misses the shot narrowly. And now xFloud and Jugs, it puts them in a 3v2. Puts them in a chance once more to try to have to retake this B-bomb site.
Surely this is a round for Mouse. They're in good post-plant positions. They got the op still kicking around towards. He's got the space. He's in back reactor now. He's got plant. Ooh, the molly actually falls down. Torzy finds one. xFloat out, and that was the real concerning factor. If xFloat's up. But now it is a second round, but only a second round here for Mouse. Still down 4. And that round, that extra little bit of speed mixed in with a little bit of missed op shots from Symmetry. Granted, you can't hit them all, but I was expecting at least one.
Really got an xFloud to find a kill outside there, but this is a form that Mouse needs to continue. A timeout taken for a Foot just to talk about the previous situation, where to go, what to do. But Mouse, at the end of the day, I mean, again, it's the same story as the last map. Not out of the half, not out of the map.
This feels like Ancient, though.
I mean, because it's such a dominant 6-2. You know, it's not necessarily a 6-2 where we go, you know, Mouse is getting unlucky with the individual gunfights. They're losing the trade opportunities. They're losing the 1v1s. it's Mao's just not prepared for any of this.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at Torsion alone. 0-8. Still, we're around 9.
You mean Xerxin? You said
Xerxin. I did. He's got some kills. Xerxin, I'm baffled. I really am. I mean, Mouse are playing at such a subpar standard that we wouldn't expect from them. I wasn't expecting this at all. Granted, if you're a Foot fan, you are ecstatic right now.
Yeah, people who love Foot are definitely up in arms right now.
You love Foot.
Speaks over in the lobby.
I got the joke. Don't worry about it. Well, it is going to be Kerbeni down towards Secret. He's yet to be around here. He sprung a trap once or twice from this position.
Nice. I mean, just perfect.
Yeah.
Able to fall back immediately off of it, get the Molotov down as well.
He's making that space. Torzy, though, at least with a little bit of a retortion as Kerbeni out of it. But now can IGL from the death screen and micromanage his players.
Speaking of IGL, that's a very good shot for Xerxin. First one on the board immediately. Trade it back, though. PR is in an aggressive position, not quite ready on the size of Foot to deal with that quite yet. This B-bomb site is where the success of Mao's has been able to take place. They've at least been able to get the bomb down, fight for the chance to get the round win. 50-50 chance as the time being. History does tell us anything. Orgy stationed up with that op, able to get a quick readjustment. Moves down, and now a 2v2. When will it activate? When is the timing right? You have to start to get a move on. Demon the only one with a kit. Bomb over halfway ticked. No player in towards Squeaky Door. Taps the bomb once. Not holding it. The op comes out. How does Torzy hit that? PR. Perfectly timed backstab. And that's what Mao's need. That's the type of movement and motivation that they need to continue to flow with. Break down that economy step by step. Take every little bit that Foot will give you.
Finally, maybe the lights shining through the clouds. Maybe a break in the storm, at least in the relentless force that is Foot right now. Mouse finding something here. Whether it's small or large, they'll take it. Only down 3 now as we're coming into the 10th round, getting close to the end of this first half. Maybe even the end of this match if things really go awry.
Very slow start for Mouse. Not going for the quick outside control that been conditioned. Instead, a lot towards ramp, a lot of energy that Demon feels coming towards him. He pushes him out. Can't carry on through those fire and flames. Instead, he retreats, he tucks tail. Still a bit curious, but ramp control given up. What a shot from Zelix. Absolute precision point shot. This opens space up for the team to try to go down ramp. Kerbeni at least able to trade back. It doesn't stop the fact that B site only has 2 players defending it. Demon burned out, does get spotted, not having any shots hit him, however. Edgeloud not cleared out at first. It's a shooting gallery for both of these teams. That leaves us once more into a 2-on-2 on the B bomb site, but this time around, look how low Spinks is. Look how low Spinks is. He's the only one left as well. It's all up to him if he wants anything to do with this. Tucked up top behind the rafters, a beautifully timed double swing. Absolute perfection. Astounding work from Foot once more. Continue to push forward and onwards. Continue to try to lift up what is the prospect of playoffs. What is the prospect of, at the end of the day, an upset. I mean, you told us it was going to be one of the best games we had today, and I think even so, if it is a Foot in a dominating fashion, the excitement that this game has brought has been very much so up there.
You may not be excited about the performance right here from Owls, but you're excited for the future of Foot right now.
Excited by the prospect of what this matchup means.
Yeah, and it means a lot. We're seeing the confidence, the energy, just kind of Foot having a good time and being vocal about it. We're seeing rounds, that round exactly, you know, we saw them get loud, which is good. You need a team that's maybe at some point or another, obviously not today, maybe struggling a little bit trying to find their way, and they are just in it. And I can't speak enough about what Kerbeni is really bringing right now.
No, I mean, he's great timing with his pushes, great just control of the map where he is.
His awareness is the best.
I do think that a 4th round for Mouse here would definitely put them in a comfortable spot. You know?
Yeah, pistol rounds turns this around.
I think 3 is still doable. Like, I don't think this matchup is over by any means, but
famous saying, one's all you need.
Yeah, 4 would really get them in the comfort zone, but xCloud has no plans to allow that to happen. No plans at all. Kerbeni, as you said, always present, a looming force that cannot be reckoned with.
Wow.
Torji, I mean, great timing on the swing.
And
Bullets
there we
just
go.
don't hit in the right place, though. PR, Spinks, both low. Both in the middle of nowhere. Both with nothing to do except maybe use what little time you have in this round to talk it out with Mouse. Use it as a de facto timeout.
The old French timeout?
Well, I mean, it's a little too late for the old French timeout. I don't know if you realize this. Everyone on their team has unfortunately perished. It's only Spinks, and hey, Spinks still
to be
impactful.
honest with you, Foot's money, not great. This, you know, even if Spinks loses the round, if he gets another kill, maybe even 2, maybe all of them, honestly,
it would make it a bit uncomfortable. You know, it's not like they still have to look towards that long-term economy control because the next round is the final round. But if you can just prevent any sort of utility coming out, anything like that.
MP9s, one of the few rounds Mal's got were when they held Foot to,
That's
you know,
true.
a pair of rifles and MP9s.
And Demon's on 0 altogether. So
Exactly. And, I mean, if you take Symmetry's op out of the factor, and, you know, I mean, Symmetry hasn't had the most impact with that op thus far on ramp, but outside he's definitely been a pretty solid focal point between him and Kerbeni. That kind of tag team outside has locked it down. So then at that point, you know they're probably on a lesser buy. You just go back to what works. Go back towards ramp. I mean, I don't even think we really saw much of a quick A. Even throw that in the spanners at this point.
Someone's got to teach Spinks not to stare at the sun. Counter-terrorists win. Really bad for your eyes.
I was looking at it to see if that was accurate. I'm not going to lie.
All right, so last round of the half. Big picture here. Porte is looking dominant. Mouse, debatably, haven't really looked present. I mean, I don't think there's kind of another way to word it. Mouse, individual pieces light up, sure. Spinks is actually having a pretty good game this time around. Torji still doing what he does, but Xerxin, 1-11 at this point. Zelix,
You expect
3-10.
so much more.
I mean, PR, given the situation of the match, isn't playing terribly. But you at least need one more of those key 3 to have some sort of step up.
Well, maybe these SMGs and MAC-10 mix can get that space and required kills on Demon. Someone, again, we've not really spoken the most of, but again, the impact has been there for this man. Outlines off, and Demon might be offline after this one, as he suspect to get run down, but he's going to backpedal, give up that space because he's got backing. He's got the leg off, but can't get much more. Spray comes in from Demon. He's net positive now.
Smoke goes down. Space taken for the T's, so although losing a player, at least you have some sort of control somewhere. Xerxin also lifting down the ramp. xCloud caught out. Headshot from the Tech 9 will always be a dangerous opposition. And now it's Symmetry's time to shine. Knows a player below him, knows 2 in front of him. He doesn't know what to do. The 5-7 was out, but 5-7 couldn't be impactful in this situation. Kerbeni, a perfect timing. The door opens, a spray with the M4, and now such low HP. Once more on these players. Spinks, he's the only one left. The timing isn't there. Somehow gets a 180 kill. So at least it brings it back a little bit closer. But still so far away, still such little time. 15 seconds left, he has to get the bomb. He needs to try to get planted, double doors open, delay him for a moment, and the spray is beautiful. Sends him sinking down. It's another 9-3 half for Foot. It's another dominant performance from Foot, and this is a Foot that do look to stamp themselves as a playoff-bound team.
They got more than just a foot in the door. They have a whole leg at this point. They are looking strong, and they are looking untouchable in a lot of these upper-end teams that we look at and we're like, you're a contender, you have the ability to make these long runs. Foot, you know, was like, okay, if they can get past Mouse, we'll see. Benny, that timing again, man. He's so on point. How do you turn that off? How do you make a man just miss his timing?
There you go. The juxtaposition of man, a slap to the headphones, and then a nice belch out. Oh, it does come down once more to the pistol. It does come down to if Maus do have some sort of pathing back into this game. I mean, it could be just very similar to the first map, although the sides have switched, and Demon definitely hasn't switched off. Long-range Glock, a double dink to the head. That'll do you good. And now down to the B bomb site where there is no presence from the CTs. One up top at ramp still. You can't do anything to stop the bomb there. All you got to do is lie in wait. And Demon, speaking of lying in wait, position known, but just a distraction. That's what's needed the most. A lack of kit means that Maus needs to be a bit quicker about the pacing of this retake, about the speed of the attempts that they have in front of them. Benny waiting on the angles, Alex. Now's the time to come online, if any. Great shot, Xfloud.
Oh.
How's the timing of this lurk? Not quite good enough because PR is still behind you. And it leaves just Jugs being loud, being aggressive, needs to try to get the bomb diffuser down. But so many CTs to try to deal with, one behind him, one in front of him. The bomb is still getting defused. The bomb is still getting defused. Can he swing out and get the kill?
Oh, the body block.
Just barely are Maus able to stay alive. 44 HP. What was in between?
Was that a dink through player too?
Couldn't even tell you. It all happened so fast.
It's the power of the red panda. I'm telling you. That's where all this comes from Foot. But it was a great round for Maus to maybe gain some momentum. They at least have the finances to gain it. But again, we've talked about the potential crippling power of losing the second round more than the first. So they need to evade the financial reset of a loss on round 2 and bring it to a win to gain some momentum, close that gap, and maybe get that confidence back in the roster.
And I mean, this is a powerful buy too. This is 4 Galils and 1 Deagle that you're facing down. Not all the utility in the world, but head armor on all these opponents.
This actually might be a better buy for Foot.
Damn well close to it. Xertion getting close over towards Secret. Fortune knows the players that are in front of him. He's able to net 1 as well as his IGL. Elsewhere. Back of outside falls. Puts Foot in a dangerous spot. Puts Foot in a difficult position. Especially with Demon going down as well. I mean, you can kiss this round goodbye now. Might as well just try to save what you still got. Be very long and a very disconnected save, but how much else you can hope for? Although still curiosity to try to go for this. Benny is spraying on Xertion. Oh, the Deagle. Almost coming out, almost landing. Not quite. And PR 100% plays this round to rest. Xfloud. I guess the best case scenario would probably just be dying here. Don't die after the time. Like, you're in such a difficult spot to try to save.
Yeah, or just get another 2 kills and kind of, again, stifle that CT economy. And Xfloud, he's always good for something, and he finds 1. Catapults himself up to a 15-6. Dodges the nade! And actually, God, how did he even get that? But it is a round for Maus, a 4-round difference, but losing those bodies are going to hurt.
Yeah, keeping them honest for sure.
But thankfully enough for them, Foot, they're most likely off to a pretty reasonable save.
At this point, no choice but to. Honestly, lucky that the MP9 was backed up there, you know? But either way, pistol's out for Foot. Don't need to sweat quite yet. Oh, hey, maybe Maus has a reason to sweat. That was a early shot. The Jugs just landed a player backside of A. Oh.
Is that heaven?
I believe so.
Ooh. It was. Over towards...
The line straight through Hut.
That is a shot.
Yeah, and now
through the heart.
There's so much space to work with outside as well. You have Xertion on a really long angle holding back. What do decide to backpedal? I mean, now you can just use the power of numbers, though.
and friendship.
You know what? That gets you the furthest, doesn't it? Alex up top. Very powerful position with the SMG. Just depends on how long it takes him to get cleared out. Door's going to open. Alex redirects himself at a possibly dangerous timing. Oh, no. You can't go down like this, Mouse. You need to swing back into it, and that's exactly what PR plans to do. It's just Jugs. One more head to be found. PR swinging around. Dancing falls down, and he gets the headshot. How the hell does Jugs do that?
Absolutely disgusting play with the reposition mid-fight to the back of the site. So confident, catches him in the air, hits him once, and follows it up with a clothesline even.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. Oh,
so impressive.
Hurt.
It hurts.
That's what happens when you get shot in the head. It hurts pretty bad.
It does, but it's a quick death. But this is going to be a slow, grueling, painful death for Mouse as a whole in this matchup. That is kind of almost the nail in the coffin. That's what we were talking about. You can't lose that round. Now look at that money. What do you do?
Guess it's as good as mine. I mean, this is how it opened up. Jugs.
Such a good execute too.
A 4K to end it as well. Just a clinical. That's all you could say. Disgusting. And you know what? I feel like that type of round kind of sums up how this is going for Mouse. You know, it's just you could do what you want. You could get in the beneficial positions. You could get the player advantages. Who cares? Footer's stomping on you.
It does. And it's a little more than disheartening because you feel like you're doing something right, and you're like, guys, we got it. We got a good momentum swing going, and then it just slips through your fingers and shatters everywhere. The lead is in pieces. The comeback is fading away into the abyss at this point.
Cemetery opens it up. PR close by. MP9, very good. Not able to get a kill though. So low. Alex close range. SMG also able to eventually find one as it falls back. This is a good position for Mouse to be in. Low HP on one of the 3 remaining players. Rebeni getting close. Rebeni needs to clear the close angle. Not quite doing it in time, although Demon at least there for a redirection. Xerxes forced to fall back. FAMAS, although not the weapon you want, something that still can get the job done unless Cemetery is able to do something about it. And now Demon verse 2. Spinks. Great timing. Great timing.
Finally finding some trade potential here. And with the money 4 foot in a very peculiar position right now. It looks like they're going to go for the buy. And Symmetry, I didn't think they had money for an op, excuse me, but apparently they do. Can't say so much for Mouse. They're going to stick with the rifles. They're going to try and hold them off as a firm line of defense, opting over the early pick potential that brings in from the op. Also, I think they might be limited by money, but that's just me.
Pushed up for the op. No one peeking into the receiving point of that barrel. Standard smokes allow a push up. Ooh, perfect timing to blow that open. 2 for 1, Mouse go. And again, I mean, this is what they have to do. They have to try to segment these fights. They have to just try to get the player advantages. Cemetery will eventually goes down through the smoke the same way he got his. This leaves you in a very interesting spot.
Oh, this could work out well.
The only problem is the bomb is there. No. Oh, up the ladder, jumps off. No way, Torji gives that kill up. Surely not. Then you got Demon with your Galil. 1v3. Those are players up top, on top of the silo. Not quite able to spot out where exactly he is.
Oh.
Although eventually does, but Spink's more than ready for it.
All right.
You know what?
Deep breaths.
That's what you got to do. Take it one round at a time. Foot has had Mouse wrapped around their finger, but Mouse don't want that to linger. Mouse will not let it linger. They try to fight back. They try to continue to stay competitive, and controlling the economy, controlling the lesser buy rounds is what you need to do. You can't keep letting lesser weaponry get advantage of you. And now, as we see the pistols come out, shades of a few rounds ago start to bubble in your head, but a MOUZ lineup that will not quit is definitely the most important thing. Trying to spam through the door, nothing.
They're way too composed to let this happen again. Yeah. There we go. All right, yeah, reeling it in here. Things are coming back to a little more of a reality check here, thanks to the power of Sphinx and PR, thankfully, starting to step up in big ways as...
Oh, way. No way!
Hold up.
Okay,
Hold
3
up.
Deagles for
My brother,
Xcloud.
stop, slow down, slow down. You hit 20, you're good. You don't need to keep doing this. 3 quick kills.
I'm getting repositioned back towards lobby. Xcloud. 3 bullets, 3 kills. Straight to the dome pieces.
Did I jinx them?
I'll tell you this, Foot's making the right read. They're going back towards ramp. PR. Not gonna go. Not gonna go. He's going up towards heaven instead. This is a perfect pathway down. Zelix could potentially have a quick rotation. Now noise being made towards B. They have to go down now. They do not have time to wait. Xcloud, the hot hand. The Deagle still primed. Explosion towards the double door. Busted wide open. Xcloud still tries to find one more. He does. That's a 4K. And now a chance for an ace or demon. Either way, the round needs to be won. Oh, no! Xcloud! What the hell? In a matter of 3 rounds, 2 insane Deagle plays and an ace for Xcloud.
He's making it known what he just did to them. He was screaming over that little wall. And he... What just happened, Donnie?
If ever a point to prove yourself, if ever a stage to show who you are, show what your team's made of, why not now?
Look,
why
right
not
there.
make it to the playoffs?
Xcloud, 1, 2, 3, knocks him down, then cleans it up for the ace. Thankfully, though, he had a teammate in support of him to help kind of draw the players out. It's just impressive, and here we go. We come to the round, and it's a quick one, and that Sphinx drops down, finds a quick double, scavenges an AK, a strike from behind from PR, and it seems like MOUZ are gonna answer back.
That change of pace attempted out from Foot. They wanted to just try to go fast, use the mental damage that happened in the previous round against MOUZ, but as we were talking about before, as Mike said, this is a different MOUZ. This isn't a MOUZ that is just going to give up. This is a MOUZ that at least appears to be a lot more headstrong, a lot more capable of staying in these tough matchups. That's what happened. An absolute expulsion of all the T's. Nothing to be done to MOUZ. And the money, still not great for Foot. We've seen a little bit of a replay. Zelix gets to open it up. Sphinx drops down. Beautifully done, MP9. Plenty of money found for these CTs as well, considering how many SMG skills were in there. And with a third and final timeout for Foot. Chance to breathe. Chance to reset.
Well,
Julio on the mic, talking to his troops.
Does seem like Xcloud, after getting that nice ace, maybe knock some sense in the mouse. And hopefully, they're not even close out of this. It's an 11-8 game. They can bring this one in pretty quick. But this is the round.
That was such an insane play from Xcloud.
It
was 3 kills in such quick succession that it couldn't be processed. I don't know how he even processed the players peeking. They ended with the ace,
Just that
too.
good.
I mean,
22 and 11. You don't get that many kills just from, accidents, do you?
Surely not.
But Sphinx is actually close by at 20 and 11.
Sphinx has been doing everything he possibly can to keep his team in this map. Smokes down outside. A bit of a room for Xcloud to pass through. But instead, a majority of the team stationed towards ramp once more. They do look to have a bit of curiosity towards their PR. Able to convert with 1. Molotov goes down, blocks out the T's from pushing any further. Backed up. By Torji, the op misses. Not quite able to land. Burning him out now. Krabeni, an important kill. Smoke goes down, tries to fire through it. Sphinx there for backup. Sphinx there to quell the situation, but still the T's try to flood on in.
Xcloud has made his way down through Secret. Now looking over towards double doors, as he's going to wait and lurk maybe sit around seeing what his teammates can spot out, make the contact for them, and he swings, but he quickly gets put down, leaving just Kerbeni last alive, 1-on-4, and it does seem like mibr have found some solid ground to keep this game running.
Yeah, lightning doesn't strike that many times for insane clutches.
Surely not.
11-9. And I mean, that was very good team play from mibr, just allowing each other to swing off the contact, 3 different key pieces rotating around, able to trade off one another, and some great shots from Xerxin there towards the end.
Finally waking up for himself, too. At one point was 0-8, 0-9 even.
Very hard first half for him. And once again, out to the pistols for Foot.
Well, the Deagle span away from Explode again, but with a lot less impact thus far, as Torsen from up high looks to rain down some bullets, and he will. First one finds Kerbeni into the chest, puts him out, man advantage. Explode doing what he does best with the Deagle, trying to find something, but Sphinx puts him down, and now only 2 remain. mibr to hit double digits.
Oh, don't kind of matter. Don't do this again to me.
Yeah, don't make me look stupid.
I mean, mibr, if I were them, I'd still be sweating. Surely, though, in all realism, this is mibr coming back, finding double digits. A mibr roster that has proven to have a lot of mental fortitude in this matchup. No matter what's been thrown at them, no matter what insane play has happened, mibr hasn't just died down. They haven't whimpered. They've been able to come back. They've been able to put pressure on the exact next round each time. And they did exactly what needed to be done. Only 1 kill falling. There's so much money built up for them. Realistically, mibr should be able to play out the rest of this half. Not have to worry about the economy. The same can't be said for Foot. They had to save in the previous. The money is back to buy now. Penetrate a line in through main. No one peeks into it. Smoke goes down. Has to fall back.
The ops for both teams being held to a very low standard. I feel like on a map like Nuke, the impact not quite there for Symmetry and Torsen, which obviously map 1, he was the impact that they had. Now, both sides quelled a little bit as Explode holding the angle, reads right, but doesn't pick the right head level. As mibr is going to back up, maybe turtle up a little bit more, and PR, who's had a swell map 2 here, looking to add to his tally, and he will. Finds himself 1, but Symmetry gets the trade over on Torsen.
All right. Upper ramp control. In for Foot. A good spread for the CTs. 2 focused upper, 2 focused lower. X-Cloud, a player that still hasn't played their hand, making their way back towards the lobby. Foot can still really go any direction they want with this. So with 30 seconds left, the pressure's going to have to come out sooner rather than later. Zelix not going to be ready for this reposition. X-Cloud, that's a good opening kill. Now with 20 seconds left, a bomb site has to come in. It has to be here. It has to be now. Spinks completely caught off guard, worried about the player's heaven. Xerxin close by, but no way to stop the bomb in time. PR rotates up. Symmetry, oh, close angle. Xerxin catches him out. And M4 to the head. At least evens it up. And now, Kerbeni. We've seen so many clutches this game so far, but none to be found within this round. A tied-up scoreline, what was once 9-3, has been brought back to 11-11.
A scoreline that we thought was going to be more than normal around here. And thankfully, we do get to a little bit of normality. It has seemed like such a one-sided affair. It does seem like mibr have waken up. It's a little bit of a nightmare, but it's recoverable. Obviously tied, the economy not great for Foot. So if you can win this round, that even with the loss bonus, it's not going to be great.
I think the best way you put it was has woken up, because truly this is a different mibr that we're seeing. Just compared to the first map and the first half, into this half, it's a completely different Mouse. It's a far more structured Mouse. It's a Mouse that looks comfortable playing off of each other, comfortable controlling the map around them. But already, for these Ts, down into Secret, I'm being a bit more passive. Not being quiet about this at all. Mouse players up in the rafters. Not exploding yet. But still biding their time. Ability switched over. PR ready for the potential of players in radio. I mean, this is Foot walking into a very difficult situation to clear out. Jugs needs to worry about up top. Kills fall in favor of the Ts. 4v3, Torji can't do anything to combat that smoke going down. That looks on a fast flank. Utility out. All of Foot gathered towards one side of the bomb. Smoke goes down. A swing out. Torji's up, needs to find impact. Players close. Zelix trying to get any information he can, but nothing to be found. All the kills fall. Torji's up, it needs to stay alive. That's the only option you have left. It's Foot to continue to battle. It's Foot to find themselves at map and at series point. Mal's one last chance to make it into playoffs, or they will have to find themselves in the loser bracket. It's still doable. You mentioned before, the money is still firmly in the side of Mao's. But it's not like Foot's gonna have too much trouble coming up. Drops can come over.
Be an Opolis buy, but at the same time, I think it's better if they just stick with the rifles. Symmetry not, again, having the most impact here, and that's just a good, clean
Fantastic
execute.
Clear. Yeah.
It is. It was so well timed, and I think that's what I really think Foot's bringing to the table is there's a lot more cohesion that we're seeing from them. Things just feel smoother and a lot more clean, a lot less, breaks, and the spacing's good.
I will say, if you want to see one bright side, there's still smiles on the side of Mouse, but xCloud in fast and in loud. Headshot found onto Sphinx. Zelix does straight back from behind the reactor. It does good for one more. Continues to push its Mouse to completely clear the board. And Demon, what was supposed to be a late round lurk, has turned into the sole survivor. The designated survivor needs to try to separate these fights. But Mao's seem very, very aware that this is Demon's position. Trying to slip around. Oh, what a readjustment onto the op. Makes it interesting. That's 2 to fall. Don't count him out. You cannot count Demon out quite yet. A minute left. So much time to go wherever he wants with this. Both these CTs stacked up right below Heaven. On the upper site, Demon seems like wants to make his way around through lobby. That's needed. The bomb is dropped. 40 seconds. I can only imagine the pressure building up for such a young player. An opportunity to make a statement. Maybe more quiet in this map than the previous, but this could put discussion to rest.
Oh, you might be taking a little too long at this point. He's going to have to either commit to the site or dive down vents. He's going to commit to the A site. He's been given it into a 1v1.
He has time to go down the ramp.
He's going to take a long round, and I'm not sure if he has this one.
8 seconds. Going as fast as he can. There's no time. It was an idea that could have been profound.
Unless he gets a kill.
No, it's too late.
Outplayed himself.
An upsetting way to finish that out. Mao's, whether it be by fate, whether it be by luck, or whether it be by skill, have pushed it to overtime, something that could have been insane for Demon. But the inexperience, the pressure,
he had the confidence.
The confidence, all the things missing from a young player that could have absolutely.
But I mean, the fact that Mouse gave him that, it was a 1v4. And they just were separated until the last 2. Then they played a little more shoulder to shoulder until they dispersed that little bit, and he found the timing. I mean, we're in overtime.
It all resets here. It all resets. Fresh batch of rounds. First to 16 could take the crown. Or we could have a very long match in our hands, my friend. Very slow to start.
timing could have been worse.
Symmetry, perfect positioning. The up battle won by the sides of Foot. And this allows space to be taken outside. This garners a bit of confidence to try to clear out these angles. Zelix not too fond of peeking. The smoke, it will fade momentarily. And he will stick around to see on the other side, but elsewhere, T's have creeped through all the way to CT. Timing isn't there. Demon could have caught him out. Not quite able to, though.
That's a heads-up play.
Yeah, but you aren't ready for this.
PR did to... Oh, the reposition. They're both just...
Dancing around the idea of each other.
Very cat and mousey feeling right now, and that's exactly the position we're in. Demon actually going to join him from up top.
30 seconds.
And Sphinx, he's going to have the good call on the flank here, and he's going to have the bomb wide open, and I mean, the timing is a little sloppy there. PR actually gets the kill. Kerbeni and Demon strike, and they find some kills of their own.
They gotta push out.
17 seconds. Again, it's down to time once more, and it's going to be Kerbeni to fall, and there we go. It's speeding it up. Jugs last alive. A good crossfire gets the dink, but can't get the kill. And Mouse, for the first time in this series, I'm pretty sure, they have a lead.
Feels like every round just as stressful as the last.
Yeah, yes.
We'll take their one timeout of the half of overtime. And this is where you kind of need to think about what is the mentality on the side of Foot. You know, surely they're by no means worried that this is going to spell doom for them, that this is going to set them back, but how much confidence do they have that they can stay alive within a series like this? An environment still relatively new for all these players. They've adjusted quite well within it.
There's that life. What you like to see. Something is still left in the tank for Mouse. And if this can go just a little bit further for them, there's still that glimmer in the back of the desert known as Mirage still left on the table even.
Dander set up once more, cross smokes drop. Versailles trying to get behind it. Into the garage, Spinks will land a kill with a bit of lobby aggression. Mouse have been doing great in the past little bit to be able to get these opening kills. Xerxin, call him the demon instead. Pulled straight through the T's head. Xfloud at least able to trade back with one. But a Foot squad that kind of stuck in no man's land right now. Bomb walks directly into the scope of Torji. I almost fear you can call this round off immediately. Surely now you can. How much you save that up? Save that up. You've had your chance. And it seems to be crumbling down now.
There we go, signing the round in the way of Mouse. A 2-round lead coming into the last round of first half of the first OT, potentially the last OT, if everything goes perfectly for Mouse at this rate.
Or for Foot at this rate.
It's true, but then that would be the whole match.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
And I will say, Sphinx holding his team to the best of his ability, putting him in position to get this to overtime, 25-16, and PR, thankfully, has come alive and activated and has been so heavy-handedly impactful here, 23-19. It was the battle of Xfold and Sphinx. Now, it's leveled off a little bit with Mouse.
Flashbang setup. Push in. Risky play. Sphinx up top. Starts to burn. Get the smoke down. A lot of HP lost, but Zelix still playing up in the Raptors. Still playing up in heaven. It will spray one down. And all of the Mouse players collect what is due to them. Demon, not even a chance to try to correct the wrongs of the last half. Instead, it's Mao's flawless on their CT side, and it's Foot for the first real time with their backs against the wall, with something to prove from them.
And they themselves have to win flawlessly on their half. And we've seen how solid of a performance their CT side can really come into. So whether or not they can keep that one going here in overtime. A single round is all Mao's need to bring this to Mirage. A map 3 to finish it off, which we all thought was a very obvious scenario. But for the longest time, it felt pretty quiet. And there we go. Symmetry finding the first pick for himself.
Well, this is a good way to start for Foot, but they're going to be ready for the Mao's aggression out fast. Explode good for one. Jugs also. Player advantage lies. The up shot misses. A 2-on-2. A chance for Mao's to try to close this out. Rabeni pushes through. Nade not doing enough damage. PR forced to use his smoke to quell the flames. Demon up in heaven. Position fully known. Benny definitely wasn't quiet about his either. But both these Foot players, Mao's should have a good idea about pushing through. Demon needs to try to get the trade. It's all up to him. So many times left alone, and it can't be done! Mao's battle back from nothing. A 9-3 half. Almost losing it early in the second half. Push it all the way back to OT and then go flawless to close the map out. What a battle indeed.
Through. There we go. There we go. Now I can speak. What a battle indeed there, gentlemen. Brilliant show from Mao's to rally back. They were looking down and out. Some of those Deagle rounds against them that they were losing as well. You wouldn't blame any team from tilting off the face of the earth after that, but they find their resolve, they find their battle, they make it happen in overtime as well, and they show themselves to be a cut above here on Nuke.
I mean, I think there's no way to describe it other than Mao's being a completely different team than we saw in the first map and in the first half of play. Their CT side, so much more comfortability, so much more ability to just play off of the positioning of each other, a way to control the map that they haven't been able to find on Ancient or during that first half of Nuke. It was genuinely an intense battle back and forth, but they pull through.
It was indeed. It was indeed. I do want to say as well, I think that for Foot, this is where you do sometimes see games get away from them as a young team, right? I don't think the overall picture was wrong for them, but I think some moments where they could have closed it out. I mean, Demon almost pulled off an insane clutch to close it. Didn't quite realize the time. Brought it from a, what was it, 1v4?
1v2
to a 1v1?
1v1.
Oh, what could have been for Foot? But a few of those errors, especially in the second half, costing them just a little bit too much here.
I mean, it's hard to kind of blame them when you have this huge resurgence, too, from PR, who dropped 26 kills.
Yeah.
You know, he finally came back. Map 1, super quiet. Map 2, he wanted to prove himself that he really does belong here, and he's got a position for it. And that's exactly what they needed. They needed some sort of energy to help push Mouse forward.
And it's so exciting just to see this Mouse with a new identity, I'll say. Honestly, just a chance to stay in these type of matchups that they're so far down. I wouldn't blame, like you said before, anyone for tilting off the face of the earth from some of the plays that were just individually coming out from the players of Foot. It's really, really good to see Mouse be able to keep their heads in this game.
I think we do have to ask some questions of that Foot T side, right?
Yes.
Because when we consider the few rounds that they did win, they're not exactly replicable. I mean, the fact that they got away with that upper bust that wasn't even really an up, it was just a walkout of the door with Eagles, trade the player on Hut, to trade the player Mini. The fact that that was one of their round wins, astonishing. The ace, obviously, you should never be letting that round slip away, no matter how nice X-Flood's shooting was indeed. But just some very strong outlier round, shall we say, where when you look at the complete picture, you say on the gun rounds, Foot couldn't get anything done on that attack.
It was kind of quiet, surprisingly quiet. I mean, we saw the pistol round kind of go good for Mouse, and then Foot answered back, and then it looked like they might have crippled them, and then it was just Mouse on the gas steady after that. Maybe only giving up one more round, but if that's all you're going to give up and you're closing out and you get yourself to overtime, then you have a flawless overtime. I feel like Mouse have energy coming into this that Foot, that confidence, all that swagger and coolness they got going just kind of actually came back a little bit less.
I mean, there's still plenty of chance to rally, right? We do get a third map here, and when we consider the complete look at the series, right, Foot have been very much giving them the business, but I don't know, man. I don't know. This one's going to be very interesting indeed. I do want to credit something, though, before we move on from Foot's Nuke, because I think that Nuke is going to be a very interesting map to watch for this team throughout this season. Xfloud was a difference maker, and I'm not just talking about the Deagle Ace. That was ridiculous, right? But I'm talking about the first half. When you consider the way that Xfloud was playing in his roles, I think he could be an elevating element for a team that hasn't been good on Nuke for a little while. And actually, if we do a stat comparison, if we look at his stats versus what Lau and X was doing in the positions, this is one of Lonx's weakest maps in general, right? Didn't necessarily have the same impact we'd come to expect from him. Xfloud, meanwhile, slotting in pretty one-for-one, I think, in most of his positions. Had a field day on this one. Maybe the sample size isn't large, but if it's consistent, we could see Foot be a much more formidable team on Nuke in the long run.
And I'm sure his voice is also a very important factor to that. Just having someone that is a bit more comfortable to take on responsibility for the team and all, and just be able to encourage the other players to be able to formulate the map around this IGL as well. I think that Xcloud is definitely an X factor to this team, both in terms of individual skill and both in terms of just the mindset that he can bring.
I will say there are some moments of miscommunication we're still seeing, right, which is normal for a new team coming in. The one that leaps into mind is when they have the post plant on A site. It's a 2v2, right? And Xcloud's holding for Mini, thinking that his Heaven player is covering Hut. Gets completely killed from the Hut player swinging. Those moments are going to happen with a new team, but that's the kind of thing that they do need to iron out as this partnership comes back through. We'll see if they can iron it out in time for map number 3 as we come back from this break.
At a very pivotal moment under a lot of stress, saving the day for Bait, and now they tie this game up all over again. Money in a weird spot for Team Vitality. This was not where you thought Bait would stake their claim to this series.
Yeah, you wonder if Vitality thought they'd done enough to put Sizzy on that B bomb side to go long when you know he's definitely got that AWP is such a risky move. But feeling like that early banana take with a lot of util could have drawn a third player over. Bait don't fall for the conditioning. There's that one young man that has kept Bait in this game. Rob's hands off his AK. What can Zywoo do? And there's that double nade they've been doing every round. Ouch. Robs might need that back. Again, no bomb here. But it seems like Vitality are so tempted by the prospect of this B site. It's almost like Vitality just don't want to be too obvious and just going for the B execute, but it just feels like the best play at this point in the game. They've got so little util, low health. You know you can win it off of 2 entries. Oh, that's just criminal. And I would do more.
But look at how Bait just aren't budging.
Yeah, they're not falling.
They are not moving. Like it's a spam kill. You're thinking that Sizzy might move out of position.
Oh, they're coming back.
Bomb's coming back. Because Zywoo's taken all this space.
He needs his kill, though. And now he's not got it. Now they're scared.
Still, you know, you're only looking out for Alex. You got 15 seconds. You got to be clean here on the push. Back of the site. Alex knows 1 kill could be enough here. Rotates a little ways away. But it's Alex that they've got to get past. Flashes, give the cover. Bomb goes down, gets planted, and there's still a chance here for Vitality.
Robs is so late.
Really out of the picture, but he's trying to make up for it, closing him fast. How much time can Apex buy? Rops arrives, lines up the shot, but the Deagles let him down. Apex has got to do this, and with the captain removed, Bait have pulled it off. Map point goes their way.
Oh my goodness, I've never seen Rops miss that in my life. Back turn Deagle, we've seen it. But Bait, map point on Inferno, 9-3 in the hole. Out of position entirely as Vitality go back to B. And still they secure it in the post plant. That is ridiculous. This has been a roller coaster for Vitality from the highest highs on that CT side. And that one missed shot for Robs will cost them everything. Could this really be a 3-mapper?
From 9-3 on the half as well. Nades brutalize Vitality at the bottom of Banana. And so again, they're starting this round, this final round of regulation, with 2 players a shot away from death. There's the nade to get rid of Mezzi. Advantage rests with Bait. They're looking for the knockout blow. It's a quick reaction out towards B. ZywOo waits for the smoke. Tries to scale in, it tries to scale over. Orb not able to stop him. Spam will connect onto Apex, and so you're left looking on here if you're Vitality. If you want to seal the deal on the series in a 2-0 fashion, if you want to make it to overtime, you've got to rely on your trusty duo. It's ZywOo and Rops, but they've struggled in these post plants. Bait move in. ZywOo dead first, and Rops felled. It's Bait running away with this. 9-3 to Team Vitality. Bait managed to hold themselves together, and they launch one hell of a comeback. This series now is going the distance. Playoffs still to be decided.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
A heavyweight bout between mibr and Foot for a spot at the playoffs now enters its third round. We had a very back and forth affair on Nuke, looking like that might have been closed in a 2-0 fashion. mibr find the resolve, battle through, take us now to the Mirage, but it is everything on the line. One map, do or die. One of these teams will be earning their spot in the top 16, will be earning their days off to kick back, relax, and enjoy all that Paris has to offer.
I mean, it's so interesting because when we looked at this matchup before any of the maps were played, before anything happened, we thought that this was the outcome. We thought it was going to be Ancient, you know, it might have been a closer affair, Foot take it. mibr, we thought was going to be a less closer affair, and then they take it, we end up in Mirage, but Foot dominating on that map choice. mibr having to battle back on theirs, and now more of a neutral ground in Mirage is an interesting way to end it because it's, in all honesty, in my opinion, going to come down a lot to momentum and a lot to willpower.
As they all do. Willpower at the end of the day. Look, it was xCloud lighting the way for Foot that gave them such a strong map to begin with, not even including the ace highlight, obviously. Yeah. We need somebody else to come along with him this time around, all in.
I mean, I would argue he can kind of make that for himself almost right now. I mean, he's 42 and 33 with 102 ADR over the course of these two maps. He himself has been doing a lot. I mean, he's obviously had some help along that line. I mean, but Jugs is close behind. You have some op plays coming in there, but it is leaving. Obviously, that second half had a lot left to be wanting from it.
And the op plays are going to be very important on this map, obviously. I mean, Symmetry isn't having a terrible series by any means, but a little bit lacking behind of where he could be. And Torji has still been lighting up the scoreboard for his team. So I do think that Symmetry's name is going to be called on a little bit more within this map. Maybe a bit of a step up, and if that can come through, then who knows?
He was a strong starter over on that Nuke, faded down the stretch, could have been the difference in putting them over the line. So that's a good name to highlight here. A lot of responsibility going to be on his shoulders because Foot are looking to pull this off, looking to stamp themselves as title contenders here in the second half of 2026. Meanwhile, mibr's already with the trophy to their name, want to keep that momentum going, right? It's all about continuing the build for this new look mibr, for their new IGL, for the new players in the returning players in the fold. They want to stamp their place at the top of Counter-Strike and stay there.
Yeah, and mibr have a lot left to offer, and they need to offer all of it at this point. They can't rely solely on these individual performances like we saw on map 2. It has to be a collective whole unit if you want to stop the big names on this Foot team thus far. It's not just going to kind of come down to one or two players having a great round. It's going to have to be a great game.
Dap-Up's hitting this stage, and that means we're diving into the action. One more map, and one of these teams will be in the playoffs.
And it's now or never, truly. No one expected this series to come through. I don't think, I mean, we expected such a barn burner of a series to come. But with the exact fashion it has, I don't think anyone really thought this would be where we end up. But either way, all that matters is that we're here now, and all that matters is exertion. Spots out too. In towards underpass, falls back. Don't want to give up any early kills. And again, it's going to come down to what Mouse we see to start off this and what Foot we see to start off this. Is Foot drained at this point? Is Foot able to battle back against all this adversity and keep themselves in the mental war to be able to stop a Mouse that, I mean, if they play like they played in the second half of Nuke, is definitely the favorite.
And we're going to get our first glimpse of that here. Symmetry tapping away, but it's actually Jugs to find the first one. Kerbeni finding one of his own. It seems like the pistols are starting to go the way slowly but surely for Foot. And have Mouse won a single pistol? They won one pistol in the second half, right?
They won a pistol.
Yeah.
They won a pistol.
Not this one, though.
No, this one actually goes in favor of Foot, believe it or not. I'm not sure if you saw that, but very, very nice shooting all around from the team, not letting Mouse even get out of the ramp for the most part. They got straight back towards that Apex position, but nothing more from that. Speaking of that, sawed-off out for Zelix. Maybe a bit of a cheeky play planned out here. Okay.
They just wanted to mess with us.
Thank God.
I was befuddled, Donald. I was concerned for their own well-being.
He bought a sawed-off and a decoy, threw the decoy into window with the sawed-off, just to be as loud as possible. Honestly, I respect it. I think that's a fantastic play. You know what's even a better play? All the M4s having an absolute shooting gallery out in mid. The round's already over before it started. So even with a bit of light trolling, we'll say.
Because it wasn't only him. It was actually, I think, Torsen bought an XM. And I was like, why? And then I was like, okay, well, I mean, I understand it. And then I saw the sawed-off. I'm like, what are we doing? Now it makes sense. Because, yes, the late trolling.
Hey, every gun is viable. We saw an R8 this tournament so far.
You really want to try and sell me on a sawed-off being viable?
I'm just trying to be the positive light here, man.
You usually are in this dynamic duel.
All right. So, speaking of a positive light is that now have weapons to work with. Now have fully automated rifles to work with. And already cleared through underpass. No presence from the CTs to do anything to stop that. Just a nade. That'll only leave a scratch on Zershin.
Did see 3 nades dropped in towards jungle, which could lead to a nice little funny play of nades raining down, but thankfully enough, it does seem like Mouse will circumnavigate the artillery strike for now. A little bit of a minute left on the clock, and Mouse slowly stalled out, but it seems to all coming into play now. Nice little nade, but Zershin avoiding that one as well.
A lot of pressure is going to be on Xcloud here. Still playing back towards the catwalk. Oh, and he's able to connect to the first one. Brought down so low, though. Has to fall back. Molotov goes into the apartments, where presumably the split is trying to take place. Little player there, Torji pushing up with the bomb. Xcloud, maybe an off angle can get him one more, but the Molotov comes out instead, and he burns. He burns! Fire if he will! Gets a dink out! So much damage done on the side of Mouse! Really, any NHP? And Demon, a chance to clean these enemies up, a chance to get something done, but Sphinx connects with the head too fast. And it leads to the Opera without his favorite weapon, jumping through the smoke, trying to spray.
Wow, they're all very low.
A different world could have came through if only a bullet or two hit on more of these opponents. But at the end of the day, that's Mouse answering back early on.
You know, we kind of highlighted symmetry, the op coming into play here, hopefully, for Foot. If they really want to have a nice map they can contend with here, I think that also applies for Torsen. He has been on the op, and it seems like only Ancient was where he found that success. A little bit on Nuke with some sprinkles of kills here and there, but this is where you really need to call upon your opper.
Flash in the mid, but no pressure from the CTs. It's defensive utility. One player stationed towards B. And pressure into a connector, 1-for-1. Zealous makes good headway. Kerbeni gets the better of the spray, however. Strong start for him. Xerxin can't push because of the Molotov, but Krabeni swings into it instead. That evens up the numbers until the backstab from Cat is able to come to fruition. Bomb stuck in no man's land. X-Cloud, a labored spray eventually lands. Only a moment of worry. But that leaves PR with a lot more than a moment of worry on his hands. 3 HP, he has the bomb, makes his way over to B. Maybe just running circles. Make as much noise as you possibly can. But he's about to get caught out. That's Jugs, that's 3 for Foot.
I like the kind of just brute force aggression from both sides, meeting it in the middle and just turning into a meat grinder here. They're trying to feel each other out, feel what version of each other they're going to be getting on this map. At least in the first half, we've seen the sides flip and things completely change. Hopefully enough for mibr, things don't fall to the wayside once more in the early rounds, in the early half, in the very first half. As a whole, it seems like Foot have always and consistently dominated the first half at the very start.
That's true for this series, but battle that's worth more than that. Every single piece of utility you could ever think of was the A-bomb side of MAC-10 as well. Rains bullets through. It is quickly dealt with. And another kill found with the rifle. Now is at least on the site. Gets that bomb down, the biggest win of the round so far. And PR, I mean, you've done your work already. You don't even need to stay alive. You got the bomb down. It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt, but not enough. Not enough to stop Foot on that retake. Very well collected there. Could have got overwhelming very fast, especially, you know, mibr's not necessarily a team that you expect to go full-fledged like that straight away off the rip of the round.
I'm still a little concerned about PR. Still a little concerned. I know early on once more, but it seems like early on is that, again, that struggle point where mibr, they're just not awake. They're not intuitive enough to see what's going on in front of them. And hopefully this is where we see a little bit of turnaround, obviously, after this nice little eco. I mean, you got Sphinx on a Galil and some Deagles and a P250 in the mix. Maybe they can do some financial damage this time around because, obviously, Foot right now aren't completely stabilized.
Good nade to blow the smoke. Not able to land on the bodies, though. Instead, has to rely on the rifles. That's around and drowned through mid. An AK dropped, but nothing for real concern. PR, unless you can pull some magic out, which you can't. It'll be 5 rounds.
They're not team magic. They're not magics. They're just mouse, and they're an animal. And I don't think they can do magic tricks, Donnie. Actually, Ratatouille could. What a chef. And what I'm seeing right now is Foot absolutely cooking mibr in mid, locking it down, consistently denying access here. And mibr's a little bit of a retort, hopefully, here. We got an op on Torsen. Maybe he can make that space, get that early pick, and again, they're going to go right back to mid, go back to what they feel they need to do, which that is the correct call. You control mid, you control the map.
Well, control mid they will. Early on. That looks already out. Standard default. But not putting too much focus in defending mid early. At least for the current round. 2-player station and connector. Not enough pressure to make any light of that. Instead of redirection to mibr, bomb back towards ramp. Slow approach and eventual connection through the connector, presumably for the split. Util reigns in, trying to sell a fake over towards catwalk push. Oh. Alex, somehow Krabeni brought down to 1. Jugs almost able to line up 2, but instead it's Krabeni, low HP, none needed. When you have aim like that, who cares? Take all of his health away, he could still find impact.
And he will.
And he continues to. It's brought all down to Zelix. A kill in his hands already, but 2 more to deal with. Need 3 on the round, a true test for one of the newest additions. Creeps his way around, 20 seconds left on the clock, and X-Cloud just a swing and destroy.
This is when Foot hits 6 rounds. Normally, we feel like that's when mibr take a pause, normally. There we go. I predicted this one. Usually it's the 3rd to 6th round, depending on how things are panning out. Now, Mal's feeling a lot less confident now, but this has been the outcome thus far across every map. 6-1, 6-2, and if they're really happy about it, it turns to a 6-3, and then they can kind of capitalize a little bit. But for now, Mal's just...
Not much to work with right now. I mean...
They need to kind of go back to basics.
Well, the thing is, you're getting out mid. You're getting mid control pretty reliably. Foot's not putting too much pressure in terms of defending that. What you're using with that control is kind of the bigger issue. You know, it was a good idea to try to sell that fake out towards Cat, sell the utility within connector to think that there's a push there. But at the same time, you can't let a player with 1 HP wind up getting 3 kills in the round. Coveted had 1 HP before he even got a kill. Like that is an inexcusable mistake for the time being. 11-3. As we talk about him,
I don't like this buy right now. It's a very awkward area, and they're kind of going to have to capitalize off winning this round. If not, the money is going to be skewed in a very awkward position.
Well, you got the loss bonus built up.
Yeah, PR is down to $150 though. You know, again, you need to kind of put your players in a position to win, and hoping that Tech 9 is going to do it isn't always a gamble you should be willing to take, especially when you're down 5 rounds. Expo in a good position, good reposition, as Jugs finds a kill across on the other side of the map as well. Now down to a 2-man, only a one-man, well, back to a 2-man, as Coveted has been, again, a consistent factor. Now 12-3. The IGL can just kind of do it all.
Definitely can. Georgie misses the jump. Very loud. Allows Coveted to swing out. Take the Opera out without much of a fight, and Spinks not too long to fall after. Like you said, though, a common start for this series, it feels.
It's definitely turned into common practice here for Mouse to have to pull themselves up and out of a pretty damn deep pit at this point. 6-round difference, 7-1, and we're only into the 9th round at this point. It's again, we're down to this now or never, Mouse. It's either here or you get only 2 or 3 rounds and you put yourself in such a predicament where you have to gamble on winning that opening pistol again, which they consistently have not been able to do.
More passive on mid this time around. Zelix will eventually make a little bit of headway as soon as the underpass connection is there. Allows his teammates to push up, then gives back. Ooh, a boost up, and Cat it appears. X-Floud. Position could be deadly. Yeah, Zelix lying in wait at the chair corner. How patient will both of these players be? No shadow being able to be seen. Made from underpass, a distraction. Demon able to swing out one. Zelix, a perfect time, but still, kills are only able to be even. Look at this, look at this.
Oh no.
Through the smoke. Who will see who first?
Well,
PR definitely heard. And Spinks the timing. Demon, not enough bullets in the chamber to finish off the kill. But Spinks, a light breeze can take him out at this point. Flash into the site. Demon, his teammate, still making great work from the catwalk, and a backstab. A shot to the back of the head, and execution. Allows Foot to take a 7-round lead.
And we're seeing these pretty large gaps in the defense from Foot that we have seen Mouse find their way into. They've kind of squeaked their way around and found themselves into a good position. There's just no capitalization yet.
But at the end of the day, the gaps in the defense are proposed for that point. You know, you're allowing Mouse
bait them into a sense of security.
Yeah, and then you're just able to manipulate elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like giving up mid, having a boost up on Cat, something that hasn't been seen before, having a player ready connector to help you guys out. Sure, the kills may have been traded evenly, but at the end of the day, it still worked in favor for Foot.
And then I would kind of put Mirage as a map where both teams they've got the reps in.
It's an even playing ground.
It is, and are we just going to have to see that resurgence from Mouse in the second half? That's kind of what we're gambling on at this point. I mean, the most they can have is 3 rounds, an 8-3 half. Again, we're in a very doable position, but it puts a lot of that pressure early on. And Mouse, under pressure, haven't had the best track record thus far. They do at least have some rifles, and they got some Tech 9s. They can maybe make it work if they speed it up a little bit, which it does seem like they're going to do.
Well, at least Zershin already up through connector. Bomb trying to make its way out of Palace. Spinks very quiet on the ladder, jumps off, connects to the head. The pistol also chimes in for one. Now somehow in the best position they've been in so far this game. Off the back of a Galil and a pistol. Zershin aggressive, able to trade back, low HP. He eventually falls. Nade might have blown the op out of the reach of any teams that want to re-go for it, but Orgy's late lurk in mid. Still good enough for at least one for himself. But this is Mao's on a second round. This is Mao's that have done a very good job, even if not with all the weapons they want. Done a very good job to make some sort of statement within this half. 8-2. Very, very similar to both of the previous maps we've just seen. I feel like a deja vu, Groundhog's Day, if you will.
The great part is you don't know which outcome you're going to go with.
No, you have 2 options. You have 2 options. Either you get
win
stopped, or you have a beautiful comeback. And that also depends on what foot we're going to see in the second half. Nice shot from Torgy. Trades back and forth. Does leave us 3-on-3 very early on. Upper low for the side of Mouse. Zershin picked it up after his teammate fell. Very nice timing to get Demon caught off there.
Nice slow play. Mouse don't want to overplay their hand. The top of that smoke and nearly look like it's connected, but it's not. Jugs over on Firebox gets put down, and Symmetry last alive, 1-on-3. And the money has now slowed down exponentially for Foot, so this is still a very dangerous scenario. A good shot coming off, and the USP could quite literally clean up 2 kills, but instead peeks with the op, and Mouse string a couple rounds together as they're locked in now, and we're seeing again that resurgence in the late first half, and they close it out. It looks a little more reasonable. Can they keep it going? They have it. It's just, can they keep bringing it? So many questions.
If history's told us anything, what's going to win this round?
If history's told me anything, it's I don't know what's going to happen. If I'm being honest with you.
Well, it's a good way to open up for Maus. That's 2 kills early on. Mid-control fully in their grasp. A bit of contention still from Symmetry, who's tucked away in ladder room. Has to fall back. Can't give up another kill here. Keep everything you possibly have. And with perfect timing, because the smoke's about to fade in apartments, and Exertion seems like he wants to get curious about it. Oh, the timing. Should be all right, as Exertion hasn't advanced any further. Instead, mid needs to be in focus. Mid needs to be where Mouse is somehow stopped. Hopper repositioned. Lower con push coming in. The bomb is right there. Symmetry a chance to line it up, but instead a smoke drops down. This is a chance for Mouse to reposition. PR up from heaven. Able to collect 1 kill for himself, but that's the rest of Mouse going towards this B bomb site.
This should be around for them. Closing this out with an 8-4 half puts at least substantially less pressure on them as they line up. Forzen with the uncanny miss thus far as he's starting to line up some shots and finally hit them. The MP9 of Demon looks to challenge towards in the op, and the jumping MP9 wins that fight 9 out of 10 times. Now picking up the op, a little overlapping, almost clattering themselves as Sphinx, and there we go, clean up. Mouse put 3 in a row, and the momentum may be shifting one way or the other, but again, it's the make or break for both these teams thus far. It seems the opening pistol followed by the second. Can the whoever wins 2 in a row at this point in the very first half, or the second half, is gonna, I feel like, have it. Whether it's MiBr or not.
A bold prediction. I think there's still plenty of game left for either one of these teams. A pistol definitely would feel good for either one, but by no means is that the end of it. Saw what happened to Foot last map. Early success does not necessarily mean a future that will flourish. Instead, it just means a harder fall from the top. Again, these teams fighting for a chance at playoffs, fighting for a chance at the round of 16. And it is time to start the pistol. The final pistol, potentially. Nope. Genuinely of this series. I was going to say potentially because of overtime. There's no pistols there. What are we talking about?
No one does that. They got plenty of Mooney.
Foot focus towards B. Thanks. A nice little off angle he's found himself there.
Well, bomb. Lurking around towards mid. Torsen takes first contact, takes a little bit of chip damage over towards Explode. But he is going to be just fine as they start pushing their way up. Cat maybe putting a little pressure onto that B site as it looks to collapse, and Torsen finds the execution in towards Explode, and that's a big name out of the round. But Demon, everyone just simultaneously gets the kills, and Demon signs up for another, and it's down to just 1.
Normally I'd say don't count out Xerxin and the dual Berettas, but I'll be honest with you, right now it's a time to count them out. Save the armor into the next. Accept defeat. Allow Foot to be 1 away from double digits. You've battled back before, you can battle back again. Game is all about 1 round at a time, but a very good collection of kills from Foot there. Even if the opening kill doesn't go their way, scattered around the map, they find individual 1v1s. They're able to win them all. And it does put them in the position to win the pistol, have the economic advantage. As the bomb explodes, Mouse's days might be closer to finish within this series than they were hoping.
The buy will come through for Mouse. It will be FAMAS, Scout, and probably a little scattered bits of pistols through the bunch. Some Deagles, a 5.7 on PR, and still a deadly buy that Foot are going to have to contest it. We do see Galils, 4 of them, and a MAC-10. So not a lot of one-tap potential like what we see the Deagles and Scout bringing to the table. It's just, can Mouse utilize it to its fullest potential? And they will make their way up towards Apps, right into the not-so-loving arms of that 5.7 hold firmly in PR's hand.
Rough nade to miss. Smoke's going to come on, however. I like this play from Foot. Just keep it simple. Keep it effective. You know, there's not much to work with, but PR can still make it a little bit interesting. Unfortunately for him, not able to connect with the head, only a few body shots, and Mao's already going to call it off. Save the guns once more. You're not going to have much to work with in the next, so everything you can possibly have will be good for that.
And Kerbeni should notice this, and he is already on the rotate. He's going to go towards back house and maybe meet them headlong in spawn. But again, Foot can't give up much weapons themselves.
That's fine if you drop 1, you know?
1, 2, yeah. I mean, obviously, send Demon and a MAC-10 at him. Why not? Throw something at him, but anything past that might be a gamble you don't want to take. While we obviously, Mouse might be able to save 4 guns here, which will still be a very impactful round. But Foot will get themselves into double digits. It'll be 10-4, a 6-round lead. But Mouse, they've been here before. They've been here multiple times today alone. So it's whether or not they can answer back with the weapon saved, which will grant them at least a little bit of a lifeline to maybe bring this to a reasonable scoreline.
And Mao's actually in a decent position considering they saved all those guns.
They're able to
basically
save.
Just rinse and repeat the previous.
Yeah. Which, I mean, this is going to catapult them if they can have this round. This will catapult them, obviously, around closer.
But at the same time, I mean, it's Foot's at double digits now, you know? So it doesn't matter about catapulting them with money. They need to just catapult themselves into a winning season.
Yeah. That's all that matters in the end.
All that matters at the end of the day are the wins and losses. PR, although winning the opening kill, still won't get anything more than that. Xcloud doing a good job to just keep aggression there, pull a rotation over. They sit and wait. Oh, Xerxin and Krabeni. Jill will turn around first. It's Xerxin. That allows the T's to push out. Not much of a chance to do much more than anything besides that. Spinks, he shows that his vehicle could be made of something too, but instead it's a double spray down. And Zelix on an unknown flank. Potential to play spoiler. Gonna give himself up with that nade. The nade does good damage. Not enough to take Jugs out. Oh, reflake down. Now the one-on-one. Doesn't clear below. Jugs ready for it. 11-4. And I do believe this is the exact scoreline we saw in the previous.
Yeah. Not damn near close to it. I mean, the weapons are there at the very least here for mibr. Torsion, he has an op. He can get that one going. Hopefully, at the very least, he's currently, again, having a very quiet match, but thankfully for mibr. Symmetry, not having the op, very impactful, at least, is going to at least limit him, while the rest of the team, the Rifles have been doing it. So his name hasn't really been particularly called upon as much as mibr need their op kind of going and kicking around and getting these opening picks, which have been a pretty consistent no.
A lot of util for Symmetry to use. Elk's getting a little bit aggressive towards the ramp. Didn't get spot out. But now with the utility in mid, it does allow a pathway for Foot to follow. Plenty of CTs are stacked up to try to defend this. One smoked out. Xerxin will fire through it. A very important kill onto the Opper. And Krabeni next to fall. Sneaking in through connector. At least trades can come through. But Demon's all by himself. Such low HP. Somehow evading a ball to take him out. Nade can't do close enough to get any kill, much less any damage at all. Got stuck between a rock and a hard place. And it allows mibr to continue to battle back. It allows mibr to find their footing. Do you believe, Anthony?
After what I've seen in map 2, yes, 100%. mibr,
as you should,
seem like they again, the first half is always the rough spot for them, and flip side can be said for Foot. mibr hopefully can take advantage of this situation. We see the money for Foot not in any reasonable fashion, a place where you really want to force. We are going to see a timeout come through from Foot. And this is a perfect example. Right here, mibr can kind of get it going for themselves. They got the weapons, they got an op that was saved, so the money's still solid overall if this can go their way. Build up a nice little safety net and, just keep progressing. It's the baby steps, 1 foot at a time, 1 map at a time. That's all it takes. And, Foot just need 1 to secure at least the overtime. But then, mibr in overtime, thus far, 100% win rate.
Not the largest sample size to choose
Literally
from,
just 1 sample size. Just,
hey,
just 1 bite. Everyone knows the rules.
So it will be pistols out for Foot. Oh, nice shot from Torji. And it's just going to be a walkout onto the A-bomb site, which, in fairness to Foot, is a good read, is a good play. I doubt the bomb will be allowed to get planted, as the op once again proves to be true. Shots fired back and forth. Still in a position that very much so heavily favors mibr. They need to try to clear out CT. Smoke's about to fade right in front of them. Jugs, too many people to choose between. And he's only able to find 1. The rest of his teammates fall, including himself. 5-round difference. mibr still very much so collected, calm, ready to battle.
It's looking a lot better. Mitigated his losses down to just a single player. Again, nice influx of money. Leaves things a little more comfortable for them. Same can't be said for Foot being denied a bomb plant. Leaves them a little bit shorter on some weapons. We do see 2 Galils, 3 AKs, a little short on some of the utility. But overall, it's something that they can work with. The Mouse are in prime condition now. They're starting to feel it. You see that confidence flowing back in. They'll take the fights, they'll take the picks.
Very nice selection of rugs down there in Underpass, you know? As I say that is because the T's are trying to focus towards mid. 2 connecting from the bottom, 2 connecting from the top. Cody being lined up. CTs, once again, they have a good setup in the mid. Houses have a very good defensive setup that if the push does come through, it's going to be hard to fully get control. 4 players pushing in. PR already find the first. The op, good for another. CTs don't even have to continue to fight this, but they will. They absolutely clear house out. It's just Jugs. A lurk on the A-bomb side. Can't even get much damage done. Now this is a scary Mouse. This is a Mouse that seems like they're ready to roll. They're ready to take control.
They are, and rightfully so. This, at that point, at the end of the first half, it was Foot's map to lose. And they're giving Mouse the momentum. They're giving them the confidence. And we're seeing about that nice little mid-control going down slowly, methodically picking apart the T's, taking the fights one by one, getting and successfully finding the kills here. And the Deagle from Kerbeni landing some damage, but can't net a kill. And this should, hopefully, be that continued push for Mouse.
So blocks out. Kerbeni tries to spot ahead. Tap away, even give it a bit of a jump. Oh, okay, X-Cloud. Is it time again?
Sure.
And the Deagles ring to be true. Hasn't worked out quite as well for his other teammates, but him and Jugs have a pair of kills for themselves. It's a 3-on-3. There's low HP on X-Cloud. Surely not. Symmetry. Aggressive with an AK. Alex should have heard this. And PR the same. Hiding on the backside of Murder Hole. He'll get the better of him. Now Zelix and PR. They close it out. 2 weapons dropped with so much money in the bank for Mouse that they're not too worried about it. And this is how easy the Tides can switch once more. 11-4 turns to 11-8. And 11-8, that's 3 rounds away from being tied up.
And this is feeling a lot like map 2 already.
And a timeout having to be taken by Foot.
Perfect time to call it. And right now, we're seeing all of Mouse stepping up at this point. Everyone's now well within that double-digit territory, which in the first half we saw them very quiet, very lackluster. Now, it's going to fall down to Symmetry. No Opto, thankfully just a rifle for him. 7-12. You know, we kind of pointed him out as the guy that needs to, if they want this to keep going and put Mouse and hold them back as long as they can, he was a key factor, I would say.
I mean, I would argue that he was probably the biggest key factor. You need your Opera online, Mirage. It comes down as simple as that. Even if Torji isn't having like a stellar game, you still just need to have some impact from range. And at the same time, this is a Foot roster that, you know, it's coming down to the wire, and it feels like they're relying more on their individual plays to get them over the edge instead of a collective unit, a collective play. Sure, money hasn't been great. You've been on pistols a lot. You've been on Galils a lot, SMGs. But at the end of the day, a lot of this is coming down to what feels like individualistic ideals from Foot.
Slow and steady as she goes. As again, the mid fights slowly starting to rear their ugly heads as Sphinx in a good position and looks away at just the timing there. So X-Cloud will be allowed to live another day, or at least another round potentially, as Kerbeni gets taken out. Sphinx swings in, finds one, it's Symmetry out, but Demon boosts up towards jungle. It's red, but a little too late as Sphinx strikes from behind and finds a second, as maybe the information not relayed of where Sphinx was.
And now, not even a chance to get into it.
I'm scared.
Well, xFloud's probably shaking in his boots as well. 30 seconds left. No chance in hell, no hope. Try to keep the rifle alive. Your team has no money. No money at all. Even if the loss bonus isn't too bad.
Expo just trying to find something here, making sure he can have this AK go across into the next round, and Mouse are...
If they keep it, they're going to have 34, so I mean, they could still buy. It's...
Yeah.
At this point, though, what do you do? I feel like the better chance would just be to have the hero rifle play, maybe get some pistols, some utility. Don't do a full investment.
Speed it up, maybe. I mean, we haven't really seen too much of a quick-paced action out of this squad other than mid. Mid's the only quick area they've gone to. They've never really dedicated a fast and steady exec onto a site. Hopefully not big. A couple smokes will give you pretty prime access to that A site. Instead, it seems like mid will be where the utility goes, but the bodies are funneling their way elsewhere.
xFloud takes a bit of contact. Ooh, an opening kill. That's very good. A double up. Okay. Now this is the chance for Foot to get back in action. But again, it feels like it's just reliant on these individual plays.
Yeah.
The aggression was there. Very nice kills come in. But where's the plot behind that? The bomb rotates its way over to A. There's no one there to defend it. Instead, it's a double push-up through mid from Mouse. They should be more than aware of this, the possibility of the situation happening. A smoke goes over. Lands on the top of the stairs. One for the top of the con. Zelix pushes up. Not going to get any sightline through. And no one in CT. Zelix does catch the flank of xFloud out. And now it's just pistols on the remaining players. Now's debatably in a better spot to deal with this.
This is going to be a key fight right here. 3 players stacked up. Good flash coming across, catches everyone, and somehow a team kill and a kill comes through. It's a 2-on-2. The op finds it, but can't close it out. It's down to Joe.
He doesn't even know he's taking it. He doesn't even know he's taking it. There was no noise that could be heard because of all the action happening in CT. So close yet so far away. Another heartbreak of a round. And now 1 round being the difference. I mean, Foot hasn't looked alive.
This whole half.
Foot hasn't looked alive in at least 7 rounds.
It has been
They won the first 3.
It's been a dominant stretch from Mouse. Again, the resilience is coming into play here, Donnie. We saw it on Nuke, and it's coming up again. It's obvious. It's here right now. They can actually, this time, not even have to go to overtime. They didn't let Foot even touch into the realm of that. Still on the cusp of it, still being able to dodge it, and Foot have stalled out on 11.
That timeout definitely needed here. Take a look at the previous round. Again, if you want to look at the bright side, I mean, at least the loss bonus has built up to a point where Foot on the T side, no matter what, can buy for the rest of this. Mouse has so much money stored up that they're in the same boat. Finances should not be an issue at this point. It should just come down to who is going to win the gunfights, who is going to win the tactical war, who is going to playoffs in France. I'm sure wants to put his team in the position to do so. Gets aggressive in mid. Scoped on Cat. No one's there for the scope to see, however. And 3 towards the apartments.
Double op, actually.
First time it's come out.
It is, and this is probably going to catch at least Jugs off. Maybe more. We're probably going to see PR get a kill. Probably drop down, reposition off maybe towards empty pillar, watch the cross. It's a good setup for him if he can get this opening pick, because he has little to no support close by. A single flash will push him off, but instead, this might be a dry peek coming out from Foot.
And it's a full challenge. One and done position as well. I mean, even if he gets 1 kill here, it's going to be hard-pressed to find another. Spinks able to help out elsewhere. Again, 1 and done. Spinks has rotated in time, though. And his teammate backs him up from the market. Zershin, nice 2 kills, leaves just Symmetry by himself. It's a tied scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. It is a tied scoreline. It's 11-11. And could you ask for a better series to be a decider? Could you ask for a better series to send a team all the way to playoffs? Round of 16, earn yourselves a few days off, a little bit of rest. And you know what? After how incredibly taxing this battle has been,
yeah,
you're going to need the days off.
The high highs and the low lows, it's the definition of a roller coaster of a matchup here. We thought it was going to be a 2-0. We were wrong. We're on map 3. We thought it was going to just end off abruptly from Foot winning. We were wrong again. It's 11-11, and it is just Mouse. Full steam ahead with only success above them.
Julio and Cyclone both a chance to talk to their teams. Timeout called. All the momentum in the world in Mouse's corner. An absolute stomping. Clock ticks down. The last chance for either one of these teams to make a push to end this in regulation. Otherwise, it'll just be a brawl for overtime.
Utility is abysmal here for Foot. I mean, most of it already gone as is, so maybe getting onto an execute, onto a site, is going to come down to where they can get a pick. And they haven't had an early pick in probably this whole half, I would say. It has been a long time coming for Foot to get the opener, and I'm hard-pressed to believe they're going to find it this round.
Boost up into window. Okay, X-Cloud at least opens it up. That's exactly what we were talking about. You need that opening kill. Immediately traded back by Xerxin. 2 to fall instead of just 1. Negates any momentum that Foot might have just built up. Oh, the timing could not have been worse for Jugs. Zelix able to save his teammates live. A Guardian Angel from the other side. Krebeni keeps us even. Symmetry, a beautiful shot onto Torji, which leaves the in-game leader all by himself. A new breath of life brought into Mouse by this man since the reins have been taken over. But can he continue to push his team forward within this matchup? Can the dream of Mouse ending this in regulation still be true, or is it Foot to have the advantage instead? Both the players back up towards the ramp. Nade goes out towards default. No one there to catch any of it. Xerxin clears. All Foot needs to do is play back. Don't give up the one-on-ones. Instead, swing at the same time.
There we go.
Perfection performed by Foot. And finally, the round drought has ended.
That 8 in a row?
7 in a row. 7-1. Started out with 3 rounds. You get the pistol, you get the 2 conversions. Mouse takes every round past that point until you're fully pushed against the wall, until you have no breathing room. You give one last shove. But is it enough to knock Mouse down?
Again, it's a coin flip scenario. Overtime or not. It's overtime or bust at this point. If it goes to overtime, I feel like Mouse have this again.
Yeah, and
so Foot need to stop it now.
If it goes to overtime, I mean, and that's another loss for Foot, they're going to be absolutely crushed. Sure, another chance in the lower bracket, but so much stress put into this one matchup. The entirety of Foot set up towards A. Play the push for a moment. Huge opening kill. Jugs goes good there. Molotov pushes them back. 2 on the site. 1 towards window. Nade. Huge damage onto 2 players. Flashes flood over. Jugs another kill. That's 2 to start it out. Is this the chance? Exertion able to trade back. Finds 2 for himself, and now a player advantage for the T's, but still a doable retake. Bomb yet to be planted. PR in a great spot. Gets the spray onto the player default. The timing's perfect for Demon, and now Torji had an amazing first map. Fell off a bit, and now it's all up to him. A 1v2. A 1v2 to keep yourselves alive. A 1v2 to send you into the round of 16. And the T's, they've rotated. The T's are heading towards B.
They have time this time.
Perfectly executed. Both up through Cat. Torji has an idea of what's going on, though, but the bomb's going to be planted for Cat. Surely, this is an unwinnable situation for Torji. No matter how skilled he is with the op. All Foot need to do is play the angles, play the timing right. Torji starts to swing in the first head found, but Foot able to drag it back. It looked like surely they had every map won. It falls apart map 2, but then they get it over the finish line in the last possible moment, and they stamp themselves in the round of 16 in playoffs here in France, and a chance to contend for the Esports World Championship victory in Counter-Strike.
Talk about keeping things interesting.
Yeah.
Talk about making that a nail-biter. Foot, man. They let it slip and slip and slip, and just when you think it's another catastrophic collapse on the T side, they find the wherewithal to win a couple rounds and put that one over the line.
Let's not act like that wasn't actually nearly, if not a catastrophic collapse.
Oh, they're going to be looking back at that T side, I'm sure, and doing some work.
Oh, yeah, there was nothing good going on about that. It was MOUZ really, again, they just stayed firm and planted on their position in these second halves. They swell back into it. And again, this could have easily been another flip scenario, just like map 2. There was no real determined victor up until it came down to the last very round.
There was. I mean, and I want to give some credit over to MOUZ, and in particular, I want to give some credit over to Xerxon before we continue the praise for Foot, because a huge part of allowing that comeback to happen was Xerxon as an individual in key positions, in towards the middle of the map, shutting down, even in that final round, right? He brought it back into the realm of possibility when it looked like they were down and out. So, huge credit on. Obviously, that's going to be forgotten because at the end of the day, a loss is a loss, and they will have to battle through the lower bracket, one more chance to make playoffs. But Foot mark their place in the top 16, mark their place in the playoff, will get to play in front of the crowd as well, and wow, they did gut that out. So praise on to Foot. Again, really strong first halves. We have to praise that as well, because it was the same story on Nuke. Even here, it wasn't until the tail end of the first half where MOUZ even got any rounds to speak of.
It kind of feels like the pressure builds. As Foot have a open door towards trying to clinch it out, the pressure builds, they start to get a little bit more lax, they start to focus more individually, but at the end of the day, like you said, the victors write history. So, they got the win. That is literally all that matters. They have some time to rest after what is a very, very stressful qualification game. And credit to them, I mean, they do deserve it. Like, the players on this team and the peak that this team can hit is very impressive. Still a little rough around the edges, but there's plenty of time to build that out.
I mean, there's an obvious weakness, which is the T sides. It was the same story on Nuke, right? Even the rounds that they did win on Nuke to force the overtime, like, they shouldn't have. They were Deagle rounds. There's a lot of work to do on the attack, which is always the harder half to make work as an IGL with a game plan. It felt like here on Mirage, when they simplified things in the later rounds, maybe going for more straightforward takes on towards the site, they found some success. So something to look at there going forward, all in.
Yeah, I mean, they kept trying to force an issue early on in mid, which came to nothing realistically. A lot of that kind of came down to the key factors that I mentioned earlier, which was symmetry on an op on that second half was just not there. I think he might have ended with 8, maybe 9 kills in an entire game that ran an entire length. He was quiet, and obviously the opposing op was just really catapulting MOUZ into this gap where they finally closed it down. And if and when Foot got that opening pick, that was when they actually found the success. But till then, it was quiet.
I think that is a name that we're going to be keeping an eye on for Foot really this whole season, right? Symmetry, still very young, still very promising. We see the highs, but it hasn't necessarily been as consistent a picture as many of his teammates, right? Still somebody that people are discussing is not necessarily being proven in the same way. We've seen the flashes even in this series, very strong moments, but tough to put a whole map together, and you really do want to get that reliability through from an AWPer, so hopefully can find that form. Could be the next thing to give Foot another gear.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, all around, through this series, a struggling point, to say it nicely. Everyone had moments of very, very promising light, though. I mean, Demon as well. Demon struggled every now and then, but when he actually was needed, except in the clutches on Nuke, his name was called on, and he performed very well. Krebeni just all around pretty static and stable. Symmetry, that's going to be somewhere to look, but I do think that it's just a matter of time.
And to be clear here, we are praising them. They did make the playoffs. They did beat a Mao's team that just lifted a trophy. This is a very good moment for Foot. This is something worth celebrating. I think the reason why we're hard on this team, why we're finding things to criticize, is because you can see just how high the ceiling is. This team is still so young. And with the XCloud edition, it feels like they are rapidly approaching that ceiling. And I'm very bullish. I am very bullish on this Foot team. I think this is a team that will lift a trophy in another trophy in 2026. I'm going to say that. I'm putting that on the record. I'm putting that out there right now. XCloud, I think, has been just a wonderful addition. I think you're already seeing so much success with XCloud in this team.
Dude, look at that round swing.
That's damn
by
nice.
itself.
That's damn nice.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he not only brings firepower, but he really brings a lot of vocal energy to it, too. You saw it on that ace clutch on Nuke. He was almost headset off, standing up, yelling over at them. And that's the kind of stuff that keeps the energy moving in the right direction for a team that may be starting to taper off at times. And maybe he can bring something more than just some really great firepower.
I mean, especially a young team. You know, it's so easily for people that are, new in the Tier 1 scene and very young just in general in their lifetime to mentally be fast to drop out of a game. But if you have a player that's able to just be loud, keep you confident, keep you excited to play, that's a huge factor. XCloud does that, and obviously individually, a lot of killing.
It's something that they've talked about a lot over the stretch of this first season of the year, was figuring out how to manage the emotions, right? Because originally they were a team where they had Lau come in, he was firing off, he was going red in the face, screaming. Then his teammates started doing it. They were screaming after every possible round win. Then they realized, well, maybe that's not the most sustainable way to play Counter-Strike. Let's temper it. They're still trying to find that middle ground. And again, this just speaks to how fresh and young a team this is. There is so much more to learn. And as they get continually seasoned, you just have to imagine the sky's the limit.
Yeah, I mean, again, bunch of young guys, and when you're that young, you're kind of like a sponge. You absorb everything around you, you learn, you prosper, and it's either you go one way or the other, and right now, they're tapering upward pretty drastically, pretty quick.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is a team that we look to make a deeper run within the playoffs here.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. I think realistically, a semifinal appearance is a possibility, and if not even further. I think that this is a team that just needs to find one last piece to really have it all connect.
Let's get bold. I'm going to get bolder than that. I'm going to do you one more, because I think that, A, they've just toppled a Mao's team that just lifted a trophy that is a contender here at the Esports World Cup. And then if you look at the rest of the pool, if you look at our top shelf teams, Vitality struggling against Bait. Spirit, I mean, what the heck is going on with Spirit right now? Not looking like themselves. Falcons are pretty good. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. They look pretty good. They're sort of the outlier right now, and there are some other teams that are surging. But I think Foot's right there in the mix. I think this is a Foot team that should have trophy aspirations here at the Esports World Cup, and why not? They're in the playoffs.
I like that. Honestly, I can't even disagree with it. I love that take.
I think it's very realistic at this point.
They're past the dark horse stage, and now they're just a team that can do it.
A horse.
Yeah,
they're a horse. They are.
They're just a horse. And so clip-clop their way into playoffs they shall. We'll see if they can take it all the way to the finish line. But for now, we're going to take it to a break. And when we come back, our final series of the day is K27 taking on mibr.los.
Kitty, I feel like we kind of got off to the wrong start when we first met in Paris.
She called me her little dog. On a compris que t'es américaine. On a compris.
So that's why I'm super excited that we get to have a traditional French meal. Oh, bonjour!
Bonjour. Bonjour, mesdames.
Merci beaucoup.
You're welcome.
Merci.
Avec plaisir.
Oh, I know some of these words.
Okay, like 6 huîtres. It's like one of the best things that you can have as a starter.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, and you can have 6 of them.
Oh.
Exciting.
6, 7.
Oh, God. Oh, wow.
Enjoy.
Nice. Merci beaucoup.
Avec plaisir.
Merci.
You take it with your hands, like that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Then you can have that lemon. You
Okay.
can squish. I will do it for you.
I'm okay.
Are we okay here?
I'm okay.
And then you...
And here we go. Viva la France. I got it. I can do it. I can do it.
No, not with the finger.
I did it.
Not with the finger.
I did it.
Why?
It's really good.
You liked it? I'm so pleased. Maybe one more.
Okay. Oh.
How do you feel now?
Trebon.
And the best part is that we have so much more.
So, pourquoi this?
This is like a type of bluish cheese, and you also have jam with it.
This cheese looks like it has a little something growing on it.
That's the ones that are the most powerful. If you want to really taste cheese, you try that one.
Wow, that is definitely some mold. Now, if I peel it off before I eat it, so you know how sometimes they give you shrimp and the shrimp isn't deveined, so you gotta take like the poop out of it. All right, there we go. I think we got, okay, there we go. We got all the mold. Bon appétit.
Oui, à la tienne. So?
Regard! Did you regard LaShawn?
No.
You know what this is, Kitty?
Yeah, this is
escargot, a French dish that I am definitely experienced with. So I'm gonna teach you how this works. All right, so peep this. So you got these 6 little shells, and what's in them are snails. Now, in order to eat them, it's a little bit of a tricky process, but I'm gonna show you. So you use this little clampy clamp. You're gonna pick up the shell with the clampy clamp, like saw. Okay, and then you're gonna use your fork to dig. It doesn't matter that I had a pet snail when I was little. 3, 2, 1. A little hot. I'm definitely not thinking of Gary the snail right now.
Congratulations.
Merci. So clearly I've nailed it.
Yeah, you've snailed it.
Ooh, wait, what?
It's a tartare, so it's raw meat.
I don't think you're allowed to eat meat raw. That's how you get salmonella.
Oh my God. How do you come up with all of that? What's going on in your brain every day?
It looks like they forgot to bring us a grill. So here's the thing. I can
What are you
improvise, all right? This is what we Americans know how to do, all right? We bring our own equipment.
What are you doing?
I'm cooking for you. I'm appreciating your culture.
No, it's not appreciating the culture. It's insulting French. It's insulting me.
No. I'll add the salt later, okay? So what do we have next up on the menu, Kitty?
It's called saumon.
But salmon is supposed to be pink. So usually when I see fish, it's usually in stick form. I feel like we can just make one slight change to this to make it even better.
What are you doing?
It's just a little bit of ketchup.
Don't do it. Don't do
A little
it.
bit of ketchup. It's some of my culture with you. So
You
I'm just
don't
gonna
put ketchup on
a
it.
little bit of ketchup.
Oh God. Are you here to insult me?
No. This is actually really good. You should try some.
No, I don't want to try it. Don't make me try it. Don't make me try it. Oh my God.
It's really good.
It's just, you've gone too far. You've gone too far. I can't anymore. La cuisine française.
I think it's organic. I'm right, it is better.
I'm supposed to meet with the big producer, but I don't see her anywhere.
Kitty, you made it!
Oh wow, I made it to what?
To the best experience of your life. Come on inside. Come on.
I don't want to.
Come on, let's do it.
Not after last time.
Okay, but what if I told you we're making perfume today?
Okay, I'm curious.
Come on, it's gonna smell so good. It's gonna be so pretty.
Yeah, okay.
I still smell a little bit like ketchup, but that's okay.
You deserved it.
Come on. Kitty, what makes me so sad is that the EWC is eventually going to end.
It's very sad indeed, but I am not sad about you going home.
But I do want something to bring home with me to kind of remember our time together and all the fun things that we got to do.
Oh yeah, we had so much fun.
I want to create a scent that truly captures esports. What do you think of when you smell esports?
Nothing really good, to be honest, like people sweating, being focused, keyboards that are not really clean. So yeah, that's what I think about.
And that's exactly the scent that I want to capture.
Why?
Esports.
Okay.
Esports.
I'm gonna start with the lavender one. Let's start with the base, okay?
Lavender, what is that?
Are you kidding?
Is that an NPC?
It's not an NPC. It's like a flower.
But I think that for my base, I've actually been able to take a gaming headset used by players and distill down a lot of the dandruff and head lice into this concoction. This shall be my base. Woo! Take a whiff. I think some of the lice are still moving around in there.
I'm gonna put some vanilla in mine.
Some what?
Vanilla.
Isn't that for eating?
It's used for several things, you know?
Do you know where you get vanilla?
Yeah.
You actually get from a beaver's butt. When beavers fart, they have vanilla.
How do you come up with those things?
I just really love beavers. I've managed to capture KC fans' blood, sweat, and tears. This is the blue wall in blue tier form.
Oh my god. You're gonna get beat up after this.
Not after they smell my perfume.
You already made a disaster with that, so I'm gonna continue my beautiful perfume with, I think, some cassis.
Chassis? Like a robot?
No. Again, it's a fruit.
It's a fruit?
Yeah, you don't have that in America. It's fine.
I got Cheetos.
Yeah, I know.
But for my next part, I actually got the finger gloves of players, and we're just gonna go ahead and add a little bit of sweat.
Ew. That's atrocious.
Yeah, but it was from Team Spirit. It smells like victory.
It's not gonna bring victory into your life, trust me.
I found one of the jerseys from the team that's gone to 23 back-to-back tournaments. So what this smells like is pure failure, desperation, and yet some resolve.
Oh god. Overly why?
Is it in? You can really smell the failure.
I have it right in front of me.
I managed to take one of the keyboards off the stage, and what I did was I removed all of the dead skin cells and food junk and crust, and I put it into this liquid form. But here's the thing, it is very potent, so we can only do... Oh, I missed.
Oh god. Don't do it!
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're disgusting.
I managed to take all of the Cheeto dust out of the controllers that were on the stage and created this. This couch cushion from one of the practice rooms. I heard that the players did not leave this baby for 24 hours straight. And so we got this beautiful essence. This is gonna be a fantastic perfume. I feel like we just gotta mix it up a little bit.
Oh god.
Smells amazing. You have no idea how amazing this smells. It smells like resolve. It smells like perseverance. It smells like desperation. It smells like esports.
Don't put it near me.
Just a little bit.
No.
I promise.
I
Can you
don't
just try?
Oh!
Ooh.
It's disgusting.
That'll come off. I promise. That'll.
Oh god, don't touch me! Don't touch me! You're me off. Every day I come with her. Every day she's something up.
L'Esport.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The stage is set for our final match of the day here on the B stream at the Esports World Cup, and we've got none other than K27 matched up against mibr.los to close out the day, and this match is elimination on the line, fellas. We got Buckethead, we got All In to bring us this action today. Elimination, one of these teams will be getting their keys crushed. And just to set that stage, K27, reminder, a team that made it all the way through the last chance qualifier in order to be here. I believe we will get you gentlemen joining me here in just a moment.
So, yeah,
there we go.
Exciting. I think the elimination factor of EWC, really quick, I just think it's really cool with the whole key crushing thing. I just think it's fun. I like that little flair onto everything. It makes you feel like there's a lot more stakes going on. K27.
Not in that footage, that's for sure, unless they've started to look a whole lot like 100 Thieves. Look, you know, if we could all look as broad and handsome as Rain, we'd be very happy indeed. But there we do have K27 entering our screens as they are ready to enter the server here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, you brought up the last chance qualifier. They beat some pretty big names, Sinner, Saw, Eyeballers, and Fnatic even. So they've definitely earned their spot as a competitive team. But they're up against, you know, a pretty solid mibr as of right now. You know, maybe it could be a lot closer, but it's looking like it's potential one-sided.
A team that's seen a lot of success in online as well, especially in Europe. And, you know, a team that's building up the ranks, kind of an underdog coming into this. In terms of name value, you're definitely thinking mibr in terms of just seeing them more recently.
Sure.
But K27 is an exciting team to watch. If you really get to watch the individuals play, I think that there's a lot of good facets for these players, but a lot of untapped potential so far.
Yes, certainly, and a team that is in flux as well, right? NQZ coming into the fold, Klim out, trying to reshape the way that they want to look at that. NQZ getting used to calming in the new language. We saw that maybe cause some issues in their previous matchup, but it's definitely something that's going to get better with time. And an mibr.los team in general that's looking to make the appeal to Insani to stay, because based on publicly reported information, his contract's up at the end of the year. So you're hoping you can extend your homegrown superstar.
That's a player that that is a generational talent for your team. That is someone that you want to be on your team until the day that they retire. And Sani is such a great asset to any team that he could potentially be on, and he's really a driving force of why mibr is able to stay competitive.
And he's certainly going to be a player that a lot of teams are in the sweepstakes for, especially as he is continuing to show that he can in fact calm and play in English as well. Just putting that out there for the future, but right now we're focused on the here and now, because if mibr.los can survive today, can make a run at the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup, that would be a massive boost to their stocks and boost to their standings to convince Insani that this is where he belongs.
Yeah, and I think NQZ is going to help back that up a lot. You know, he put up some solid numbers, even if it was a loss against a pretty major team of Astralis. He won 18-12. You know, when you have your Opera putting up some solid numbers against a pretty large team like that, it brings a lot of promise to the rest of the roster and could definitely persuade him like, hey, stick around. We know what we're doing. We swear it'll work out.
There was glimmers of light for the mibr team.
Glimmers.
If they're, yeah, I mean, like, you know, there was a few rounds I can think off the top of my head that Breno did a very decent job in anchoring down the bomb site. It was over on Inferno. He was playing inside of the A pit. There's a few rounds that specifically I can remember he did his part very role. NQZ, a great player. Insani, a phenomenal player. Venom's Era, I feel like someone, at least in my eyes, I haven't really seen step up in recent competition with mibr. But a name that in past has had impact. And LNZ, a great caller, a European system now coming into a Brazilian team. There's a lot of question marks around mibr, but a lot of potentially good answers.
Well, the question is, can we find some of those good answers? Because we've got an interview with LNZ.
Thank you so much, as always, for joining me at LNZ. I just want to take a moment to reflect upon your best of one versus Astralis. Second half, T-side looked a little bit tricky for you guys. What were the takeaways for you from that?
I think on the T side we lost a lot of after plans. Like we never really got any clutch situation going on our way. And also we lost the anti-eco in the start of the T side, which kind of fucked our momentum a bit. But I didn't feel like we necessarily played bad. I felt like we got the plant bomb, we got the plant almost every single round, but then we just lost every situation after that. So yeah, it was more our after plans, and it also didn't help on the city side that we lost the 1v3, so they started the comeback again.
I spoke to NQZ before that, obviously a new addition to this mibr squad. He was talking a bit about his first time kind of under European in-game leading style. How's it been bringing him into the team and getting him accustomed to how you like to call?
I think it's been quite easy, like, to be honest. Like for him it's different, but for me it's quite easy. And I can also feel like it's a better fit for us and for me than it was with Klim, like personality-wise and how it works like in our system. So I'm really happy like with how it is now, and we just need time to kind of integrate him.
What's the balance like for you when obviously living up to the name of your team, 4 Brazilians and then yourself as a sole European? How do you balance kind of the two different schools of Counter-Strike when we're looking at South America versus a European style?
I don't know, I don't think so much about it. I kind of just do my own thing and kind of do what I feel is the best, and sometimes that is maybe like adapting a bit more to them, and sometimes that might be like being a bit harsh and doing it my way. I feel like that's kind of what you need to do in leadership. You kind of just need to, you know, lead the way, however that is, and you kind of need to just adapt to what you feel like is needed.
And in terms of where you feel like this season is leading for mibr, given that you brought in a new Opera and NQZ into the equation, what are your expectations looking at EWC? What's like the bare minimum for you guys to be achieving here?
I feel like since it's our first like big LAN like with NQZ with practice, not counting the one in China that we played in the player break, we cannot really expect too much, but I at least want us to show that we improved on the things that we struggled on the last season, because we're still like only 6 months or 8 months now into this team, and like I don't think it's realistic to kind of feel like you should break into the top 10 like at that point, because that is really hard, and I believe that we can do it, but with time. So for me now, I'm just here to play good Counter-Strike and not have any regrets after.
I imagine you do want to take down K27 though, in this next game. What do you know about them? How familiar are you with their playstyle?
I don't know so much about them like from before, but I played against the CS in my whole career in Europe, so like I kind of know how to play against it, and I believe we have a good game in front of us, and I hope we are on top.
Very excited to be diving into it. Thank you so much. As always, LNZ, that is mibr ready to take on K27.
And they've just finished their huddle up on the stage, so they are ready indeed to hop into the server against K27. mibr, it stands for Made in Stockholm.
Yeah, I mean, it's close enough to what it stands for. And I do like that outlook of LNZ, you know, not having too high of expectations, coming in with a new roster, coming in with new pieces, speaking English now. You need to realistically know that at first, you're not going to have like a true contendership mindset. You need to just be able to adjust. And I think that's actually a very mature outlook from him.
It is, but Counter-Strike is not a patient game. If there's one thing that we know, it's that ours is not a patient ecosystem, and so you gotta win now, and they've gotta win against that K27 team across from them, which we've mentioned, yes, maybe they're less familiar from the LAN circuit, but these are some dangerous names, man. We're talking about X5, he's been around at a few different rosters, competing, and we're talking about guys like Quinky, like there is some serious firepower here. Clax, you've seen them before. If they underestimate this K27 team, it's gonna be a rough road, and we are gonna start out on Cash. Let's go! K27 bringing it in here.
I mean, it makes sense. They have a 100% win rate from when they've started playing it, which I believe was all in the qualifier, if I'm not mistaken, 5 for 5. So I think it's a strong choice. mibr does have one map played in it, but hasn't really showed much of anything. Nuke and Ancient coming in after that. Safe pick for sure from mibr. Ancient as a decider, that's going to be rough for the side of mibr as well.
I feel like this might go three maps, honestly. With Cash, I wasn't sure if mibr were going to let that slide in. It was kind of like maybe it doesn't, it goes the way. But I think it should go the way of the picks up until the very end.
Unless it doesn't. That's what remains to be seen. That's Counter-Strike, baby. Whatever it should do doesn't matter. Only thing that matters is what happens when we hit the server, which we'll be doing in just a moment here. I'm very excited to see the Cash, though. I think Cash should work very nicely for a team like mibr, right? When you have a player like Insani who can take control of whole lanes of the map, when you have a guy like NQZ who can zone things out with that AWP, I think this should function quite nicely. Then you consider Venom Zera, Breno, if you're playing the peripheries with them. However you want to stack up these players, this should be a map that lends itself to a team like mibr.
Yeah, I think it should. Long-term right now, we'll see, because with this hybrid kind of thought process between the, switching around of the IGLs and, does the Brazilians really want to follow the EU strat line, or are they kind of meeting in the middle somewheres and kind of just creating its own style that fits well for this squad? I feel like this is going to be a good test for it on a map that they don't have any success. They have a rep in it, but there's no success. And if they do get some good just momentum going in this map, I don't even think if it doesn't go their way, it definitely leads well into the really kind of the grand scheme of things, where they can kind of lean back onto it and be like, this didn't work. They can adjust where they need to and make it actually fully functional.
I'm really curious how mibr is going to play their mid-hold too. Like how aggressive they're going to be on trying to keep mid control. Obviously a very essential part of Cash, but if you are going to give it up, you need to have a pushback somewhere. Usually it's focused more towards A main, and if that's where Asani is stationed, I need to figure out what the flow of this map is for mibr. I do think there's potential, but I'm also worried about how it will flourish. But flourish we will, because we're getting into the gate.
We're getting into... So I will leave you gentlemen to it, apparently, post-haste.
All right, the final matchup for here on the B stream of Day 3, EWC 2026. That's the year we're in, and it's a good year because Cash is back in the map pool.
Honestly, one of my long favorite maps that when it first released, I didn't remember if I liked it or not, in all honesty. It felt like forever, and now that I've gotten some reps in on it, I'm loving the flow of it and the way that things are. And hopefully, well, it does seem like K27 will get themselves their own feel for this map as things are lighting up quick. But for mibr, and it is going to be just down to X5, last alive already, and all it took was 20 seconds.
Breno and Insani had a couple of kills apiece. X5 kind of got shut out. More than ready for that push.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Insani was staring at Squeaky Door with dual Berettas, just
he foreseen this
foaming at the mouth, ready to shoot.
Best weapon for that, too.
Yeah. And now pushed up aggressively. X5 about to walk in the loving arms. 3, 2, 1. It's done. That's a very, very clean piss around for mibr.
Yeah, and that's exactly how you want to start it. Again, this is only the second official mibr have on this map. And obviously this is probably a map that they've known is going to eventually come out and people are going to want to play, and they might have to have a matchup exactly like this. So I'm assuming they have at least the bare basics down on a map that they may not want to play, but if it happens, they got something in their back pocket, whether it's Dooley staring at a door or not.
I mean, I will say, a bit scary going against a team like K27 on this map, because if you don't have a lot of officials in it, and you also see how potent K27's map pool is with this in it. A bit of an oversaturation in recent history of Cash being there. So mibr, they got to be careful. Even if they're confident, careful is the most important thing. And it is just pistols for K27, as they did lose the first round, obviously. Clax close to the sweet door, taking a little bit of a gunfight. Just a distraction point. Try to keep mid less occupied, and Sani holds the line as pistols do begin to aggress just a little bit. Renault up towards the highway box, swings around, gonna catch the shoulder. That's one good spray, dink down, but it doesn't matter. His 2 kills fall in favor of him. Sani opens up with one for himself and QZ, and the only one left has to fall all the way back. Zito in main with the bomb, and QZ waiting, and it's another clean round.
And you know, you said it early on, mid is going to be a big kind of question mark for you, for everybody probably, because, again, only a single rep on this map for mibr, but it does seem like they have a firm grasp of how they want to play kind of mid to a certain degree. They have a lot of, set up for switching around, kind of repositioning. Sandbags is obviously going to be a big focal point here, with probably Z kind of being an afterthought or just a fallback kind of position. I feel like there is going to be heavy manpower towards this mid area, which is, you kind of do end up playing it like almost like an ancient, a 1-3-1 almost.
Right, mid definitely the most important choke point. Player Sandbags, that's Insani. Big name to have go down early on. Although LNZ on a flank, perfectly timed. Dito and X5 both lose their lives, but it does allow a bit of a push onto the A bomb site. Been vacant, no one there to occupy it. Big nade.
Oh.
That'll be Clax going down. Breno off to a hot start. Doing very well for himself. Molotov out towards back of sight. Simple mopping up of the opposition. A very good start for mibr. Of course, still early, but I feel like a confidence in the gunfights is definitely being shown right now.
Yeah, like a well-oiled machine right now. Or a well-oiled weapon. And a weapon that claims the lives of K27. Again, a 3-0 start here for mibr. Again, this is K27's map pick. We will be on to Nuke and a third map Ancient if we ever get there. And I hate that small little creepy baby doll thing.
What's wrong with it, man?
Nightmare.
Nade on over. Does make direct contact, but much damage as you might expect. The nade in return.
Oh, it just keeps coming.
An airstrike completely falters the T's that were trying to boost up. It's a very calm setup right now. mibr, I like it. I like it. Insani feeling sharp today. The rest of the team focused towards B. Not going to clear out LNZ. First shot of the player jumping over. Clax the fall. Utility goes in as the T's continue to try to push. But Cashlead blasts the fall.
You know, I think they might like this map.
Hey, why not? I mean, it's only 4 rounds in, man.
I know. I'm.
Plus, we got the op out.
True. NQZ, player that did put up some pretty good numbers, but it was a loss on mibr. Hopefully you can keep that energy moving, but right now it's Insani, a player that you kind of highlighted as the one to watch. 7-1.
He is the one. He is
the one.
He is the one of the best players, if not the best player out of Brazil. Like, just insane. Such a pleasure to watch him. And again, like Mike was bringing up on the desk, an uncertain future, definitely a proving ground here for how the team can perform, and try to sweeten the deal a bit, but that's not the focus on. We got the game in front of us. That's the only thing that's important. His utility setup. Another nade, NQZ. Brought down pretty low. Clax Making way through A main, a player on the other side of the wall gets the better of him. Breno doing very well on these aggressive stances early on for the CT side. Molotov, plus a few bullets, will eventually end his life, but that's a player advantage secured for MIBR and information on, at minimum, 2 of the 3 remaining players.
Zito down to just 22 HP, but he has the op. Doesn't always matter what the health's followed, as long as you can hit those shots. It matters not, but he is going to be met with at least 4 other MIBR players still sticking around, still lurking around. And Sunny just in a firm position in mid that he has yet to really give up as the waves of T's clash against him. He holds firm just like a nade in hand. LNZ takes the fight. He takes some damage, but somehow still comes out on top. And it is going to be X5 to get a kill towards A site, which could really all surmount to at least a bomb plant at the very least here.
Rotations coming in through Z. X5 aggressive towards truck, a player pushing up. Here's a perfect timing. Almost didn't land the shot. Venom Zero jumps up really quick to get a spot. Insani pushes through, confident as ever. Only Zito left. An op, no HP. A quick shot under Venom Zero, now the one-on-one. 2 very respected players, but only one comes out on top, and that is Insani, because he is non-stop. 5-0 after a bit of heroics. A 2K for him.
Zito made it very close. I was holding my breath there for a split second.
Oh, the first shot was nice. I'll give it to him. Credit where credit's due.
It was, which again leaves at least hope for K27 to come into this, but now down at a 5-0 start on their map pick. You kind of we're in that territory like we saw in the last matchup. It's a very quick and abrupt start for one side. Will they swell up and kind of come back into this early on before this first half slips away? They're down to Tech 9s. They have at least 2 rifles in this.
Sani taking a lot of damage from the Molotov, brought down to below half. But it does allow a window for X5. Freak his way out a little bit. But again, like you said, pistols mostly. You got a AK, you got a Galil backing up, a bit of a heroic stance. And the heroic AK does happen to get the first kill of the round. Although brought down low, it allows a flood of keys to fall out into the site. 2 for 1. Venom Zera doing the best he can as the anchor. Buying time for the rotates to come over. Bomb still not planted. NQZ very close. Pop on the retake, not always the easiest thing, but utility going down towards the bomb planter at least makes it a bit interesting.
And the rain of utility from each side comes flying in. X5 still low. He's posted up towards Checkers. Cashlet back to site, spraying from Insani is going to find nothing. Vernos has kind of evacuated that general area. Brino going to drop out through vents. X5 has an idea to watch the area, and he does. He catches him midair, gets the kill. It's a man advantage, and we're going to see MIBR backpedal, give up the site, and give up the round. K27 find their first.
Yeah, it did kind of all anchor on Breno there. Oh, trying to take the gun away. Not quite able to. X5 is the only one to survive.
Of all the players, the first person to take good chunks of damage is the one to prevail.
Well, that's a very good round for K27. Just, I mean, sure, you lose more weapons than you would like, but you are getting everything off of the hands of MIBR, and an economy is already built up for them. So anything you can get away early on lets you whittle it down more and more. Try to string some rounds together. And yeah, that retake, it all anchored on Breno. But X5 more than ready for it.
Deep smoke towards mid means there's going to be a battle once more, and Sunny finds one, but it's going to be X5 with the quick trade. A 3-man stacking towards Checkers. LNZ boosted up towards vents. He should have an angle if he chooses to swing X5, but he's now been at least a little bit aware. They're going to backpedal, give up that space earned from mid, and kind of team up a little bit and focus more and put some pressure on the outer extremities.
Four v 4 with heavy focus towards A. And unfortunately for the side of MIBR, only got Breno there. Link from the back corner, back by quad. He start to clear out. Very prolonged hit, but Clax will not prolong Breno's life any longer. NQZ, good to get one and dip out. Bomb hasn't made its way out into the bomb site yet. Still back in main. Only one more flashbang to work with. It's not even on the player that they need. LNZ trades back. It has to anchor on this A bomb site. No more time to rotate. NQZ holds the line, ready to readjust. What a shot on X5 and now Cashlid. Rough start for him so far. He's able to get this bomb plant in. NQZ holding the angle just a little bit quicker. Peeker advantage don't work anymore in this day. One holding the sight line, easy shot. He picks up the kit just to save a little bit of time. Oh, nice.
Time and money. And let's be honest, CSC need all of it. But right now, K27's times run a little short, at least in this first half. Down 5 rounds again. They had at least a round, some sort of sense and semblance of victory, but yet to capitalize on it. The money still in a doable position at the very least, and Cashlid has got an op.
Cashlid has an op, but Cashlid hasn't had any kills yet.
He does not. You are correct.
Him and Quinky, I mean, two players that are going to have to step up, but
1 and 14 combined.
Time and a half to do so as well. Time and a half to definitely get the ball rolling. First, you got to stop it from rolling the other direction. By no means a task for the likes of Sisyphus, but timing on that nade, X5 basically ate it.
Another one.
Of course, and I mean,
you didn't even need the nade at that point.
Yeah, not even catching a break. mibr, I have to say, I feel like flowing around the map very well. Unfortunate time to say that as Cashlid does crack that goose egg. 4v4.
Turns the donut into a breadstick.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Well, 4 on 4. 50 seconds left on the clock. The bomb still trying to find its way through mid with a little bit of resistance left here in the way of none other than Insani. He's ticking around, and LNZ goes for the high ground.
Might not be ready for this boost. It's a weird off angle. Usually only good once a half, but when it does come in use, it can be quite effective. LNZ gonna have to face the force soon. First one. Headshot, easy kill. Play the tease, scared to push out now. Venom Zera backing up on the site, a spray. Breno finds a kill. In through tree and Cashlid. Save that up, my friend.
I mean, mibr, no matter where they put themselves in a very prime and optimal position to kind of counter whatever K27 has been throwing at them. We said they only have mibr only have one official map on here, but they feel and look so comfortable right now. If you're K27, what do you do? I mean, we got a timeout now. In this 30 seconds, what are you telling your teammates to help fix this?
Let's start getting some kills, boys. I mean, honestly,
you're somewhere.
You know, there's a lot of strats that come up into Tier 1 come from the Tier 2 scene. Teams like K27 are leading the way in developing new strats, and I'm not saying no one in Tier 1 does any of that, but a lot of the stuff, especially a lot of the gimmicky things, the things that catch your opponents off, come from teams like K27. With that being said, with such a high volume of cash played recently, and them needing to give it their all every time they played because they're going through a brutal open qualifier to even get to this point in the tournament, I'm sure there was a lot to study from. And mibr probably have quite a good idea. That's a fancy little lineup from NQZ. And mostly pistols besides the op.
Cashlid going to have to be a strong point in this round. Tech 9's for everyone else but him, and thankfully enough, he does have some armor backing it. So here comes the full force of the Tech-9s. X5 finds the first one, Sandy finds one, XQZ finds a quick one on top of it, giving them an early man advantage. But the T's now flooded onto site, making some space.
Ooh.
And there it is, as site is crumbling before their very eyes. But it's okay, LNZ's still here. He's still sticking around. He's looking to try and stop this bomb plant.
Very big kills out from these pistols. venomZera, no reason not to go for it. Definitely be a more difficult task than they once envisioned. So many angles to clear. Does spot one on the side of the smoke, another one at forklift. Not able to hit the shot, but the pistol just dancing around. You can find the kill onto Quakey, that would be huge. He turns around, gets Clax, and now the one-on-one. Low ammo in the gun, he sprays it, he's able to get it! Don't run into the Molotov, my friend, you have 1 HP, but what a beautiful clutch from venomZera. Just enough time left on that bomb to defuse it.
Played it to perfection. That's what you need out of your players like venomZera. How we have kind of spoke on maybe a little lackluster performance in rounds prior and matches prior, and now he's looking and showing up in prime condition right now, 8-3, helping his team in a very scenario that you wouldn't really want to be in. 1v2, 3, whatever it kind of dwindled its way down to 1v3 actually against Tech-9s and rifles and retaking a site, and he just divided the T's perfectly.
Yeah, great way to segment the post plant. Great way to get back in. K27, a chance to rebuttal once more. LNZ, I am not sure how you are not on fire, but hey, take what you can get, I suppose. And that's what happens when you dance around the fire and the flames. You carry on, get yourself a 2K.
Very on my wayward son indeed, Donnie.
Are you calling me your wayward son?
No.
Okay.
I just felt like completing it. It's okay. 5v3. MIBR still in a very dominant position, looking to make this a 9-1 with a minute left on the clock. K27 at least have the time to maybe plan, maybe even just preemptively save right now. The money isn't looking great, especially if you're going into the 11th round. After this, maybe you can take a stab at this. If you can get an opening, go at it, but time is dwindling and so is the money. Molly's out, flashes for the cross, but it is going to be the CT Molly to slow this push down just enough where they can reposition and kind of counter. venomZera finds another one for him. Clacks out NQZ and venomZera make it 2 for him. Right through, doesn't matter. 9-1 MIBR and K27 are just being shut down.
MIBR fully having their way with this matchup. Credit where credit's due. I mean, X5 not having a terrible game.
All to that Molly didn't spread. I mean, it spread, but it didn't hit.
You know, maybe it just wasn't that hot. You know?
True. Nice little foot warmer.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Pistols out once more for the most part. Accompanied by 2 rifles. Be a great time for one of Zito or Clax to try to step up.
Oh, what a nasty angle to work with. And he's good for this one. You know he will be. I can't imagine what the utility damage is looking like right now for MIBR, especially in these early mid-round fights. It just seems like the nades are... oh, that's a gamble and a half to go for the high ground there, but it is going to be Zito trying to attempt to take mid-control away from Insanity, which, again, I don't think he's fumbled this mid-control once.
No, I don't think they fully made their way up at all. Even when Insani goes down, usually Breno is there for a quick rotate, NQZ as well. Locked down. Zito, although, makes his way up. Only because the space was given. CT's focused towards the A-bomb site. This has allowed quite the formation to take place.
Things stalling out here. Again, 25 seconds left. K27 are going to have to speed this one up. And it's Breno from above finds one. And QZ, of course, he finds it from the back. The Do, again, are just shutting it down. And there it goes. NQZ with the triple, and that's a man you don't want to let have momentum on the op.
K27
dumbfounded there.
Being very telegraphed with what's going on, you know,
Very
like
much.
MIBR clearly conceded out of it. They gave up that space knowing that a player was going to push up. You have info over on B that there's a lurk. Like, it's the same setup almost every single round going into the same type of play.
Really doing anything different.
And especially since mid just hasn't been able to be taken by K27, it makes it really difficult for them to try to get much of anything.
Have they been paused yet?
I don't believe so.
Oh.
This is great control from Breno. This is exactly what I was talking about. You know, if you're going to concede mid, you need to take some other extremity care. Usually A-man is the easiest place to do so. You can see a team push through B, but it's a lot more difficult with close angles. And Sani, not going to let mid be completely free, though, as the heavy hitter on the side of K27, X5. Put 6 feet under. It's just, it's...
Yeah.
It's all fine and dandy for the side of MIBR. I mean, what really could go wrong for them? Maybe, possibly, a Cashley 1v3. Already a kill on the round. Bomb on his back. I get to be planted. 2 CTs over towards the truck. He has a shot lined up there, ready for the high angle. Has to be aggressive. Knows one's there because of the utility. But it's all said and done. I mean, even if he got a shot off there, there was another one straight back to trade it out. MIBR, I mean,
that's pretty much what you said. If you're giving up mid, make sure there's a fallback position where you can still cover mid, but, you know, watch your back. And that's what we're seeing. In Sani, you know, gets killed in mid, it's okay. You have a player towards Z to get the backstab in. It's a good push-pull trade mentality that is obviously working out fantastically for MIBR. A 10-round lead, 11-1. If you're K27 and this is your map pick, what hope is there for map 2?
Map number 2, that's going to be a conversation for when we get there, because I have to think of reasons to be happy if I'm K27, to be honest with you.
That's true.
We see the highlights. I mean, you know, at least that round was a bit closer. You had some decent kills. They did immediately get traded, but you had an idea formulate there, you know? And maybe the most desperately needed pistol round we've seen this tournament so far.
I mean, if can even really amount to much at this point. It might be a moot round at this point.
Aggression in B doesn't work out. Still 2 more players to try to deal with, but Venom Zera seems more than ready to try to combat. Instead, he falls back. Falls back into the outside of mid. This team sets up. 1-for-1 in the early round. Not the worst case scenario for K27, although the help on Cash Lid might cause a problem. Clax. Shot. Block traded out. Still an aggressive stance on B.
Yeah, and I mean, you have the nice overwatch here of Cashlid. He is very, very low, but at least the information can be gained with a little trade potential here as Clax goes for a little battle in mid, and MIBR are now starting to visualize where this one is going to end up being. Whether or not it's going to be successful really comes down to how these CTs can start trading themselves out.
Comes down to Quinky as well. He gets cleared. I mean, it'd be quite difficult afterwards, but the distraction seems to be working. Cashlid just taking a few pot shots, gives Quinky a time to strike. 3 lined up, 3 knocked down. K27
exactly
signs of life. Pistol round that was do or die. And a good setup for them. The aggression caught MIBR off at first. Sure, it was 1-for-1. You don't get everywhere you want, but at the end of the day, at least it's a pistol round 1. At least it's something that you're fighting for. Now you can kind of see a window with a bit of light striking down at you. Doesn't always have to be doom and despair.
It doesn't. It doesn't. And that's the mark of a good, solid mental. I mean, we saw what can happen if you keep that strong in the matchup we had last time. I mean, we saw things kind of go very awry. This time, it's a little worse for wears, but there's still potential for all this to start going at least in the right direction. We got M4s, we got a Scout, and we got 2 MP9s. Utility is good, and MIBR are down to just Glocks. And Venom Zero has a Deagle.
A Deagle that could be dangerous, though. Oh, lines up, tries to fire over at Quinky, but Nothing to land. X5's MP9 also tries to clear out some space. Bomb station over towards A, a bit of a QB sneak looking like it was lined up, but now Breno has joined his IGL over towards A. Bomb goes down. Breno spotted out. Switches to burst fire. Why not? K27 converted the round. Now you build from here.
You know, as dire as this looks, I mean, we're seeing, you know, glimmers of hope. You got X5, 10, 11. And I mean, in a matchup where it's 3 to 11, the fact that you're hitting double digits is at least a plus. There's some additive to this. There's at least him, at the very least, doing his part. Yeah. The rest of the team is slowly, you're seeing it pick up. Now Clax at 6 and 12, and it does seem like maybe there's a little confidence in the bloodstream going now.
Great utility in towards mid. Only Zito stationed out on the highway box. SMG might get a bit tricky, although Venom Zera actually the first to lose their life off of an aggressive B stance once more. K27 loves going for this. Not ready for Insani. All the way up to the vents. Molotov not going quite far enough, but it does allow for a peek of Zito. Combined with the flashbang, of course. But Breno's been able to make his way out on the A-bomb site.
He's at least being a very good distraction, but the bomb is going to make its way through main. Whether this smoke is still there to help support that cross is going to be a question for at least a few seconds, which, nope, it's gone, it's dissipated. There's at least a molly, a flash, and a nade on the other side here. We do have a lurk still trying to come in from NQZ. He might try and cause a little bit of distraction. Breno finding it, and there we go. There's the distraction in play, but Zito, he's on the flank. He's flanking the flank that was flanked. And here we go. Backstab coming in, cleans it up, and it's down to just that lurk that we mentioned earlier into a 1v3. Maybe he can do some good damage, some good kills, and I think this is all going to come to an inevitable end as Cashlid gets the last kill. 11-4 now.
Interesting round for both teams.
Yeah, to say the least.
At the end of the day, whatever you can get to work, as long as it works. K27 seemingly really likes to go heavy B early on. It's the third time this half that we've seen B main get taken over with a fast push. And MIBR are aware of this, but still wants to go forward. Smokes out. Players in checkers can't see, although the nade at least blows it open temporarily. No sound cues with the Molotov, luckily, for the likes of MIBR.
Good timing on that follow-up nade. It is going to be one, but Breno with the quick trade on that Tech 9 brings it to a 4-4. They start flooding the site, and he does check hell, and he clears it well. Zito dropping down from vents, at least finds one more on the board, swinging from heaven. Clax as he finds a one, almost, well, one is all he gets, and a quick and aggressive round from MIBR nearly nets them a sight, but instead, a good defensive hold from K27.
Controlled chaos, I assume would be a good word to describe that.
Very much so.
Hey, a comeback. Being mounted once more. You know, after the series we had previously, I don't want to count anything out. Anything is possible in our lovely little world of Counter-Strike. There's the creepy doll.
Hate that thing. It's like clowns, dude. Hate them.
How do you feel about mimes? We are in France.
Ooh, and there was the mime skit. I mean, they're chill. Like, I don't mind Mr. Mime, so. Ooh.
NQZ, nice way to open up. Headshot, X5. Heaviest hitter on the side of K27. Does go down. And an opening kill for MIBR on their T side. The first one, I believe, of the half.
Probably. A lot of it has gone to the early utility damage from MIBR in that first half. Eventually came down to its inevitable conclusion. But they are just going to slow it down again once more. MIBR not really in a rush to do much. Mid-control is one of those weird positions where you don't have to have it the whole game. You just have to let the other team think you have it. it does lead a lot of windows open, and Cashlet has to be the contact player here, but thankfully enough for him, Zito finds it. LZN, though, with the quick trade. How long can they keep this man advantage, but not for long?
The Molotov
back to
will make him back on the A bomb site. That's very good. Now the hit's coming out on B.
Sure is. Good spray there coming in. Can't get the kill, but does connect with some good damage. LNC down to 6 HP, almost jumps across, and Reno tagged down to 6, and this is looking like a dangerous site to try and contest here. Good shot there from Cashlid. Lands a shot through Venom Zero on the box. Maybe another? Lands that one too.
Holy hell, now NQZ, the Opero by himself. Cashlid definitely waking up now.
Oh,
or, excuse me, 2 alive. Such low HP that a difference couldn't be found though. NQZ tries to segment the fights. He does it well, but Clax very easily there to readjust the crosshair.
I think that's something that a lot of teams gotta kind of be aware of, is the very quick and aggressive rotates on this map, especially if you don't have that mid control and say the CTs have it. They can dive through vents, already get behind you before you even get towards that site. Not for lack of saying that Cashlet there was probably a key factor in that success, hitting some really, really good op shots as they try to cross towards that site, slowly drifting himself up into at least a little marginal victory here. Still at a very quiet 6 and 12, but we're seeing signs of life come out. They've closed that gap down to just 5 after a pretty abysmal start.
Maybe a talking point for mibr.los, as they did just take a timeout. Very, very nice shots.
Seems happy.
Yeah, very energetic young team, you know.
Double op.
I mean, Cash is, in my opinion, one of the best maps you can go for the double op on. Honestly, just have it hunkered down on the 2 bomb sites. You don't even need the presence in mid. Go 1-1.
I think it's more the money factor I'm afraid of. That huge investment leaves Cashlin in a really rough spot. And the rest of the team, it's not like there's a loss bonus compounding for them. It's only been success. So giving MIBR potentially 12 if they lose this with really abysmal money.
Sandbags player tucked away, and Sonny knows he's there. Doesn't matter when the people come out, and it's perfectly timed with the nade. Zito able to capitalize. Although Venom Zero wants to push, stuck in the same spot, will meet the same fate. Very nicely done from Zito. Cashlid not quite able to land the op shot. And this does have time for MIBR to fall back. Their captain, however, sprayed down in mid. Just NQZ. Breno. It's 2v5.
Zito having a really good performance now. Finally finding himself at an even mark. Still alive and well. And 2-on-5. He's not yet done. The job not yet secured. It doesn't seem like MIBR really want to, I think, commit to this one. I think they're just going to call it how it is.
I don't. You have no money to work with. Just try to stay alive. Although they're continuing to aggress into Squeaky.
I think this is just maybe playing more for a trade potential, if anything, more than actual execute, right?
Early. 15 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. Which is the right call. I mean, everybody is under $200 on that team, which is quintessentially zero. Yeah, I mean, NQZ can get a flash.
That's 6 in a row now for K27. It was an 11-1/2.
I'm
now
impressed.
11-7. Do we start to get worried? Is there the curse of 11s that play out today?
That has actually been the case. It's the curse of the great first half. And you know what? It does seem like the international teams are struggling from the NA mindset of, we can't close it out, gang.
Hey, don't make it about us, man.
It's always been about us, man. As long as I'm here.
Every NA team's eliminated.
Shut up. Don't say it out loud, dude. It makes me sad.
But SA still very much so in the race. Multiple South American teams.
Yes. Yes. Many promising South American teams at that. Obviously, we're...
Like MIBR.
Exactly. We're looking at one.
Brought it back. Gear up towards Squeaky. Only one player there, Cashlet. Singular up on the site. Very, very dangerous to play against a potential push that come in. There is a fast rotate from Clax. Playing at the bottom of Highway. Depending on what utility can get thrown, though. Now the op and the rifle switch places. Op focus towards mid. Black's gonna have a much better chance to withstand this hit. That's exactly what's gonna happen. I mean, an absolute spray down, no mercy shown, although NQZ, a few bullets of his own. Has to try to stay alive long enough for Venom's Era to be able to make their way in through Squeaky. Smoke goes down on the backside of the site. Flash over. Delay for just a moment. A nade almost takes him out. Not quite enough. A spray through the smoke also getting dicey. NQZ. No way, the timing's there for this. Ditto on top of the E-box. Cuts him down a size. Now a tap on the bomb. Venom's Era. A clutch already today. Sees him on the bomb. Finds one. Turns around for another. Oh, so close. But the defuse came in actually before the kills even fell.
Still, the fact that you got 2 out of that. I was, all right, 1, yeah, but then the quick turnaround, the tab. Donnie, I had faith.
K27's heartbeat. Yeah. Must be through the roof.
We need the
heartbeat
chest
monitors
has
that
the
chest
heartbeat
has?
monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need those. I would love to see that. I mean, put one on you too, apparently.
Passionate, man.
Nothing wrong with that, Donnie. But what is wrong is the absolute momentum swing K27 is bringing to this match. Everything looks so dark, so bleak, so abysmal, but now there's hope, and it's damn near close to drawing it to an 11-11 mark. MIBR are beyond on the back foot. They're trying to recover from falling over.
Close range. Clack's not even affected by that flash, and Op does miss a shot, however. LNZ trades back. 4 on 4. Knows the bomb's position on the side of the CTs now. Utility continuing to rain into A main, and Sani a little bit worse for wear after the Molotov, including a few bullets to the side of him. Nade not going to do enough to take him out, but jumps in front of it. Close call. Zito needs to get cleared out close range, not going to. Then he's able to find himself a kill. Although NQZ falls, there's a gap on B site. But X5, a chance to get the bomb down. That's exactly what happens. And you know what? This is all playing into the narrative that we brought up before of MIBR's T-sides. I mean, just not really holding a candle to anything that we've seen previously. Chalk it up to a difficult time adjusting, chalk it up to whatever you want. Results are undeniable, and as Venom's Era tries to swing into a crossfire, it's only a matter of time. 11-9, 2-round difference. 8 in a row. 8 in a row for K27. A flawless second half so far. A timeout 100% necessary from mibr.los.
What a comeback from Zito. Sitting at now 19-14, tied with NQZ at top in the server for kills. And this has been quite a resurgent from this team. A team that only a lot of people named as the underdog here. And a lot to prove, and they're proving it early on. They said cash, and cash it is. MIBR put their foot down early, but K27 has found a way to lift it off their chest and get back into this match. Now just down a pair of rounds. And the buy for MIBR, it's there, but it is a little lackluster in some spots.
Have to see how MIBR want to play this T side. I mean, something's got to change, surely. Not having success with the system you're trying to run right now. A fake towards A as a potential fast rush, but 3 players grouped up towards B, including the bomb. Catchfleet needs to hit the shots now. First one, more than easy to hit. Quinky up top in heaven, also nearby. A lot of utility on the side, and Sani forced to try to play on the side. Quinky not able to get enough damage through that box. Does allow a chance to reset for both these teams, however. Rotation's already coming in on the CTs. Venom's Era needs to find both of these kills. There's no way that he can. Zito trades back. Ashlet holds the angle. All the CT's got to do is lie in wait for the connection in through vents. Have everyone pushing tree room. LNZ easily taken down. Insani double spray. A 2v2 towards the end. Breno also able to collect his. And Insani, He's dropped down low. Creaky, he's got no time. He's got to stick it. Breno, all he needed to do was swing. And finally, mibr are able to get onto the board in the second half.
8 straight rounds. 8 straight rounds from K27. And I'll be damned if it's not from a lack of trying from this squad. They look a little defeated, but honestly, I think they can take it on the chest and say we didn't go out quiet if it comes to this.
Out of the last 15 rounds, K27 has 8 of them. mibr has 7 of them. And this is the first time this half that mibr has a round. So take that into perspective, if you will. Oh, how a momentum shift can happen and how a spray transfer can almost come to fruition, although X5 actually too good for that. 8 straight to the IGL, blows him up. Nothing to be done there. Breno making noise over the squeaky door. Klax is pushed up into a main. This is very powerful position to be in. What's the chances NQZ is able to clear this out?
I mean, the only scenario where this works out good for him is if Breno looks left as he exits, but I doubt he would. They at least are shoulder to shoulder walking through main. We do see NQZ. He's aware, and there it is. Thankfully, that was the first hurdle to get onto this site. The next will be Quinky.
They rotated over. There's plenty of time for him to do so. Now tucked behind quad. We'll let the players push out. Denies the bomb. Position now known, but Molotov good to stop a push. Venom's arrow has a lot on his plate right now, dancing around. As he falls, Breno's the only one, a 1v3. 1v3 already today, but to end the game out might be too big of a task, especially when he's getting flanked from behind. Back into a 2-round differential, back into the crushing reality that mibr's T-side has not been able to do enough. I mean, even with a win, sure, the weight taken off your shoulder, but
this is one of those scenarios where mibr have everything to lose. They had a confident lead, they had the momentum, but now K27 are answering back. They're not even going to let them chain any rounds together. If this goes to OT, and K27 can kind of push that CT energy over to the T side and at least get a couple, then mibr are going to be in real big trouble.
Relying on the A-bomb site once more. Plenty of stoles stacked up over there. Smoke out towards highway, gonna be loud after the squeaky door opens. Breno, a good Tech 9 kill. That opens up. There's no one there for a rotate immediately. Only one touch behind the smoke. As the bomb gets planted, mibr find themselves in a great spot, still mostly on pistols. They can hold this, they've done it before. Quinky forced forward with the Molotov. mibr getting comfortable in their post-plant positions. LNZ really able to avoid losing his life. 2 from highway, 2 from truck. Nade down on NQZ. Close range. K27 have to try to speed it up. Still so many bodies to try to kill 1 for 1, but more need to be found. A 3v2 turns 2v2, and with no time left on the clock, Alessio is able to straight down with the pistol. It doesn't matter in the 1-on-1. There's no time. NQZ able to buy enough time. A 13-10 victory. Very, very labored on the T side of mibr, but they have a chance to reset, they have a chance to look forward because map 1's theirs.
The map secured with a massive 4-piece coming through from the new addition, NQZ. That was quite the quest. A quest for any T round. Please, just anything on the attack. Really, both teams just really struggling to get it done on the T side, but ultimately it is a win for mibr and a snatch of their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and I mean, if you wanted a chance to make yourself look very good, you were 100% right about the mibr T side whole perspective that you brought up, because it genuinely, it was just such a juxtaposition between the two sides. CT very confident, very controlled gunfights, playing off the map, playing off of each other very well. T side, I mean, they got some opening kills for the most part, but that was it. And even when they got the opening kills, crumbled. But they won. So
some really interesting decision making. I mean, I'm thinking back to that B site where they had control and there was the AWP up in heaven and 2 players jump past the same angle. Nice shots, don't get me wrong. They're making it hard for them. There's crazy good flicks, but still you're leaving yourself exposed to the same punish, and just a few too many of those moments for mibr. But as we've said, mibr not exactly a ton of reps on cash yet, so probably quite a bit to learn in here?
I mean, it's going to be hard to learn when Zito's 102 ADR. Honestly, that's impressive out of the squad, but I will have to say NQZ, not for a lack of trying, he did his damnedest to keep this one going and making sure it doesn't have to even touch overtime. And I mean, when you're having to ask that much out of your IGL, you kind of got to look in a little inward perspective and go, what can we do to help him?
Well, LNZ would be the one on the calls for this team, but he did set them up very nicely for NQZ, the Opera, to get that one done. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's obviously going to be some lessons to learn from Cash. Both teams really struggling to get the space in towards mid, to get the space in towards the site without heavy casualties. For K27, right, life's just going to be miserable when you have a first half like that. You're getting bulldozed by Insani. He's just rolling you over anywhere on the site. It doesn't feel like you can touch him. It feels like you're playing different games at that point. That does wind up becoming just a miserable circumstance. I think all things considered, considering that first half, good gumption fighting your way back in.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I mean, Zito and X5, both throughout almost the entirety of that game, did put up very solid individual performances. X5 took a bit to start up, but just in terms of playing the roles that they need to in the team and just individually hitting their shots, you got to give credit to them as well. I do also want to say MIBR, very, very good use of mid. In my opinion, on their defensive side, there was a really nice flow between Insani, Breno, and NQZ, just fluctuating who's playing who, who's rotating all for who. It actually looked very, very good and comfortable. So I think MIBR, they can iron out the T-side flaws. That could be a good map for them.
Could be. Could be. Again, yeah, it is to what we spoke about, right? Like, it should work. It should be a nice map for them. They have so much firepower. They have players who can take space. They have players who can get aggressive. But, you know, rarely does theory meet reality without a few wrinkles thrown in.
Well, that's why we iron all those wrinkles out. In the long term, like you guys are saying, Cash is definitely a viable option for them. But it really was kind of hinting at what Donnie said, that like cohesion in mid. It looked really good. Everything was solid. It was like they practiced CT. And then they just kind of called it a night when it got to the T side. They're like, we'll figure something out as we go.
I thought it was interesting that K27 were leaning on the double op when they could. I don't know that I've necessarily seen... I mean, look, we just haven't seen a lot of Cash yet, but it's an interesting approach to the defense.
I really like the idea of a 1-1-3 split where you have a fast rotate to each side and you just have an op anchored down a bit more passively on A and B. I think in practice, it definitely depends on what team you're playing, like who you are. But I think in terms of theory, it's actually a very, very strong defensive setup. And I do hope to see more of that because I think a lot of teams could take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Cash in general has those nice long sidelines. I mean, the most famous clip of all time, perhaps, happened with an op on Cash, although that was a little less about the gun than it was the lack of the scope. Still, it's interesting to see the iterations, to see the ideas, to see the concepts that they're bringing in here, what they might do. We are going to be looking towards the future, though, in just a moment, because it's map number 2 on the other end of this break. Well, if you're a fan of K27 Counter-Strike, then I have good news and I have bad news for you. The good news is we're headed to Nuke, and K27 play a lot of Nuke. The bad news is they do not win it very often. They lose a lot of Nuke. They have lost the last 6 in a row, and they have only won it twice out of 13 times played in the last 3 months. So the stage is not set well for K27, but you know what they say?
What do they say?
Never tell me the odds on my stat page, because I don't like looking at those.
Listen, I do have a line of saving grace.
Okay.
Which honestly probably works against K27 the same way it does for them, but MIBR's T side has looked shaky. We know that Nuke is a very formulaic map in terms of how you have to play the T side, so there's a glimmer of hope there, but at the same time, K27's T side didn't look too great. And they also play a lot of Nuke, and they don't win a lot of Nuke, so I'm just trying to be hopeful.
No.
It's okay.
I like the Ray. I like the... Yeah, All-In, can you do me one better? You got some hope?
You want him to be hopeful?
I'm probably not the guy.
Mr. Optimism?
Yeah, I'm a realist, and what I do have to say is NQZ playing an amazing game. Op on Nuke, when your oppers hitting shots, doing crazy stuff, top of the server, Nuke's could be a struggle if you're K27. You're coming off a loss, and this is kind of do or die for you. My optimism's kind of, well, it's been gone, but now it's really gone.
Dude, even with like the T side not going the way of MIBR, individually, everyone still had a very good game, realistically. It's going to be a hard sell. It really is.
We'll just remind you of the stakes here. K27, one of our teams that battled all the way through the last chance qualifier to be here, and now they're at risk of getting their key crushed, getting their chance here at the Esports World Cup ended by mibr.los. One of these keys will be dead at the end of the day, but it might just be at the end of this map. Will they have mercy on Nuke? Only time will tell.
Anthony.
Yes.
Last game of the day, potentially last map of the day, and hopefully an explosive finish. Nuke, as we said, it's not looking super bright for K27. It's looking quite dim, if you want me to be honest with you. However, if a chance to make a comeback, a chance to show what you're worth, why not have it be on a map that you're not favored in?
And you've lost 6 straight.
In a situation you're not favored in. This would be a really good proving ground.
This is the underdog story.
The potential for the underdog story to come true might not be great, but the potential of it being a great underdog story, if it is true, is undeniable.
Yeah.
2 sides of the same coin, but statistically not a coin flip in this matchup. mibr.los versus K27 as we head into the action. It is K27, obviously starting on the CT side, this being MIBR's map pick, and potentially Ancient after this if it comes down to it.
When we get to it.
Yeah, when we get to it.
Yes. But, I mean, some of the shining lights that, K27 do have, Zito had a pretty solid, map 1 there, which is always good.
X5 played very solidly.
Yeah, and Cashlid hit some very nice shots there on that CT side, so it gives me some hope. It's not all said and done, and I do feel like this first half can only be better than the last first half.
No, we'll have to wait and see. Utility does get dropped onto the site, and Sani connects in from main. X5 tucked in the smoke, able to tap away at 1 head, make it 2. Klax also chimes in for one of his own. Okay, it's a bit of a cleanup for K27.
There we go. Off to a great start, and which is exactly what they need. LNZ, the new addition, out. And there we go. The first round, K27 already matching their last first half performance. Now we're on to round 2.
It's all about that positive output. Oh, very nice setup from the CTs there.
Worked out perfectly.
Spacing
was
smoke,
good.
Not necessarily where you're going to expect a player to be. Sometimes where you're not expecting a player to be is exactly where they are. Catches you off guard, and it allows potentially a smooth start for K27. Only blocks for MIBR. Completely saving in this round, not even any util bought up. Very rare nowadays you see a completely complete full save, It's a bit jarring.
Yeah, it really doesn't happen that often. Not armor, not even a single flash, which a single flash I feel like is normal because that's like, all right, here's your sign to get out onto the site. Instead, it is a full 5 Glock, full save, no investment. and it's probably the right call for your MIBR. The money's already, you know, you're at $2 grand. What are you really going to do? Yeah. No bomb plant, and that's kind of the focal point here, is to make sure you maintain that money to obviously keep players like NQZ in that position where they're comfortable with the weapon of choice.
Well, back in the lobby for the T's. It's K27. No information gathered for them, but not really in the position where they need to gather much. It's all about the reactions. LNZ goes down. It opens the door, quite literally, for the rest of the T's to try to come in. But that is a lot of money that was just farmed up by those SMGs.
I think they were having a little French timeout, because I did see Insani kind of like looking around, talking, and like physically looking at people. And so I think they might have been discussing maybe a little something early on. They whip out the pages. Huh?
Doesn't hurt.
No, it never does. Especially in a round like that where, like we said, a literal full save. No utility means they're not really committing anything to this other than their bodies. And that is it. Not financial. There's nothing there. Only to gain. And maybe they gain some knowledge on how to get this one going in a round of 3. We're coming out quick here. Claxon in the backside. MP9s meet them face to face. Clax finds one. And it is going to be the bodies just hitting the floor quick and aggressively. It's Venom Zera last alive, 100 HP. But he doesn't have control of that bomb. It's dropped directly onto site.
Yeah, and he's about to get backstabbed by an op coming up the vent. He made too much noise. And now just one player left to deal with low HP. Sees him jump around backside of the site. Nade doesn't really do much of anything. Flips his way. We're into the extremity. Venom Zera very, very knowledgeable of the possibility of this situation. Well, it is clear. Winky all the way back towards the left side of sight, pushing forward. Venom Zera is going to have no idea if this backstab coming in, but perfectly times the turnaround. Maybe some intuition there, a sixth sense that allows MIBR to push forward towards progress, push forward towards the first round. An op now on NQZ. And just an overwhelming hit. I mean, play the numbers game, you know? Press around and drown, and although the number game eventually landed in the other team's favor, you still get the clutch out. Venom Zera, always going to be good for 1 or 2 those a game.
This is going to be a round that's kind of make or break for both sides, both in this very strenuous financial position. Breno down to a MAC 10. The money for the CT side is obviously down and in the dirt. Cashlid missing the first shot across, but he's got the FAMAS of Zito watching the cross. Molly going to force Cashlid out. Venom Zera actually eventually secures the kill, brings it back to a 4-on-4. And as things kind of calm down, actually it hasn't. Clax finds one. A nice little trade, but Breno, Mac 10 runs out and finds a quick double. He's got one more left in heaven. Can he get the kill? Yes, he does. A triple on the board for him, and Cashlid lasts alive as he quietly and patiently walks up ramp.
Why are you not clearing below you in that situation? Obviously, you don't know where the player went, but you're giving up such an open opportunity to get traded.
I feel like after you clear sight and that is the first place you look, is straight to heaven. It's a very obvious.
Well, either way, it happened. It happened.
It did.
That puts MIBR on 2. That does allow Cashlid to stay back and save his op, trying to go for an exit kill or 2, which won't have any potential, or maybe a little bit of potential. Nope, not at all. NQZ's actually on the roof. That's my fault.
To be fair, yeah, nuke's good for that. Perspective on the minimap, kind of hard to read sometimes.
Boom.
But with that, the conclusion comes through. MIBR put a pair of rounds together here off the back of Cashlid surviving, which is the only potential saving grace for this follow-up round. I'm going to go ahead and assume K27 will take this one on the chin and kind of just work around Cashlid and that saved op.
Speaking of taking one on the chin.
Here.
K27, they need to have a good CT side, or they're going to take this entire game on the chin and have to go home. At the end of the day, like, not to sound
we've seen the T side struggles.
Pessimistic, not to sound, you know, as if there's no faith, it's just very hard to build. So if you're a team that has struggles on nuke, consistently tries to play it, consistently falters on it, if you have a slow CT side on nuke, it's already hard to get back into the game, much less if you're not comfortable with it. LNZ Out through the site, Cashley completely blinded. Although at least a bit of a crunch into the lobby does allow a chance for a rebuttal. Not very long lasting as Clack's the only one left, getting shot from all around. A good idea there, very good damage to the economy of MIBR, but nothing much to come of it besides that.
No, and sadly enough, that saved op had minimal to no impact at all. So Cashlid kind of forfeiting that and actually giving it over to MIBR for free. So NQZ, no need to even invest. He was just gifted one off the back of his team's hard and laborious work.
Heavy focus towards outside. First time we've seen this sort of stack up for the T's. Crossing smokes will eventually fall. Vito blinded by it. Takes a few shots. That's an unfortunate flashbang.
Cashlid Oplus chooses to drop down towards hell. A little reposition, trying to get himself into an advantageous position, maybe to counter this outside push. But NQZ takes it quietly and lets the team roll around behind them down towards Secret as they gain momentum and space towards this B site. Work their way quietly and methodically forward.
A lot of this depends on the timing, right? Because there's no one for coverage on this lower site. I think he will peek around a little bit.
Save.
NQZ actually making Zito dive first. Clax is there for a trade back towards the lobby. Aggressive push through the smoke does pay off. But again, the B-bomb site is where the real issue is going to lie. 3 Ts all pushing up simultaneously. Only one player there to defend it. On the bright side is tucked. So this low timer might end up fighting MIBR in the backside. Pushing through. Smoke down. Quinky able to deny the bomb at first. Finds 2 more. And now with such little time left, NQZ the only one. A saving grace found for K27. Bomb will eventually get planted. He gets up too early. And that's it. No way to win the round at that point. 3-3. Far more competitive start than we saw to the previous.
And a lot of that came off the fact that NQZ actually got a kill out towards Secret. Then the team turned around and was like, okay, we got the pick off towards, I think it was Garage even. Yeah, there it is right there. And they're like, okay, let's try and make our way up A. And they gave up that B space that they gained and let, obviously, Twinkie reposition into a much, much better spot that worked out well for him.
And you know, a name that we haven't maybe said enough, as much as we should have, Clax. 11-3 to start the game off.
Quietly, but yeah.
Definitely impact within those 11 kills. Normal one there on the other side of the blown smoke. Instead, look towards ramp. Almost the entirety of the force. I think he boosted up. SMG could do a lot of damage from this spot. It just depends on if he gets cleared out. MIBR begin to push through. No one's clearing. Venom Zera eventually does, and a smoke on hell means that there's no rebuttal. There's no chance to get anything back except a flanking lobby. Not going to be timed well enough. Instead, Insani is the main focus. As his outside pressure is denied, the rotation's in. Don't run into the Molotov. You're not in that big of a rush. You just secured a 5v2 for your team. You just secured a bomb plant on that B site. You just secured a save from K27.
And again, taking a look at that money for K27, not really stringing any rounds together has led to the bank count starting to run dry. We are going to see some shots coming from X5 as he finds himself a pair of kills. Not sure if he was debating whether or not to commit to a site take now, but obviously with the op of Cashlid far, far away, instead just decides space is the better option here. Venom Zera going on a little bit of a hunt, but gives up pretty abruptly as they shake hands, whether they know it or not, and concede the round. That is going to be now the lead back in favor of MIBR.
The damage zone is good. Plenty of money to drop. Rifles over, shuffling around from what was saved previously. Well, that's the type of rounds K27 needs if they, you know, want to try to bite back the economy. You're giving up the round, but at least you're making it costly.
Yeah, I mean, just glancing at the money, LNZ, $150, Venom Zera, $250.
Don't look at Insani. He's got a lot of money.
That's why I was saving him for last. I was kind of going down the tree, but in reverse.
Well, Venom Zera might go down on top of main. Vito waiting over there. Meanwhile, space already taken towards secret. I think he walked in the garage. With no utility in play right now for outside, I mean, none of these teams have real coverage.
Oh.
And although Venom Zera at least is able to get one with the drop, does leave Quinky there for the trade immediately. He's still alive. Clax, meanwhile, on the site. Breno trying to do a lurk out. Won't be able to meet up with LNZ. As this heaven push has to be alone now.
LNZ in a really good position, but sadly enough, in that exact position, he sees absolutely nothing. There's no information gained from this position other than potentially a kill off towards Quinky. He makes his way out from garage and up the ladder we go.
This is perfect. You have to worry about the player that could be coming up from behind. But now as you go loud, coverage is fine. Clax, a great timing in through lobby. Oh, but he gets caught out by Insani. Of course he does. Heads up play. As the bomb gets planted, a 3-on-3. You're K27. Surely you had to go for this. Although it might be a little bit risky. The best chance you're going to have. Spray down. Insani goes down. Heavy hitter out of the team. LNZ. NQZ. Try to play the time all they can. NQZ backside. Here's them pushing. Sprays them down. And it's just Cashlid left. He's flashed. And he's no match for the swing that has precision timing. Cashlid not even a chance to fire back.
Opera doesn't always need an up, apparently. You can do just
not when you're NQZ.
Fun. No, certainly not. That man can make anything work, and that's kind of what we're seeing there, really separating the CTs, even though I will say K27's outside setup was working really, really solid. A lot of deep positioning towards garage, gives up ground, but sets up for a nice crossfire position once they cross that, play a little contact and switch. It looks good, but now what's not looking good are these Deagles. Unless somebody other than Clax can make something happen here.
No contention on the slip through from Insani. Or Secret, such a valuable piece of map control to have. No matter how you want to play your T side. The Pistol's playing very passively. Trying to take the fights that come to them. Close range. They're going to push onto the site. Zito able to double up with the Deagle.
Oh.
Not quite able to get anything more than that. But even numbers is still at least something to work with. Breno there for a good trade. One's backside. Nate's going to come out. I don't think it's going to do enough to take out Cashlid. Only a measly 20 points. Mickey nearby. Not ready to clear the player out from Tetris. Instead, Insani able to get the better of his teammate, and the Deagle spray won't be able to land enough to net either of the kills. 6-3. At minimum, a tied half secured for mibr.los. A timeout taken for K27. Definitely needed in this situation.
I feel like what we're seeing out of MIBR right now is cause and effect. The cause, Insani is starting to pick up the pace. The effect is we see the gap widen here. At one point, we saw K27 starting to trade rounds. Things look good for them. There's back and forth a little bit. And then MIBR and Insani start hitting their stride a little bit harder. Now we're up to a 3-round lead. Granted, it's not this insurmountable, hard to overcome position that we saw on map 1. A whole lot better, a whole lot more reasonable, just if they can close this gap early. And, you know, if you're K27, you want at least 4. 3, again, is the like, okay, this is going to be really rough. It leaves a lot up for you to, you know, demand. But 4 rounds, you know, all it takes is a pistol round in the second. You're right back in it.
Ashley going aggressive. Gets spotted out by NQZ, brought down so low. The nade able to finish him off. Hate to harp on the facts, but 1 in 5. Definitely going to need more out of your opera than it's currently being able to be shown. At least a trade back by X5. Old reliable.
He has been, but Clack's kind of taking up the mantle here. Over a 2 KD currently, impressive, and he looks to kind of pad those stats a little bit more, along with X5. And Sani waiting for his timing to walk down towards Secret. LNZ closely in tow with a little bit of a lurk here from Breno. That might actually play a little bit better for him. Or not.
Well, Breno might Zito to fall into a false sense of security. The lobby crunch comes in elsewhere. Well, now they know the players have to have made it down Secret at this point. No other real possibility. Completely set up for the site hit. Have to try to lock him out somehow, and Sani smoking Molly out towards the ramp. Players already pushed into the site, will not make it any more easy. Headshot found, but a backstab. X5 needs to double up, not quite able to find it. And that's huge for the side of mibr. Now a 2-on-2. What could have been a perfect setup? It once again slip out of the fingertips of K27.
Oh.
Zito is able to take the IGL out, and now NQZ, the newest addition, the Opper. Not necessarily in the spot you'd want an op. Tucked away, has to hope that neither of these players clear him. There's noises all around him. No one's clearing him. First shot found, and now just Clacks. The best performer on K27 so far, spraying through the box, not able to land the kill. The close range, no scope! Why not end it out that way? NQZ, the hero of mibr for this current moment.
I saw it coming. I saw it. I knew it was going to happen, Donnie. NQZ's just been a little too hot with the op.
I mean, also, you know, your job as the player retaking up top. Sure, you have a lot of angles to deal with, but you have to clear out dark before you expose yourself to it.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the first obvious spot. I mean, obviously back sight's cleared because you had a player already walk out of it. If anything, you have, you know, double doors, maybe control, but that's really about it.
Venom Zera already opening up the round. It does make him think better of it, fall back.
Well, this is a rough buy for a potential last round and a half. All right, well, Cashlet taking a rifle instead, but Insani's got a great position, but apparently the rifle is really what he's needed all along to help guide him a little bit, and there we go. We saw a little bit of momentum shift here as Quinky finds the kill. It's back to a 3-on-3 with, oh.
Ready? No way, no way!
Wow.
Clack somehow still gets a kill there.
That shouldn't have happened, even remotely close.
A lot of pressure on Clash, but he's fall back. Double up aggressive stance. Trying to clear out remaining of lobby. LNZ sitting far back. Trying to control it. Trying to make sure that his teammate can safely cross. And he has escaped the gaze of Winky. LNZ now a bit more mobility, but does eventually get caught out. Even just NQZ. Heroics once more, potentially. Two low HP players, does have the op. Not necessarily, again, the gun you want for this situation, but the Glock comes out.
Nope.
Has to tap the bomb once more. CT's not pushing into him. A full kit of utility. And time inevitably ran out. And he dies after time. Ooh. I thought he had the bomb just enough time.
No, I was talking about K27's money for a potential last round buy, and I'm looking at mibr, and it's looking exactly what I thought K27 were going to be buying into if that round went awry for them. We're seeing AKs, Galil's, MP7, miscommunication, Tech 9's B250, a fire sale of weaponry that hopefully can amount to something for them.
I mean, I still think this is more than enough from their T side. Even with this round clearly not going their way, because Quinky has other things to think of. And that round is finished just as quick as it started. 7-5 half. Favor of mibr.los.
I mean, if you're K27, I feel like 5 rounds you got to be happy with to a certain extent, right? I mean, you can get into this with a pistol. The second round, hell, you can even maybe get yourself into a single round lead before you see mibr really bring rifles or anything of meaningful value financially or impactful.
I mean, you can be happy with it, but it doesn't really improve your chances at this point. In my opinion, like K27 has struggled on this map, and clearly T-side is the point of struggle. You let an mibr that has looked very, very shaky on their offensive sides win the half on a map that they are far more confident than you are in.
I mean, even if you look at it from a nice perspective, it is down to single performances from K27. Clax.
Yeah.
Twink. That's about it. Other than that, I mean, you got some, you know, X5 has definitely started to do a lot better, but it's the op. I hate to say it, Cashlet. Underwhelming.
Well, X5 immediately taken out of the round. His teammate was able to pass by, and Breno unable to land a shot towards the player that pushed out. He spots one in hell. Can't let the Glock sing, though. Nice shot from Cashlet to at least respawn. Player advantage lies in the court of mibr. And a pincer on the positions. These last two Ts. On CT, down in the B bomb site, one controlling lobby, one controlling the push through hell. I mean, surely it's going to be almost impossible. Even if Clax does get out here, and if Clax finds himself with an opportunity, still has to contest with a player in heaven. Smoke grenade out on the planting spot. We'll do a full stick. But it also allows NQZ to push out, tap away, and find another pistol. Converted perfectly. mibr now in control.
Thankfully for mibr, they got that plant down, which now we won't have to see that full kind of save again with no investment, not even a flash. You can actually see them buy on a second round. Yeah, it's the saving grace from K27. They've won these opening pistols now on this map, both of them, or else I couldn't even begin to tell you what this scoreline would look like if not.
Very clean shots all around, I will say. Both teams. Now we head into round 14. Again, potentially the last half of play, at least on the B stream.
It is true, it does look like Dust 2 is being played over on the A stream. And then QZ with a good timing on a nade, almost. But Zito backpedals a little bit beforehand. The spray, though, does connect. He's down to 55 as they try and swing on it. Ooh. But it is Sani out from Mustang, finding himself a quick triple. The MAC-10 comes up empty. It's the MP9 of L and Z to prevail. And Zito, the first initial person to take damage, now last alive.
I mean, I know you don't want to wait around for a minute, but you got a deagle, you got some armor, you have a flashbang. In all honesty, just play as passive as you can. Try to keep it into the next. Or walk outside, get shot by NQZ. Either one works. One's a little bit quicker than the other one.
It is.
And now we see mibr staring down the barrel of potentially double-digit rounds.
And I think K27, no bomb plant.
No bomb plant, no buy.
Any kills realistically to speak of. You got some upgraded pistols here or there, but majority of it is going to be minimal to no investment for most of these players here on K27. So it should, in theory, be double digits for mibr, but there's something we know is about a man on top of Marshmallow with a deagle that can do amazing things sometimes.
I'm not going to say it's this is the time. We'll switch roles. You can be the optimist. I'll be the pessimist.
Okay.
But maybe a deagle from back red would be a bit more tantalizing. Dancing around. I do believe in Sani spotted the shoulder. Not wanting to give up the fight. Push coming to you. Oh, there you go. Deagle at least able to do a little bit of damage. But a very nice crossfire on what could be a potential push out. Bomb still located outside. X5 on top of main. Bomb able to cross. One bright side for K27. But LNZ more than ready to try to deal with it as the aggression continues. Push forward. Good damage on the cash lid.
Oh.
As well as Klax as Venom Zera sprays him down through hut. mibr playing this perfectly, man. Just play the range fights. You know they got pistols. You have every rifle you could ever want.
There we go. As he just continues to dance around. Insanity. He's going for the triple. LNZ looks to maybe find one. But now at this point, probably just denies the bomb plant. Make sure that money isn't good. Klax finds a single kill. But that's it. NQZ closes it out, and it is double digits for mibr. A 5-round lead. And K27 have yet to really have a bomb plant. So, the money's good, but it's not good enough for an op, Donnie.
Could be worse.
Could always be worse, especially in this kind of game.
Could be over at this point.
That's
a worse outcome.
Wow, you really are just an optimist, aren't you?
I mean, yeah. No, that time is being optimistic.
Yeah,
yes, I am. Yes, I agree. K27 wanted to go fast towards A, but stopped by the Molotov for the time being. Smoke goes out and allows the push to come in a little bit further. LNZ, though, more than ready. Klax kills himself accidentally. Venom Zera also chimes in for a kill himself. K27, nothing is short, but absolutely destroyed.
How did Klax die? I am very curious to that one. Fall damage? I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I don't even know how that would happen unless he tried to drop down the vent.
It's a great question.
It wasn't a Molotov.
It'll forever be a mystery. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a nade. It wasn't anything.
It must have been. Stubbed his toe.
Yeah.
Stepped on a Lego or something.
Oof, been there before, brother.
Yeah.
That does hurt. But
And
what
it
hurts
is,
more?
only Tech 9s.
Yeah, it could hurt, actually, mibr significantly if they let K27 get any map control here.
Hey, man, you got Tech 9s to stop your opponent getting series point. X5 immediately shot straight through the box. And, knife kill. Third one this event. Thing of beauty, isn't it?
True. Yesterday or day one, I don't remember. There was one too we had.
I mean, that's got to take the wind out of your sails. Let's be honest here.
The sails have deteriorated, and there is just cloth in the wind at this point, Donnie. It is 11-5. They're down to Tech 9 armor. They're scared to execute on a site, which actually would have been a solid call for them.
Oh, well, there's a 3 setup there, man.
A single smoke, you at least get the bomb down. I feel like is end goal, right? At the very least.
Not if LNZ has anything to say about it. Or the likes of literally anyone else on the CT side. Push through, spray with the AK. Only able to net 1. X5 makes his way out towards the back of sight, but the bomb will be dropped, and Cash Lid on top ramp. Let's find the trusty op. And a chance to go for it. 30 seconds. If he wants to get it done, it's got to be quick, and he's already starting to fall back.
Yeah, it's a gamble I probably wouldn't take. You're not going to have money for an op next round. Unless your T side really does revolve around not having one, then yeah, now you got one. I mean, you can force it in and really make it work if you want to, but it does seem like Cash Lid is going to go the way of the rifle, and then potentially K27 going the way of the dodo bird.
1 round.
Yup.
Such a classic play.
It really is. And I mean, we have a friend that tends to lurk in events, but not with the knife, usually a Zeus.
1 round lying between K27 and their elimination here in EWC. Their key getting crushed. And mibr moving forward to the lower bracket final. Still a chance at the round of 16. But first they have to get through this round, and Sani, he definitely wants it. You know he does. That's two. Two on the board immediately already. 5v3. NQZ not far behind.
I think we have to say our parting ways to K27. I don't see this coming, and it's not. Venom Zero close it, and there we go. MIBR secure themselves a little further down that bracket.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the likes of K27, it will be time to see a key get crushed, book a flight home, and hope for the best in the future.
For K27, we could say they came, they saw, and unfortunately for them, they were conquered on this one. One of our last chance qualifier teams now knocked out of the competition. They earned their way here to the Esports World Cup, but they could go no further. And that nuke was a decisive statement coming through from mibr.los. I mean, impressive all the way through. Let's start talking about NQZ again. Their newest addition. He's pretty good at the game of Counter-Strike.
He's a monster. I mean, there's so many moments where it's just, even if it's just one kill around, the importance of the op getting the kill, creating a little bit more space for the likes of Insani or Breno to try to work with, it's massive. And then also, you know, we can talk about NQZ, but Insani. I love to talk about
Wait, first I just want to bring up the 1v2 where he's stuck in the rat hole and hits the no-scope to close.
Yeah.
Pretty sick. One more thing, just wanted to say that. All right, now we can talk about Insani. Insani's also pretty good at the game.
Insani is a multi-kill machine.
Yes.
Insani is a person, a player that can single-handedly win a game. And I think there's no more proof needed. Everyone says it. Everyone sees it. It's every game he plays. It's just such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Insani, 19, 11, 110 ADR pretty much at that point. NQZ close behind, but with 95 ADR. I mean, overall great performance. Bruno, you know, he just didn't have to do too much. It's fine when you got teammates like putting up numbers like this, and you know, you're not having to put in the effort like we saw with Cash, then yeah, no, it's fine to just kind of sit at the bottom and do what you gotta do.
Breno also had at least one 1v3 clutch in this map too, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to say after this first half, you know, based on what we saw on Cash, the struggles on getting an attacking half going, as soon as MIBR pulled in the lead here in the first half, it was like, well,
that's it.
K27, the writing might be on the wall for you. And the writing, so it was. Yeah, I mean, not able to do much in the second half for K27 in general. Really a struggle from them from the jump. Clacked some nice moments, we could say that. But the complete picture was not there.
Yeah, X5 also had a moment of shine or two. Zito played quite well in that map, but it just wasn't enough, especially with Quinky never getting activated in this series. The Opper not being able to be present on any map is detrimental, but especially on a map like Nuke, very, very hard to get the ball rolling there. And commiserations to K27, of course. They did do a fantastic job within the open qualifier. That cannot be understated because that was a grueling process for them to get here. And you know what? Take the victories where you can. Got a lot of ERS points from that open qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is a team that's fighting to enter the realms of the LAN competition, right? To get themselves into that invite bubble so that they can climb back through. And so having a massive open qualifier like we did here at the last chance qualifier for a team like that is a huge opportunity to grab the ladder and pull themselves up a few rungs and make it a little bit more possible to go forth and play in this caliber of competition.
Yeah, and I think that with the teams they knocked out in that open qualifier alone kind of shows that they have that capability. There is just a few things missing, mainly revolving around consistency.
And having a nuke.
That as well.
I will say, free advice, K27. You're playing a lot of nuke right now. This one would go a long way towards the map pool.
Yeah, you're not wrong, because that's what, 7 in a row now?
That is 7 in a row.
And
that is 7 in a row for K27. And I mean, as we saw here, right, it's just, it's not that they're close right now, it's that maybe this one needs to go back to the drawing board and go for some serious retool.
Yeah, commitment though. Gotta give him credit for it. That knife kill was also...
That was fun. Nice little dagger to close the map from LNZ. He's having some fun, giggling to himself.
It's the classic, you sit in the vent, you wait for the perfect time.
It's the best way to get that kill.
Punch them in the butt and then they're dead. That's how it goes.
Sometimes that is how it goes. Aren't we all sometimes metaphorically punched in the butt by life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a little less metaphorical this time.
Yeah, no, it was actually literal. But You know what? It's time for, I think this is a good chance for MIBR to try to continue to build forward. You know, every single showing that they do get to have on a stage event, on a bigger tiered event, I think is a chance for growth. So, you know what? Getting to the lower bracket finals should be they should be very happy with that, in all honesty, especially with the way that LNZ was talking about having not a lot of expectations, just trying to get comfortable in the game. Should be very good.
I see Breno is ready to crush that key over between the stages, so I can't wait to see that happen. Let's go ahead and see that key get crushed. Maybe. In just a moment.
There we go.
And so he is going to destroy the key of K27. mibr.los claiming their first victim here at the Esports World Cup. But the question is, with the confidence now behind him, will it be their last? Because this beautiful golden key is about to be absolutely destroyed. Look at that smile. Look at that smile on this man.
I want to see some sparks when this thing pops.
This is such a fun part of the tournament for me. There you go.
It's funny. I feel like they must have changed the composition a little bit. I feel like they bent more last year. This time it's just like shattered.
Like a smush down almost.
Yeah, this one, there's no bend to it. They are straight shattering these things.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like glass almost at a certain point. But yeah, no, one of the chess guys, when theirs got broken, it shattered and sparks flew everywhere. Yeah. I was like, please let that happen for CS.
That's crazy. Put some magnesium in the middle. That will really get weird.
Can I tell you something very exciting?
You can.
On the precipice for
I'd even like
Sunday.
you to. Okay.
MIBR.
Yes.
As we said.
mibr.los, perhaps.
mibr.los, perhaps. We're going to see them in the lower bracket final. And their opponents, Legacy.
Ooh.
A little Brazilian matchup, a little South American clash, a bit of a rivalry going on there. So
might have been some advanced scouting as well. I know Dead, the manager of Legacy, was hanging out in the audience here watching the game, so getting a little advanced knowledge on what MIBR might be bringing to the table. You can take a look at our bracket, a little bit of a catch-up here. Gamer Legion G2 through to the playoffs. We got Big Spirit, Gigi How Aurora. Those games will be coming up tomorrow. That's Group A, and as we head into Group B, you can see a few more teams populating in there. mibr.los, they are in the lower bracket, but they do have that date with Legacy on Sunday, and I think that is one to circle. It always gets fun when we get within the region. Astralis NIP, the other one. What do we make of that matchup?
I think it could be fun. It should honestly be a point for Astralis to take an opportunity, to just kind of take a victory in my eyes. NIP, I'm not saying are completely outclassed, but
I gotta say, they looked a lot stronger in that BB game than I expected. I expected that one to be close, and it was substantial, which shoutouts to X Kaspersky. Yeah. Holy calzone, that was a great performance from him, but if he plays like that, watch out.
Group C next up. And you know what, interesting result happened today. Bait. 2-1 against Vitality. And
how about Bait?
13-4 on Dust 2, the decider map.
How about Bait? That's crazy. That is crazy. P-Vision also taking over the victory on the other side. I can see James getting interviewed, so it's a happy time for James as they progress onwards. 100 Thieves will be eliminated. Another one of our last chance qualifier teams now knocked out of the tournament. They're becoming a rare breed. And that sets up a match between Mouse and P-Vision.
That's looking at that.
That's kind of a banger. I mean, based on what we saw from Mouse today, ooh, there's going to be some sparks flying. Speaking of.
I mean, you know what? And honestly, on the other decider match, Team Vitality versus Linvision, based on what we saw today, I'm just going to throw in a little possibility of a who knows.
You're really putting it on calm.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going that far yet.
Listen.
Look, they're wounded, they're bleeding, and in the words of Extaz, no excuses. So I'm sure they're going to be having some tough conversations tonight, but I do think that though the shine has certainly come off of Vitality, I think they're still of the caliber that I would be very worried if I were Linvision running against a unhappy Vitality in the lower bracket.
It feels vengeful probably for them.
Amelia's got this.
Yeah. I mean, listen, you got some solid names in there, obviously, but I think Linvision might just kind of it might be done.
Hey,
I mean, look,
wait to find out.
That is the magic of this. You never know what can happen, and one BO3 could be standing between you and the playoffs and eliminating a team like Vitality. That's crazy. We got our games for tomorrow. We're starting off with Pain Gaming versus Wildcard. I'm personally very eager for that matchup. 3D Max take on Magic, and then Aurora Gaming GG How.
I actually
to
think
wrap up the day.
I think 3D Max versus Magic might be a really fun match to watch as well.
I think they're all really close and good games.
I mean, the deeper we go into this bracket, the deeper we go into the schedule, we separate the wheat from the chaff a little bit. We get some spicy matchups.
Little calling of the week, essentially.
That is sort of how an elimination tournament works. That's kind of the concept. That's kind of the idea. Because at the end of the day, there's only going to be one champion of the Esports World Cup. And there's going to be a whole lot of crushed keys in the path behind them.
Well, there's going to be a Counter-Strike champion and also EWC Team Club champion as well. Don't forget that.
There will be. There will be. We'll have to figure out where we're going to fit in that picture as we get towards the end of next week. But for the time being, we are going to wrap up our day. Thank you so much for joining us for another day of action here at the Esports World Cup. We'll be back tomorrow with more wonderful Counter-Strike games. We'll see you then, bright and early.